Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
0-2 pitch on the ground. And that'll do it. And the Angels win their third straight road series. They come in and take 2 out of 3 from the Astros as the Astros wrap up the homestand with a 7-3 record. 2-1 the final score as Los Angeles beats Houston to take the series.
A disappointed Kevin Eschenfelder on the call right there. Blah, that was boring yesterday. 2-1, the final score. The Angels beat the Astros. The Pendergast ultimatum of 8-2, unfulfilled. 7-3, the final record for the homestand. As we welcome you in on a Thursday edition of Payne and Pendergast. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello. How are you?
What are the consequences of not meeting your ultimatum? Are you getting divorced?
Just
are you? Don't be given. This is the same as like, kids, I'll turn this car around right now.
Basically what
and
it
I'll
is.
Cancel this prepaid trip to Disney World, non-refundable.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. There's nothing I can really do to these guys ultimately, but except make them feel bad. I don't know. Depending on how emotional they are, I can mock them for the next 4 hours. I suppose. I don't know.
Yesterday's loss doesn't bother me as much as the previous loss to the Angels, just because. All right, your bats weren't there versus a good pitcher. That's a 5th time that dude's gone 7 innings so far this
Tyler
season.
Anderson,
He's
good.
The Angels, as they're pointing out on the broadcast, the Angels have shown some signs of being a better team than the record is. But that loss doesn't bother me as much. They let up 3 hits in the entire game.
Yeah.
And Hunter Brown is he's a different guy than he was earlier on. He's learned how to lean on his sinker. He's threatening guys on the inside of the plate. He's breaking bats with reckless abandon. In this economy, I don't even know if the economy is good right now or not. But
bats are expensive to make, though.
Bats are expensive. I know that. Yes. Inflation.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yep.
Trees. We need those trees.
Everything's
Oxygen,
expensive. Yep.
Whatever. So it was frustrating. Yordan Alvarez at the end there got hard contact, but it was a liner up the first baseline. He got a double that was misplayed, but could have been a home run too if it was a little bit to the left. So it was a frustrating loss, but not one that has me concerned about whether or not the Astros are indeed back or not.
No. It was the first loss of this series where they didn't lose the game because the starting pitcher got stubborn with Yainer Diaz. The other two, you think about it, the 2 losses going into yesterday, they're 7-2 in this homestand. The 2 losses were the Verlander game against, God, who were they playing in that series after Oakland? Who were they playing? Milwaukee. The Milwaukee game with Contreras, with Contreras, where Verlander was just viciously shaking off Yainer Diaz the whole time and just throwing heater after heater after heater to Contreras. And then what happens? He hits it 400 feet out of the yard. So you lose that game, and I think most people look at that game and go, look, if that was the one swing that won that game for you, had Verlander not given up that home run, you're 7-0 going into this Angels series. And then we know what happened with Fromber in the first game in this series. Like, he just, for whatever reason, went off the reservation. So, yeah, this is the first one you lost because of just, it's a conventional low-scoring baseball loss. It's not because the 2 veteran hosses you have at the top of the rotation decided to go rogue against your young catcher, Yainer Diaz.
So the Astros wake up this morning, if they've slept off their hangover yet, but if they're stone cold sober, they're not awake yet. The Astros are 5 games behind the Mariners, and they'll have a chance to gain some ground rapidly when they face the Mariners. I believe first pitch is at 11 p.m. local time.
Yeah.
I got a long West Coast stretch here that I'm not looking forward to.
Yeah. They got 4 games against the Mariners next week, so that's good. Yeah, no, yes, the standings, 5 games back of the Mariners. You've got, as you pointed out, some upcoming action with, so you got a chance to make up some ground. And you're 2 games back of the Rangers. So you did. I mean, you made some headway. That's good. I mean, look, this same type of homestand last year when they were trying to close out the division was one that they would have gone 3-7 instead of 7-3. Like, at least they're winning at home again on a fairly regular basis. Here was Joe Espada following yesterday's game on the overall play of the homestand.
And it was. What was it? We were 10-6 during the 16-game stretch and 7-3 at home. That's, I take that. I think we played our butts off, and we are, I see the urgency on our players. We got an important road trip ahead of us, but the way we're playing baseball, I like the way we're going about our business.
Yeah, you gotta sweep the A's here. Like we're getting to a stage of the season. I know we're only a third of the way into the season, but you are getting to a stage where you got to beat the bad teams. You got to beat the bad teams.
It's I guess you can't demand 7 runs a day every single day out of the offense. But in games like this where your starting pitcher does fine enough, the rest of the pitchers combined they let up 3 hits. Somebody's got to be a hero here. Somebody's got to come up. And all your best horses in this game didn't play particularly well. Mauricio Dubon, and not being able to leg out that triple. That was, potentially that was unfortunate. But I don't begrudge the aggressive base running.
No, it's a tricky thing because here's the play. This is the only play where the Astros scored a run the whole game. So it's the 5th inning. The Angels had gotten their 2 runs in the top of the 5th on a home run, and then the Astros come up in the bottom. And here's Mauricio Dubon driving in the only run of the game.
That is down for a base hit. Should be extra bases. Dubon heads for second. Jake Myers, he's waved around. Here's the throw to the plate. Myers is safe. Throw to third. And Dubon is out at third base. But an RBI double for Mauricio Dubon, and the Astros are on the board.
You know what? I like the aggressiveness of Dubon, and we all talking about how we need to be more aggressive on the bases, and we've been really good, base running team. Maybe in that particular time with nobody out, probably was not the best time to do it, but I'm all about always looking for an extra base.
Yeah, has Joe Espada criticized anybody yet? Like really criticized anybody? Like really?
I don't know, but I mean, I am like, is that what you want? Do you want a manager
I'm just saying it's a side observation. Like
Well, I would say no, but I don't think that's. I don't want to do what we did with Dusty, which is like every single thing that he does is wrong just because the team's not doing well.
Yeah,
it's that most managers and coaches in sports in general don't publicly criticize guys.
No,
it's reserved for private conversations.
I understand. It's just like even right there, like Espada can't resist sprinkling a little sugar. But I love the aggressiveness. Like, no, that was a bad play. Like that was a. Oftentimes when guys get thrown out on the bases because a guy's coming home, they're doing it so they're sort of the decoy, the distraction in the whole thing.
Yeah.
That ball came all the way home, and then Dubon's getting thrown out at third by a mile.
Yeah, in terms of just baseball stuff. Oh, I wish my brain was working these past 10 years. In terms of actual baseball stuff, Espada has pointed out when guys have made crucial errors or mistakes or just, Framber. Okay, Framber. He pointed out that Framber just went away from the game plan. So just 2 days ago, yes, he 100% flat out said, look, and we didn't have to speculate about it. We didn't have to wonder. Framber himself said it. Yainer Diaz said it. So I think in terms of accountability or what have you, it's not like Espada came into the press conference and said, like, what are you talking about?
No,
Framber never ignored the game plan.
That's a good example. You answer my question.
No, I'm going to keep proving my point.
You're doing the show with the wrong guy if you're looking for somebody who's not going to parse out things that managers say in press conferences. That's what I do.
Right, and I'm parsing it out. I'm just saying that it's not, I guess I don't know what your standard is because he has done it. Like, he did it very, very recently. But I'm like, if we're in that spot where, okay, they lost and, man, nobody can do or say anything right.
No, I know. He's just so nice. That's my problem. Like, throw something, Like, that's kind of what, that's how I am. I'm a fan, I know. I just, people have had it's the old Eli Manning
paradigm, where before they start winning Super Bowls, look at him.
Don't look like
he just
cares.
doesn't even care.
Yeah.
He looks like he's a doofus. And then after they win Super Bowls, boy, the guy's just completely unaffected by pressure. He's got a winner's mentality.
Yeah, I'm very basic. I admit it. Yeah. Like that's exactly right. That's you nailed it.
To answer your question, I think. Right, yeah, I think he's still feeling his way through being a major league manager.
Sure,
100%. But I do think that there are instances, at least, where he's just kind of. You know what the nice thing about having a persona like that is, when he points out that Framber went off the rails or strayed from the game plan or does anything else like that, it's less likely to be received as an attack by the players themselves.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that goes a long way as long as you're consistent with it. As long as you don't come off like you're just actually soft.
Right.
You can be soft-spoken without being actually soft.
Yeah, no, the Framber thing's a really good example. That's true. And they've handled the Framber thing behind the scenes. I know Dana Brown did his.
Did they feed him with a bag of soap?
They didn't say. They said apparently because Dana Brown does either a weekly or a periodical appearance on 790 during the season, and I was reading some of the tweets from it yesterday, and apparently they asked him about the Framber situation with him going rogue on Yainer Diaz.
Said they held him down to his bunk, and they took turns beating him with bags of soap.
He didn't say that, but I did do the thing where you read the transcript and you apply your own vision to it. And all he said was, it's been handled, and it's funny. That's exactly what I envisioned, them handling it the way you just described it just now.
What if Espada is like that super scary, psychotic, like super soft-spoken, but murderous rage underneath? Like if he's Gus from
Breaking Bad?
From Breaking Bad, yeah.
I hope it ends better for him than it did for Gus.
Who are the scariest? The text these in 713-572-4610. Super soft-spoken yet viciously psychotic characters. I would say in The Usual Suspects, Kevin, what's his face there? Yeah.
Never saw The Usual Suspects.
You never saw The Usual Suspects?
Nope. Didn't.
Oh, this is a bad movie for you not to have seen to fill in my gaps in names and everything. That's all right. You've got
a go-to for you?
That's no, but it gets referenced a lot. Yeah. Just like I had to go watch The Office because I realized I was missing so many casual Office references.
Okay.
I feel like you're missing out on a lot of. Yeah, you're missing out on a lot of Usual Suspects.
I will watch The Usual Suspects this week. If you can go watch The Office, which is 9 seasons of a sitcom, the least I can do is go watch a 2-hour movie. So that's on the list for Memorial Day weekend.
I'll tell you one thing, everybody. If you got sick of the whole Jim and Pam like romance and everything over the course of years, try doing it over the course of 3 weeks. Oh,
brutal!
I wanted everybody to get divorced at that point.
Yeah,
in fiction and reality.
Yes.
All right. Kevin Spacey was who I was thinking.
Kevin Spacey, there you go. Text message, Astros lost 2 out of 3 once they started mentioning Abreu coming back. I'll say this. It looks like there's been at least a small dose of sanity injected into the Jose Abreu situation. We'll let you hear from Joe Espada coming up next.
Hurricane season is coming up, and the early forecasts are that this could be one of the most active hurricanes.
SportsRadio610.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Jose Abreu has been a big topic this week. He looks like he will be back with the Astros at some point. The implication, or at least Joe Espada, what looked to be the leader in the clubhouse, was Jose Abreu rejoining the team in Oakland for this series that starts tomorrow. The Astros have an off day today. Instead, the Astros, at least for a couple of games here, are going to be doing something that I think both Seth and I were hoping they would do, which is let's see if Jose Abreu can hit some high minor league pitching before we toss him back into the middle of the Astros lineup like a live grenade. Here is Joe Espada yesterday on the plans for Jose Abreu.
He's going to stay in West Palm. We play today and tomorrow, and the plan is for him to, at some point, join our AAA club and play a game or two there over the weekend.
So he won't join the major league team in Oakland this weekend?
There's a possibility that he will.
Okay, and that sounded like Chandler Rome asking the follow-up question, and I listened super close, and it sounded like so he will not join the team in Oakland. And Espada left open that possibility, which I guess could mean, Seth, that he plays a couple of games in Sugar Land and then flies out to Oakland on Sunday and meets up with the team, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's likely to be an extended Sugar Land, unless just like we you referenced. This is not your typical rehab assignment or something like that. This is like, okay, have you actually fixed the way you hit the baseball and like everything? Your mental approach, your haphazardness at first base, everything. He seemed to be broken. And I think like having actual success, not like, yeah, we had a competitive at bat, or I was seeing the ball the way I wanted to see. I need to see him actually hit the ball well against AAA pitchers. Just give me that.
He plays 3 games. He needs to go 5 for 12. With at least a couple gappers with a 108 exit velocity kind of thing. Not 5 for 12. It's bleeding grounders through the right side of the infield or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, and the same thing. I mean, it doesn't have to be a 300 batting average, but good hard contact within. All the expected stats where they're good. Okay, maybe there's a little bad luck or something, but he's hitting the ball. He's barreling the ball. He's doing all that. Not striking out.
This is where I'm here for the expected batting average. That's what I want. That's the stat. That is the stat that I want. I don't need the actual. I need the expected. That's why this 6 for 18 that he is in West Palm Beach doesn't mean diddly squat to me. I need to know. I can do the math on that. That's a 333 batting average. I need the expected batting average.
Yeah, I checked Baseball Savant. They don't have rookie league
expected batting average, StatCast.
Right?
Yeah, damn. All right, so it looks like a trip to Sugar Land for Jose Abreu. Espada said he's making progress.
He's having some really good at-bats. Got some videos of his, at-bats, defense. He's moving around really well. Looks like he's ready to go.
Okay, I mean, that's...
Defense moving around really well. Yeah. Honestly, I don't... That might be more indicative of an actual change than anything else. I don't know. Like it felt like everything had gotten gummed up with him. And you get into these vicious cycles sometimes in sports where when you start doubting yourself or everything just feels a little bit wrong. I think like most people listening can relate to when your golf swing seems incredibly off. If you're playing darts and all of a sudden the dart just doesn't feel right, like it doesn't feel like you can even hold the dart appropriately. Like whatever the version of the yips is, where it doesn't look like the yips, but it feels like the yips. Yeah. That's what I feel like. It's whole body yippage, and like how do you fix whole body yippage? Hopefully, it's the elixir is in West Palm Beach.
Yeah. Well, I have no idea what to expect in this whole thing. I expect
greatness, Sean.
You do.
The thing that I fear is that he comes back and goes on like a 2-game tear, which would be awesome, but then reverts back to whatever he was. Like I don't think you can't have a 2-month-long string on him when he comes back. Even if he looks awesome at first, if he starts to falter back into full body yippage, then you gotta call it a career, I think.
Yeah, and I guess that's my question is like, what's the floor for what is allowable performance for this?
Well, let's see. For the first 2 months, it was being the absolute worst hitter in baseball was the acceptable.
To their credit, they pivoted away from that. Yeah.
Like, how do you get to be? How does he show that he's actually worse than the worst hitter in baseball? I don't know.
Well, I mean, if he's what he was before he went to West Palm Beach, they'll pull the. I have confidence they'll pull the plug on that quickly. Like if he just looks lost still. I guess the danger in all this is that clearly Jose Abreu has more rope than John Singleton does. Jose Abreu has more rope than any major league player I've seen in my life at this point. So is allowable performance for Jose Abreu something that is better than what he was when he got here, but something that is significantly beneath what John Singleton has proven to be over the last 3 or 4 weeks?
Right, because Singleton's basically been an average hitter.
He's been acceptable. Yeah. He's been for a hitter in this lineup where if the star players are clicking the way they are paid to click, John Singleton doesn't need to be an all-star at first base. If he's average and if he's good defensively, that's good enough. My fear is that Jose Abreu could have a level of performance that's somewhere in between what he was and what John Singleton is, and that's going to be enough to have him, A, occupying a spot on the roster, and B, plunked down into a platoon where now that situation is at least somewhat psychologically dragging John Singleton down with him. Where all of a sudden you're taking a bad player in Jose Abreu, and in some tangential way he's making Singleton worse.
Right.
Yeah.
So Dana Brown yesterday on 790, when asked about who's going to be the first baseman when Jose Abreu returns to the team, Dana Brown says that's a Joe Espada question, but I'd say right now John Singleton is our first baseman. I guess the part that concerns me there is the right now part. That's it's the right now. He could have meant 18 different things like that, but right now feels a whole lot like he is right until Jose Abreu comes back in and shows everybody who's boss.
Yep.
When I first read it, well, I made a name change error because when I first read it, somehow instead of John Singleton, I read Jose Abreu, and I thought that son of a bitch. And Brandy was kind enough to point out, like, Seth, that actually says John Singleton.
That's why she's there.
Yeah. But the right now part makes me wonder whether that statement is worth a damn hill of beans.
Yeah. Exactly. Here's a Espada on the two, Jonathan Singleton and Jose Abreu, and how they'll be used.
Whenever Abreu does get back with you guys, do you have a sense of kind of just how you'll balance between him and Singleton, just knowing that?
Yes, I do have a pretty good idea. Yeah.
Is it going to be sort of routine-based? Or
I'm not going to share those right now. I'm just going to sit down with both Singy and Jose Abreu and share that. Talk to them first.
Okay. This feels like a Presley and Hader situation again.
Did you call him Singy? Did he say Singy?
Singy,
okay.
Yeah. Singy. Yeah, that's...
I don't know if I like that.
So you just take the first... You know how much I love Pendy. You just take the first syllable of somebody's last name and tack a Y onto it,
If I had met you and you had said, just call me Pendy, I'd be like, this guy.
Yeah,
all right.
As you should
all
be.
Right. I've written him off.
As you should.
I don't think Singleton's out there saying, just call me Singy.
Call me Singy, yeah. And I'm not out there saying call me Pendy, to be clear.
That sounds like a nickname that would get you shivved in prison.
Singy. Sounds
a little too like singing to the man. Yeah, like what the hell, Singy? What you singing about there, my little canary?
Singy? Yeah.
My beefy canary? Shiv you in the ribs. Yeah. One thing I've learned about prison shivings, Sean, from watching multiple of them, in movies, is it takes a few. You can't it's hard to have everybody's got this fantasy of like, oh yeah, I'll have a butcher's knife sized shiv and I'll get him in and I'll twist it right in his heart. Like, no. It's death by 1,000 shiv wounds.
Yeah.
You gotta let that pig bleed out slow. So that takes some grip strength. You gotta work on your grip strength to be able to hold him down while you're shiv.
You've learned that from watching a bunch of fictional shivings on TV and movies.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I've never done it 17 times. Yeah.
Text message
amounts to 1,700 individual shivings.
Right. Individual. Yep. So did Abreu, text message, so did Abreu do nothing in the offseason and spring training, but then magically fix his issues in 2 weeks? That's what they're hoping for.
Yes, thank you.
That's why I asked, what's the best case scenario here? That's why I'm wondering.
That's the best. That's the most succinct way to put it. That is, you nailed it, man. I think whoever that is, God bless you. That's as simple as you could put it, and it makes all the sense in the world.
I'm
like zero sarcasm. That's 100% the right way to think about it. You should be skeptical, I guess.
Yeah. The day Abreu, another text message, the day Abreu comes back is the day I don't watch their games on TV. Easy to check a score after the game. Are you mad enough about how they've handled the Jose Abreu situation to not watch the Astros? That seems a little extreme to me.
This feels like where sometimes you're like, there'll be a video on social media and we're like, well, I disagree with that. I don't think that's an invasion of somebody's privacy. But hold on a second. Let me be sure there's nobody looking over my shoulder because I'm going to watch the hell out of it.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to watch this 5 times.
I'm going to watch the hanging of Saddam Hussein, basically. Right. I just say, I kind of, I'm, it's just
a little bit.
If they showed me, look, I will watch every illicit video that I'm not supposed to watch for moral purposes or what have you. Yeah.
I would say this about that. Like, I was mad when Jose Abreu was the starting first baseman earlier this year, and he was so bad. And I did say to Amy, I'm like, I'm not paying to go to these games until this guy's out of the lineup. Like, this is just silly and insulting the way this whole thing's being handled. I think it's still a little insulting the way it's being handled. Like, this is, unless he comes in, man, if he comes back and has an 800 OPS, then I'll come in and mea culpa the whole thing. Maybe I need to say if he does this, then I need to do some sort of weird thing. I don't know. Like, I've been that vocal about this whole thing, but the way they've handled the whole thing, I get people being angry about it. Now, to the extent where I don't watch the team anymore, I can't get there. I can't go there.
Should we organize a soft boycott of the Astros whenever Abreu's slated to play? Do we have access to like daily ratings for local TV? If we could figure out whether if we could at least monitor this, like, okay, wait a second, when Abreu comes back, are people indeed watching less? Are people actually saying like, screw this team?
If we have access to that, I would love to see it. I think that's a really interesting thing. Like, is this affecting things at all?
Talk to your media cohorts and figure it out.
Let's see what I can find out.
I know very little about ratings. I try to stay ignorant of it. I just try to be listen, everybody, I'm a pure beam of light and or sound waves into your, ignore the fact that waves aren't beams, but whatever, into your eardrums.
Yep.
I try to be unaffected by whether or not, it appeases the masses. I speak to you, the intelligent, cerebral, yet sometimes viciously murderous sports radio listener.
Yes. Voice of the people. Lance McCullers threw a bullpen. Looked to be yesterday. I was texting around. It sounds like it was yesterday. Michael Schwab, who tweeted out the video, was kind of speculating the All-Star break seems possible for Lance McCullers. I know Schwab's a little plugged in on stuff like this. So McCullers was throwing yesterday. So now you've got they're going to have a plethora of arms that I feel anywhere from shaky to pretty good about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's I mean, like Verlander and Framber are untouchable as far as their spots in the rotation go. You know, like Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez, if healthy, will start every 5 or 6 days for the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. You know, that's just how it's going to be. And I would throw right now Reynel Blanco in there too. I think those three are immune. I think everything else, including Christian Javier, is up for grabs right now. You know, when guys start coming back.
Yeah, I mean, Javier is right in that boat of just trying to figure out exactly what you need to sustain consistency over time. And I think, like, right now, Arrighetti and Hunter Brown is probably the one where you're trying to figure out, all right, Hunter Brown and his sinker, his bat-mangling sinker. He's pitching in on side on folks and looking extremely good while he's done that. That's been nice to see, and he was as solid as you want. You know, you'd love him to go 7 innings or something, but as solid as you could hope for yesterday. Arrighetti has been better in the aggregate, and yet you look at him and think he still needs time to develop, and batters are going to start to get a feel for him. Like, for the long-term development of Arrighetti, I feel like Arrighetti would be the one I'd send back down to AAA.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't look at immediate or results or recent results or anything. Just that Hunter Brown's at a point where he can work through his issues in the majors. Arrighetti just maybe needs a little bit more seasoning for his long-term benefit.
I would agree with that. I think Arrighetti's the one of the guys that are actually pitching right now and not coming back from injury. He's the one that's most in jeopardy of being sent down or being taken out of the rotation. Period. And if you're going to take him out of the rotation, Arrighetti, then send him down and get him starts every 5 days. You know, with Sugarland.
Would you be excited if Lance came back, and then all of a sudden you see him being used as a long reliever?
Yeah, I'm excited for anything. I don't think Lance would be excited.
Well, that would be the indication is that, okay, Lance, who's long fought against, any hint of him becoming a reliever or a closer or anything like that. If like even without an announcement or acknowledging it, he all of a sudden just becomes long relief or just used creatively or what have you.
For sure.
I would guess that would mean that he's cool with it.
Yeah. Or maybe he's not cool with like maybe he's not cool with it, but he realizes I'm not going to make a big stink about this. I'm going to go do my job. I'm going to contribute. But
I mean, it's kind of like turning 50. Like, there's certain things you got to accept about your body that it's like, this is the way it is now, you know? And like, okay, I'm never going to be 30 again. Like, Lance McCullers might just finally realize and accept, because the maturation of an athlete or the lifespan of an athlete is a lot like actual aging, where you go through periods and phases where you're like, oh, okay, well, this is something I got to deal with now. I'm just, with pitchers, my fastball's not going to be quite what it was, so I got to work on some other things. For Lance, it might be, okay, look, I'm going to let go of the dream of being a guy that goes 7 innings every single night. And be what I have to be right now.
Yeah, I'd be cool with it. I'd be cool with it this season, and then they might have to figure something. I mean, that contract, $17 million is a lot to pay a guy to piggyback for 3 innings every few days.
Well, right, but if you can be the best in the league at it, or if you can become just an actual full-time reliever, like the sunk cost is the sunk cost, whatever. We've got this guy, we're going to pay him, and he's awesome as a reliever, so we're going to keep that and use it. It might be overpaid now, but whatever.
Makes sense. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We got headlines. We've got Astros in headlines. We've got a little NBA. We got a little TV news in headlines as well that I think is going to impact people who enjoy watching basketball. We will get to that and a whole lot more in headlines coming up next.
If you've been dragging your feet on getting that Ram pickup truck that you've been dreaming about, 3-time Motor Trend Truck of the Year, sleek looking, but also incredibly capable, whether you're in the woods on the job site or just cruising around on the weekend, so many reasons to love that Ram pickup, but you've been wondering, like, okay, I don't know about truck prices these days. Look, the supply chain has rebounded, and Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena has loads of trucks, 1500s, 2500s, 3500s, and they also have incredible deals. $12,000 off or more off of heavy-duty trucks. You can get up to $13,000 off a 1500. So many ways to save over $10,000 on a 1500, 2500, 3500 at Bayway Ram. Go check it out online at baywayram.com. That head on down. You're going to see how big their lot is as soon as you drive up, and then you're going to be so happy about the incredible savings. $10,000, $11,000, $12,000, $13,000 and more off of Ram pickups.
This hour is brought to you by Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
0-2 pitch on the ground, and that'll do it. And the Angels win their third straight road series. They come in and take 2 out of 3 from the Astros as the Astros wrap up the homestand with a 7-3 record. 2-1 the final score as Los Angeles beats Houston to take the series.
All right, rough afternoon for the Astros yesterday. They lose 2-1 to the Angels in the rubber match of their series. They lose the series to the Angels 2-1, and they finish the homestand, as Kevin Eschenfelder just said, 7-3. Joe Espada, after the game, here was his assessment of his team on this 10-game homestand.
And it was. What was it? We were 10-6 during the 16-game stretch and 7-3 at home. That's, I take that. I think we played our butts off, and we are, I see the urgency on our players. We got an important road trip ahead of us, but the way we're playing baseball, I like the way we're going about our business.
Yeah, they're playing better. The bullpen's pitching better. The pitching overall has been better. You still get these weird starts from certain guys every now and then. Good pitchers give up 7 runs in an inning.
There's very little about the pitching staff right now that commands trust. I think it's hard to really trust any of those guys right now. Am I missing anybody?
Nope.
No.
Hader has been excellent.
Okay. Of the start, I was thinking of the starting.
Yeah.
Of the relievers, it's been a whole different deal over the past several weeks. They've really reeled it back in.
Stepped up.
Amongst the starting pitchers, they haven't fostered a lot of trust with us, even as things have improved on the whole. But yesterday's loss just felt. If you separate everything else from it, it just feels like a normal baseball loss. Yeah. Even if the Yankees or anybody else lost that game yesterday, you're just like, some days your bats go dry, and you allow 3 hits in the entire game. It's just that's baseball, baby. It's hard to isolate it like that, Sean.
Yeah.
I've been through a lot of pain and trauma this year.
No, for sure.
It's been a rough year, Sean.
For sure. Well, it just goes to show you how rough a year it's been. You just went 7-3 on a homestand. As Joe Espada pointed out, 10-6 in your last 16. You're still 22-28. I feel like they've been playing good baseball by and large for the last 2 or 3 weeks. And you wake up this morning on an off day and you're still 6 games under 500. Now, fortunately, they are in a division where nobody seems to want to run away with this thing right now.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, rest of the division.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I can't. I try real hard to hate Ron Washington, the Angels manager. Mm-hmm. Can't do it. Every time he walks out to the mound,
I like him.
I wish that guy was my uncle. That just looks like there's I don't know what it is. It's but at the same time, I was hoping that he and his entire team would collapse and die yesterday.
Yes, yeah. So the Astros 5 games back of the Mariners. They've got 3 against the A's in Oakland this weekend. They're off today, and then they've got big one 4 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. They're in Seattle. That's for May. Regular season baseball, that is about as big as it gets for the Astros, considering where they are in the standings right now. As far as Jose Abreu goes, as we just spent a few minutes on in the previous segment, he is getting ready to leave the West Palm Beach, Florida Complex League. Hey, where's he headed to, Skip?
He's going to stay in West Palm. We play today and tomorrow, and the plan is for him to, at some point, join our AAA club and play a game or 2 there over the weekend.
So he won't join the Major League team in Oakland this weekend?
There's a possibility that he will.
Okay, so there's a possibility. That question at the end from Chandler Rome was he won't join the team in Oakland this weekend. Left open the possibility that he could. I suppose he plays a couple games in Sugar Land, and if they see what they want to see, they get him on a flight out to Oakland. We're playing
5-dimensional chess.
I guess, yeah.
Oakland, we're not going to let Oakland know whether they got to face Abreu or not.
Can you imagine? If someone says anything remotely close to that, that would be hilarious. I'm not wild about this whole Abreu situation, as you know, if you listen to this show. That's very clear. This, at least, is the first. If they are going to try to somehow sprinkle some magic dust on him and try to get something out of him, this at least makes sense. Like, he spent a couple, 2-3 weeks, whatever it is, down in West Palm Beach, purely just working on his swing and trying to get his timing back. They feel good about his timing being back to some degree, I guess. I don't know that I trust the people that are necessarily evaluating this, but it is what it is. So the next step would be not to throw him back in to a Major League Baseball game, although throwing him in against the A's would certainly be much closer to playing a AAA game than other big league teams. But let him go to Sugar Land, and let's see if these things that he's been working on actually apply at a high minor league level.
Yeah, and if that doesn't work out, Sean, if he goes to Sugar Land and it just looks like it's still not right, I say at that point, just pull out all the stops. Go to Peru and do an ayahuasca retreat. Yeah. I don't know, like just whatever. Go get some kind of like gray area, not sure if it's legal or not, medical treatment in Germany. I don't know. Just do whatever. Do whatever it takes, okay? But just it can't be conventional baseball stuff, because what you have is a conventional situation of a person aging and getting worse as they get older. Yep. And sometimes at some point you just got to give up the ghost. So if this doesn't work in Sugar Land, they got to go super outside the box on it.
Yeah. They're going to do everything they can, it would appear, to try to get Jose Abreu back. All right, shifting gears away from the Astros and baseball. If you're a fan of watching basketball on television, yesterday was a big day. It looks like the NBA media rights will now be split between ESPN, which is one of the devils we know, and then Amazon, which I have no idea what to expect from Amazon NBA coverage. But this is Amazon getting into yet another major sport. And NBC. The third package came down to NBC and TNT retaining it, and it looks like it's going to be going to NBC. I think TNT has one last chance to match per the contract, but it's a pretty exorbitant price that NBC is paying for this, $2.6 billion.
And Warner Brothers, which owns TNT, is not doing so well financially.
They're swimming in debt right now, $40 billion in debt. So it would appear that the NBA is on its way back to NBC, which would mean we got to say goodbye to one of the best things about NBA coverage, the Inside the NBA Studio show, Charles Barkley and Company.
Okay, explain this to me like I'm somebody that generally doesn't know what I'm talking about. Why is it impossible for these four to go to another network?
It's not. But Ernie Johnson, Charles Barkley did a podcast yesterday where he kind of confirmed what a lot of people had thought. Ernie's 70. Ernie is 70. Yeah. He is.
That's nuts.
He is super loyal to TNT and Turner and Warner Brothers. Yeah. Charles said Ernie ain't leaving. And Ernie is not. He's the least bombastic out of all the personalities on there. Like he's the rudder on the whole thing. That show doesn't work without Ernie Johnson. I know Charles Barkley's the MVP of that show, but that show does not work without Ernie Johnson steering that ship.
I think Kevin Harlan would be good in that role. I feel like because Ernie Johnson he's like the consummate professional, but it's also able to let down his guard or let his co-hosts and everything just go wild at times and bust on each other, but then he pulls it back in. And it takes a certain type of personality. Like you got to have a sense of humor, but still also the professionalism to get in and out on time, especially on television. I feel like there's other guys who could do it. I would say, who's the most expendable of Ernie Johnson, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and one Shaquille O'Neal?
I think Shaq, honestly. Like I know Shaq is a big personality on there. That show was thriving.
It was big before
Yeah,
Shaq.
That show was thriving and awesome before Shaq got there. It was the best of studio shows, in my opinion.
Yeah. I feel like with Shaq, I get annoyed sometimes at just like the planned out sight gags and stuff. Like him tripping on the monitor cord that was obviously like staged. There's the one that, that's the thing I hate the most about the NBA are the staged stunts that they do in the crowd and on inside the NBA because people fall for it continually. Did you see Shaq got his leg wrapped up in that monitor that looks like it's 27 years old? Like that monitor that they definitely dug out of storage because they knew it was going to break? Yeah.
That wasn't real?
No.
Oh. I don't know, man. I like suspending disbelief. I like to think that every aborted engagement at an NBA game, every cake in the face of an opposing fan, I'm a wrestling fan, man. I suspend disbelief.
You're like, oh, that's weird that guy wore 4 T-shirts to a game and was taking them off successively. But I guess that's how some fans roll.
Yeah. I think it's fun.
That guy's like a professional dancer, but he's just a fat beer drinker that got singled out by the camera.
Why are you peeing on my parade here, man? I love this stuff. I think it's a lot of fun.
All right. I say all that to say, I'd rather keep Ernie than Shaq.
Yeah. Where Charles Barkley ends up going in all this will be the biggest story out of all of it, but we can talk about that more later. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, heading into the 7 o'clock hour. This is a topic we hit earlier this week about a position in the NFL that certain teams are choosing one lane, certain teams are choosing another lane, and this is an important position for the Texans. Do the Texans choose the big money lane, or the small money lane on this position? Which way do Nick and D'Amico go? That is next. Prize Picks. Oh, my.
Conditions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, this is pretty funny on the Abreu situation. I think we're going to hear Espada say the most important thing about Abreu's baseball is the baseball.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Mm-hmm.
I think the difference
I don't get full-on Cully vibes from Espada.
No.
Full-on, yeah.
Not whatsoever. I think different people have different appetites or tolerances for his soft-spoken demeanor. I'm A-okay with it because I know like there's a tendency whenever things aren't going well to just immediately point to the person who doesn't fit the mold of the movie version of a baseball manager or a football coach or something like that. I think that on the managerial side of things, he's been dealt a tough hand in a lot of respects with a lot of things on this team this year with injuries to the pitchers and underperformances of this guy and that guy. I think that for a first-year manager, he's been pretty aggressive. As soft-spoken as he is, he was the first guy to just rocket Abreu down the batting order.
Quickly.
When it took forever for that to happen last year. I think he's, by a combination of necessity and also tinkering on his own, been pretty aggressive in tinkering with the batting order. And some people like that, some people don't. But I think that he has a lot. I think there have been a lot of actions that haven't been viewed as aggressive because he's so soft-spoken. I think he's been a more active manager than people want to give him credit for.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, so we had a conversation earlier this week about the wide receiver position in the NFL because Justin Jefferson is holding out right now. Not holding out, but he's not attending the voluntary OTAs. Let me be clear about that. He's not holding out, nor even holding in yet. But he's staying away from the team for now. CeeDee Lamb, similarly with the Cowboys, not participating in OTAs. I haven't checked to see what Jamar Chase and Brandon Ayuk are doing, but that's like the Mount Rushmore of guys looking for huge deals this offseason.
Yeah.
And Amon-Ra St. Brown getting $30 million a year, and then A.J. Brown getting $32 million a year in the last month or so has really kind of amped things up because I don't know that those two are necessarily viewed on the same level, certainly as Justin Jefferson, probably Jamar Chase also, maybe Lamb. Ayuk's really good. So there's a piece in The Athletic by Randy Mueller, who's a former GM in the NFL, worked for the Saints, worked for the Dolphins.
Also director of pro personnel for the Houston Roughnecks in their COVID championship season.
Undefeated.
Yes.
5-0.
Yes.
Yeah. So this guy knows what he's doing. At a USFL or XFL level. But it's a good piece, and it kind of lays out when I was looking at the Justin Jefferson thing, I guess one of the things I'm wondering about this wide receiver market is that it looks like teams are having to really take a good hard look. When you start to get to $35 million a year for a receiver, taking a good hard look because teams are not going to stop paying quarterbacks. That'll be the last position where teams, I think, decide to cut corners. There's a more likelihood that they'll overpay for quarterbacks still, even though at times it doesn't make sense. They're going to do that before they do it at other positions.
This is where there's almost like two pools of teams you have to think about if you're a winning team. There are the teams that have a mediocre or mediocre plus quarterback surrounded by really good wide receiving talent, or there's teams like the Chiefs where you've got questionable wide receivers, but you've got an incredible quarterback who manages to make the most out of very little.
Yeah.
And I like in my mind, like it's too simple to put it that way. But I think for me, that's still going to be the gauge for whether you want to keep up with the receiver market or not. Is okay if you're the Miami Dolphins and you're not quite sure what you have with Tua Tagovailoa, or if you're the Vikings and you got a young rookie quarterback in J.J. McCarthy. I say that by all means, by trade, by free agency, by retaining your own guys, spend the market rate for wide receivers. Which leads us to the Texans.
Yes.
Which is the very interesting question. I would say the Texans and the 49ers find themselves in the same boat. And so ask yourself, Texans fan, not biased at all, who do you think drives the engine more in Houston and in San Francisco? Is it In San Francisco, is it the scheme and Brandon Ayuk, who's looking for a new deal, and Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey, or is it Brock Purdy? And likewise in Houston, is it more C.J. Stroud, or is it Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and then this year Stephon Diggs? And I think like my biased answer, obviously, I can't help but be biased, is that this is why I justify the Stephon Diggs trade. It's that, like, look, I think you've got the quarterback, and I don't want to go off spending $30 million a year on a wide receiver or what have you, but I want to get through these next couple years while I still have this rookie contract and spend, but without hamstringing myself in the future. But what do we do with Nico Collins?
Yeah, that's what's really interesting to me, is what lane do the Texans choose once we start to get not even in the footprint of C.J. Stroud's contract, but just close to it, because you're going to start there. Maybe not this offseason, but probably next offseason. This may be a question for Nick when we get him on next time, is when do you start planning with C.J. Stroud's contract extension in mind? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, when do you start making your moves knowing that? Because even if you extend C.J. after year 3, the fact of the matter is you're just tacking years onto his rookie deal, so it really doesn't start to get painful till like year 5. You know,
well, the whole thing about the rookie quarterback window, where sometimes people overrate it, is that very few quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl when they're on their rookie contract in the modern NFL. So it's still not as alluring as the idea is. It's just it's not the standard somehow. They're like, oh yeah, gotta go get it now while he's hot. Now, rookies have made the Super Bowl, but not nearly as many have won it.
Yeah.
I think that, you have to plan out for when CJ is going to get paid, and that's where I wonder if right now you are still in that window where maybe Nick feels like Randy Mueller, who's a former NFL executive. Maybe Nick himself feels like, receiver contracts are getting a lot of whack, but I've got CJ cost protected for another couple years, and we can pay Nico even if I think it's too much, but we can also pay him using what the Texans have been good at, short-term, almost fully guaranteed. So, like, hey, 3-year contract, almost fully guaranteed. So even after you give CJ his new deal, usually they don't kick in until the year after. Like, you could give Nico a new deal this year and not really have it affect your negotiations with C.J. Stroud all that much at all. And Tank Dell will be the guy you worry about, but he's still got to demonstrate that he can stay healthy and all that other stuff. And gunshot wound free.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which lane the Texans choose, because there's teams that have chosen the, hey man, we got to give our quarterback, even an expensive quarterback, every opportunity possible. The Eagles are that. The Eagles are paying Jalen Hurts over $50 million a year, and they right now have the highest paid receiver in football on one side, and a guy they just paid nearly $100 million to on the other in Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Seattle has paid Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf at the same time, and drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba with a first-round pick. So they're flooding that position with players. I think it's interesting in this Randy Mueller article in The Athletic, and we're talking right now about teams and hard decisions to make at receiver. Do you pay these $30+ million salaries that are going to frontline receivers these days? This paragraph here where he says the Packers, he's using examples of teams that have opted to go ahead and just trade away expensive receivers and get draft capital back. He says the Packers and Chiefs traded Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill before the 2022 season instead of paying them. Points out that they both got huge deals from the Raiders and the Dolphins, respectively. He says the Bills traded Stephon Diggs to the Houston Texans this offseason, 2 years after signing him to an extension worth $24 million annually. I think it's interesting that Diggs gets thrown into this paragraph with Adams and Hill, because clearly the Texans, in the phase they're in right now, are being opportunistic at getting an elite receiver by trading draft capital and paying big money for it. But the difference is Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill got massive multi-year deals that are really hard to move on from.
Right.
And those teams ironically gave up way more draft capital to get both of those guys. Multiple high picks. The Texans gave up a second-round pick that they got as an adjunct to a move down with the Vikings, and consolidated Diggs' contract to where it's a granted a shorter rental here, but it's not anything that's nearly going to put you behind the 8 ball as far as preventing you from doing other things in the next 1 or 2 years.
This is where I think that Nick very much abides by my chosen philosophy in life, which is that if it flies, if it floats, or if it footballs, then you rent it, you don't purchase it.
Yeah.
So just like a boat, like if you're into boats and you love your boat and you fish every day like Lopez or something, then by all means get a boat. But for most people, probably better off rented. Like enjoy for the moment while it lasts, but unless you're really into hardcore repairs and what have you, Nick loves the rental. Nick loves the rental. Nick's not ever gonna go on vacation and be like, oh, you know what? We need a beach house. Yeah, that's what I need. For this 3 days where I don't hate my life, this is the key to happiness right here. We need a beach house.
Yeah.
I think that Nick sees things for what they are, which is short-term expenditures are short-term expenditures, and that's why he's cool with the Stephon Diggs price.
Yep.
If you think you're gonna, when you fall in love with a free agent, give him a 5-year deal, more times than not, just like with boats and airplanes and vacation homes, more times than not, they end up being overspends and you regret it later on. So he cuts out that risk and goes with the short-term purchases. And that's where, again, with Nico, I'll be surprised if Nico doesn't get a 3-year contract that's got a huge amount of guaranteed money to it.
What do you think the average per year is? Do you think it's over $30 million a year? Amon-Ra St. Brown just got $30 million a year, and I know he's got a longer track record of being productive than Nico Collins. But Mueller points out in this article that St. Brown is a really good receiver, but not that freaky kind of receiver. That he's 71st in average air yards per target. Yeah. He's 39th in average yards per reception last season. He's not an explosive guy.
And Nico, I think that with Nico, he's interesting because he's got a lot of the attributes that fit perfectly in this system, but he's also not a freaky athlete. Or, he's a perfect blend of player and scheme. But I think, again, there's 2 parts of a negotiation with a player. There's the actual hard comps to other contracts and other players and everything. The other part is psychologically, what does that player want? Does that player just want financial security first and foremost for his family and everything else? Does that player need to be the highest paid player in the NFL or receiver in the NFL? Because there's 12 different ways you can do that. How do I stroke this guy's ego? Nico doesn't strike me as the guy that needs his ego fed by being the highest paid player. He doesn't strike me as a guy that's overly concerned with comparisons to other players. Other than he's himself talked about he wants to prove that he's in that top 5. And this is a total guess. Obviously the Texans know him better than I do. Mm-hmm. My guess would be that he's a guy that the actual guaranteed money and security can be both A, security, but also B, confirmation that your team and organization cares about you.
Yeah.
So whatever the average per year is, if it's higher guaranteed money than Amon-Ra St. Brown, I'm guessing that's the key for Nico.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. What lane do the Texans choose when it comes to wide receivers? Here's what DeMeco Ryans said at the Combine about what he looks for in wide receivers.
Yeah, with the receiver position, we're looking for guys who are separators, right? Who can separate, who can find a way to get open, right? And if you have that one redeeming quality that you can separate, right, that's what we're looking for. Especially that shows up on third down, right? How do you win third down? How do you stay on the field as an offense, right, and continue to produce and move the ball down the field? It's about third down, right, and being able to convert. And the way you convert is guys who are savvy enough to find a way to always get open.
It kind of echoes what Mueller says in this article. Like the wish list for wide receivers should be create separation and change gears en route, see coverage with your mind and react pre and post snap, and then consistently extend a catch with your hands near defenders. He says that makes small receivers look big and big receivers look elite, something along those lines. That if you're kind of nerdy football scouting kind of stuff, but I think is probably in the same realm as what DeMeco is saying right there, which is we don't necessarily care about 6'3", 220, 4'4", 40. It's like, do you know what you're doing? Can you get open? Can you move the chains?
Right, and I think part of that too is I think people immediately leap to the the physical side of that, of getting separation, where really a lot of it is being a savvy route runner and understanding and how to read defenses. Nico's developed a good relationship with CJ already, where it's not just the deep stuff, it's the digs and the drags and all these things where he manipulates safeties and he's using his eyes really well. Like with all of that, he creates more separation than what you would think he could just by his suddenness. But then he does have that length to be able to take advantage of it, that when he needs it. I guess the other part of that with Randy Mueller, I'd say, is it depends on who your quarterback is. I think with Josh Allen, it's very fair to just want that long guy with a huge catch radius and what have you, because he's still not the most accurate quarterback in the world. Yeah. He can do some incredible things, but he really benefits from having a guy with that can put it up on a 50-50. And that's sometimes it'd be great to have a receiver who's open every single down, but it doesn't tend to work out that way regardless. And it's not always clear that Josh Allen can hit the guy even when he's wide open. Yeah. So give the guy that can reel in an inaccurate pass better than others. It's
going to be fascinating watching these dominoes fall with this receivers position this offseason. It's going to be really, really interesting. Justin Jefferson is 4 years in. He's heading into his fifth-year option. He's been the most productive receiver in football the last 5 years.
The biggest thing, my knee-jerk reaction, I had to kind of grit my teeth and do breathing exercises as I was reading this article about how has the wide receiver position reached a breaking point? Because what is this, the fullback or something? No, if anything, all the evidence is pointing to people caring more about the wide receiver position. And the cap, this is the other thing, Sean, the cap keeps going up 10% every year. Yep. So it's not, I feel like Randy Mueller got burned in the housing market in 2007, and he's treating wide receivers like it's a speculative condo investment in South Florida.
No, but I guess I'm not defending Randy Mueller's take, but I guess in maybe drawing a comparison here, is that you, in their prime quarterbacks, you don't see teams, other than Deshaun Watson, and that was a different situation. In their prime quarterbacks, you don't see teams going, well, I don't feel like paying this $60 million. Let's just get 3 first-round picks if we can for the guy and then just rebuild from there. Whereas teams are making distinctions with wide receiver. Are we going to be a team that pays a wide receiver $35 million, or are we going to – there is a market out there for teams that do want to pay – $35 million and give us 2 first-round picks for a guy.
That's who you're in competition with right now. Yeah. Did that ever go through? Was there ever a point where people were thinking well, these quarterbacks are getting paid too much. I'm going to do without a quarterback.
No. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's where I think, honestly, I think the NFL is recognizing and realizing that now that it's just simply easier to pass the football than it used to be, that wide receivers are that much more valuable than they used to be. And I think in some ways, this is Randy Mueller's dinosaur thinking of the era in which he was an active executive in the NFL. People just viewed wide receivers differently. Yeah. It was, you got to have a guy who's back there who's got grit, look in his eye.
Moxie.
And then he tells all these idiot wide receivers where to go, and then he throws the ball to them. Now people are a little bit more understanding, okay, maybe we've been – quarterbacks are cool and all, but my God. It's just unless you have a Pat Mahomes or hopefully a CJ Stroud, if that's what he becomes, we're overstating it a little bit.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Appreciate you tuning in. Former Texan Denzel Perryman had one of the funnier quotes of the offseason so far in talking about Jim Harbaugh. And Harbaugh will be one of the biggest stories coming into the season this year. The Chargers got a lot of love when the schedule came out for nationally televised games. I think Harbaugh's got a great chance of being Coach of the Year this year because he's got a quarterback in place and he's got a talented roster. Denzel Perryman
got a staff who own iPhones and aren't afraid to use them illegally.
Right. Yes. That's right. Yeah. Denzel Perryman was asked what he thinks of Jim Harbaugh.
My first impression of Harbaugh, I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but he reminds me of Will Ferrell. I don't know if it's the way that he talks, his analogies and everything, but they really remind me of Will Ferrell. And I don't know, it's just funny to me. It's funny, but I know he means well, everything's come, from the heart. But I feel you got to have a sense of humor to understand, some of his lines and gimmicks. But I love him. I love him. I don't know if it's like his tone of voice, just the way he talks in general, but like the first thing coming to head is Will Ferrell. So, I mean, I do take him serious. Like everything he says, I take serious though. But like when he do his joke around, I'm just like, oh God. Like I start cracking up.
Okay. So Will Ferrell.
So when he's saying that, is he thinking of Will Ferrell in totality, or is he thinking of a specific character?
Right.
Or because Will Ferrell does sometimes his characters kind of bleed into each other. Not as bad as Mike Myers' characters used to. Mike Myers had like one shtick that he just applied to every character.
Different costumes for one shtick.
Yeah, different accent, different costumes, but it's the same shtick the whole time.
Yeah.
But Will Ferrell's pretty flexible in how he applies his shtick. So they have different. As he was saying, Will Ferrell, in my mind, the first two characters that came to thought were Anchorman.
Mm-hmm. Ron Burgundy,
Ron Burgundy, and his impression of the dang it, why am I blanking on the play-by-play announcer?
Harry Carey?
Harry Carey, yeah. Like a combination of Ron Burgundy and Harry Carey.
Okay, so I have got audio from, I would say, in my opinion, the 5 most iconic Will Ferrell characters. Okay? Let's see if we can do like a 23andMe here on Jim Harbaugh. Like what percentage of these characters is Jim Harbaugh, or is he like some of these characters in any way at all? Before we do that, here is a brief Jim Harbaugh montage just to set the tone here real quick.
At some point, I mean, it's like me, I'm 53. I mean, it's gone dead. I'm dead in here. It's like burnt wood, in terms of nervousness and butterflies and emotions that way. Not into the if this, if that, type of scenarios. If worms had machine guns, then birds wouldn't be scared of them. Sometimes people that are standing on third base think they hit a triple, but they didn't.
Okay, so little quips there from Jim Harbaugh.
Those are actually all pretty good. Like there's some times where he just doesn't make any sense at all, and yet it's kind of like Yogi Berra where it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. So okay.
There was a minute-and-a-half story that he had at a bowl game one year at the coach's press conference before the bowl game about trying to get coconuts out of trees. It was hilarious, but I'm like, man, we've got a shot clock we're working on here.
He doesn't like his players eating chicken because chickens are a nervous animal, and he feels like the nervousness transfers into him. Who knows? Maybe there's some truth to that.
He's
cortisol and whatnot.
He's very quirky.
Yeah.
So let's get to this here. All right. So Jim Harbaugh, one of the most renowned coaches in the sport of football, college or pro. This is Ricky Bobby. Which Will Ferrell character or characters does Jim Harbaugh embody? Here is Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights.
Ricky Bobby, today's big winner. Heck of a win for you today, but it seems as if you either win or crash the car trying to win.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I excellence, and nobody can hang with my stuff. I'm just a big, hairy American winning machine. If you ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking about? That phrase is trademark, not to use the outside position of Ricky Bobby.
Okay.
I'm going to say that I'm going to say no on Ricky Bobby just because Ricky Bobby did not have like an ounce of introspection to him. Even after he kind of figured out that he had to change his life around and everything. And yet at the same time, so I feel like Jim Harbaugh has an introspective side.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, and this is rare for somebody who's introspective, I don't think Jim Harbaugh once in his life has ever had a crisis of confidence.
Never.
I think he has been 100% self-assured and knows for a fact he's headed in the right direction every single moment of his life, where Ricky Bobby did have a crisis of confidence at some point. So it's weird, like Jim Harbaugh is so unique as an individual that I can't give him. Ricky Bobby was just a little too simple. He was a little too simple.
There was a clip that I saw in going through all the Harbaugh video yesterday and trying to find stuff that I thought fit this segment, where it was his initial press conference at Michigan, and someone asked him, are you comfortable knowing that a lot of people view you as the last great hope for restoring Michigan football? And he looks, he goes, oh, God, no. It was really funny.
Did he say, well, that's true, or I am, or like I've known that for 30 years?
No, he just said, oh, God, no, and he chuckled, which told me that he's perfectly comfortable with it probably.
Yeah.
It was just a really funny answer. All right, you mentioned Ron Burgundy, Anchorman. So that would be a no on Ricky Bobby for Seth Payne.
Okay.
Here's Ron Burgundy from Anchorman. Does this embody Jim Harbaugh at all?
Well, you certainly know how to compliment a woman. Well, if you'll excuse me.
Do you know who I am?
No, I can't say that I do.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Really?
People know me.
Well, I'm very happy for you.
I'm very important. I have many leather-bound books, and my apartment smells of rich mahogany.
I love that it's his apartment that smells of rich
Rich
mahogany.
mahogany.
Because especially when you think about like one of those 70s apartments, even if it was a luxury apartment at the time, like any of the ones that you go tour right now that were apartments in the 70s, you're kind of like, oh boy, it's a lot of wood, it's a lot of faux wood paneling
A lot of Formica in here.
Yeah,
a lot of Formica. Yeah. So what do you think about Ron Burgundy as Jim Harbaugh?
That's a tough one. You know what's funny I'm realizing is that in all these movies, obviously, like, you know, if it's a good movie, like at some point the main character questions himself and struggles and goes through a transformation. And I don't think Harbaugh's ever gone through a struggle or a transformation.
No.
I don't think he's ever questioned himself. But when it comes to Ron Burgundy, there's a little bit more to that side of just, I think sometimes thinks he's being more intelligent than he actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Like just like saying something that he thinks is profound when you're kind of like, well, yeah. So I'll give him he's second. He's ahead of Ricky Bobby right now.
He's ahead of Ricky Bobby. Okay, so Burgundy, there's at least a little bit of Harbaugh in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Next one, Old School. The movie Old School. Frank the Tank.
We're going streaky! Yes! No, I'm sorry. We're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Come on, Snoop! Snoop-a-loop! Snoop! No, it's cool. I'm cool. Bring your green hat. Let's go. Come on, everybody, we're going. Here we go.
Oh. Man, put the music back on. Let's get the party back cracking up in there.
That was actual Snoop Dogg up there, yeah.
All right, you know what? At first I was thinking, okay, Frank the Tank is in last here in this race to decide which Will Ferrell character is most like Jim Harbaugh. I put him dead last, but drunk Frank the Tank, as soon as he said Snoop-a-loop to Snoop Dogg, I could 100% see Jim Harbaugh like introducing Snoop Dogg by some nickname that nobody's ever used for him or something, you know? Or just like, he would like accidentally just coincidentally slide into saying something izzle or bizzle or whatever, you know? Like he just, without even realizing that it was a reference to Snoop Dogg.
Yes.
I'm torn with this. It's got to be drunk Frank the Tank.
Yeah.
There's an enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Like, who's got it better than Frank the Tank?
Thank you.
Nobody.
No, well, and in actuality, Frank the Tank's life was falling apart.
As has Jim Harbaugh. Moments. He lost, his marriage broke up and what have you. So I think drunk Frank the Tank actually.
Okay.
Got to be drunk Frank the Tank. Drunk Frank the Tank is actually my leader in the clubhouse.
Okay,
right
leader
now.
in the clubhouse, drunk Frank the Tank. All right, next one. These are iconic Will Ferrell characters. Denzel Perryman said that Jim Harbaugh reminds him of Will Ferrell. Denzel Perryman's on the Chargers now. And so we're trying to identify which character exactly from which Will Ferrell character is Jim Harbaugh. Here is Brennan from Step Brothers.
Do you want to see something super cool that only 3 people have ever seen in their lifetimes?
Samurai sword.
Okay, open your eyes. Whoa. See that black smudge right there on the blade? Yeah. Look at it closely. Pretty recognizable signature. No. Randy Jackson from American Idol.
Why do you have Randy Jackson's autograph on a martial arts weapon?
Because I bumped into him and all I had on me was this samurai sword, and you're not going to not get Randy Jackson's autograph, right?
I would have done the exact same thing.
I gotta watch Step
And
Brothers
they just
tonight.
became best friends.
They became best friends, yeah.
I have a hard time separating John C. Reilly's character from Will Ferrell's character in that.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Will Ferrell's character was a little less innocent than John C. Reilly's, right? Is that... I mean, they're both such doofuses and buffoons.
Yes.
And they were so ineffective. Like, if there's one thing Jim Harbaugh is, damn it, he's effective.
Yes.
He's been in multiple stays. Like, if anybody thinks we're making fun of Jim Harbaugh too much here, like, it's out of respect. He's quirky as all get out.
Yeah.
I don't think either Will Ferrell or John C. Reilly are good. I would say I'd put them last in the clubhouse right now.
I think they're a no for sure.
Yeah.
They're below the line. Such a funny movie, though. We had to play audio from it. All right, last one. Last iconic Will Ferrell character that might embody Jim Harbaugh. Buddy the Elf.
Okay, people, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Santa's coming to town. Santa! Oh, my God! Santa here? I know him. I know him. Wait.
I'm singing. I'm in a store and I'm singing. I'm in a store and I'm singing.
Hey! There's no singing in the North Pole.
Yes, there is.
No, it's not.
We sing all the time.
No, it's not.
Especially when we make toys.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? All right. You think of Buddy the Elf. Maintains a childlike wonder. It's advice people give a lot, and I think the one that Jim Harbaugh abides by. Whether for success or happiness, if you can maintain a childlike wonder at all the things happening around you and realize how incredible and miraculous everything all is, that can serve you well in life. And I feel like Jim Harbaugh lives that to a T.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a certain... I think there's almost like a naivete sometimes about Jim Harbaugh, and maybe it's fake, especially when it comes to sign-stealing tactics and whatnot. But I do, and I mean, there are a lot of violations at Michigan, but whatever. He at least passes it off as like a, whoa, oh, did I do that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's like an Urkel quality almost a little bit.
Yes.
Whether it's real or not. Whew, boy, I would not have expected it, and I'm glad we went through this exercise because I would have died without realizing that Buddy the Elf is the character who Jim Harbaugh most resembles.
Yes, he's Buddy the Elf. And you replace Santa with the ghost of Bo Schembechler, and I think it really hammers. I think like Bo Schembechler is Santa to Jim Harbaugh.
Does anybody doubt that at an Easter egg hunt, the most enthusiastic competitor alongside all of the 10-year-olds is one Jim Harbaugh himself?
Right.
He's out there at an Easter. You show Jim Harbaugh an Easter egg. I know we're mixing up holidays here. It involves the same dude, okay? He's out there. He is out there working his butt off to find the Easter egg, while also, just like Buddy the Elf, reminding people of the true meaning of Easter.
Yes.
You know, 'cause he's very religious. Yes.
I think it's Buddy the Elf. And
it
I
is
would
Buddy the Elf.
And I would have said, like, if I was just reading transcripts of these quotes, I might have just that's all the information I had was transcripts of quotes. I might have said Ricky Bobby for, like, if you're not first, you're last, that kind of thing. That hardo, meathead coach kind of thing.
The whole thing about Ricky Bobby is that Harbaugh is way more philosophical about things. Like, he really does. Like, he examines life, whereas Ricky Bobby was the exact opposite until he went through his accident.
There's nothing complex about Ricky Bobby. Harbaugh is a somewhat complex character, I think.
Right.
Jim Harbaugh text message, getting a lot of text, understandably, on this topic, more than on the wide receivers. Jim Harbaugh would definitely fit Frank the Tank at the end of Old School during the debate scene where he says this highly intelligent spiel out of nowhere and then snaps back into being goofy Frank the Tank.
That's a trope that doesn't do it for me in movies anymore because it's been done to death. It's like when all of a sudden, like even like Beavis did it at times on like it's like when the really really stupid character all of a sudden like out of nowhere comes across in this moment of brilliance. I'm like, here we go. All right.
Goes all the way back to the Wizard of Oz when the Scarecrow did it at the end. Remember, he was a dullard the whole time, and then the wizard gives him a brain, and he's like he recites the Pythagorean theorem. Now, of course, I don't think he went back to being a dullard. I think he was smart forever.
Right? Yeah, it wasn't like he was actually. There was a reason for that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's so the end of the ending. As many people have pointed out, the ending of the Wizard of Oz is one of the dumbest scenes ever because she like right in front of. Which one does she say like she likes the most?
I'm gonna miss you most of all, she says to the Scarecrow.
Yeah, like right in front of the lion and the Tin Man.
Yeah.
You're like, well, what the hell?
Who at various times also saved her life from the Wicked Witch.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to miss you most of all. Like, whoa, what?
And then she goes in to hug the Scarecrow and turns around and kind of like looks at Tin Man and Lion like, Remember that part that got deleted?
I bet she winked at one of them. She was trying to play all sides, you know?
Yeah.
A little two-time and hussy.
Dorothy.
Yeah, that's what they did back then.
Yeah. To be fair,
people died a lot more often, so you had to have backup plans.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like she was kind of like, well, I'm probably gonna I already made an agreement here with the Tin Man to get married, but most of all, I'll be thinking about you.
A lot of people mad that we didn't include Jackie Moon from Semi-Pro. Will Ferrell, did you see Semi-Pro? I never saw Semi-Pro. Yeah. Okay, I never saw it, which is why it didn't make the cut.
Jackie Moon would make sense because that was the one where he was most in his most managerial capacity. He was the owner of the team or he was the player coach, whatever it was. Yeah.
His player, coach, owner.
Player, coach, owner. He was,
player, coach, owner? Okay, yeah.
Oh, Sean, you got to watch that. You got to watch that.
So I got to watch The Usual Suspects in Semi-Pro this week.
It was kind of like a play on the old CBA or something, like a minor league basketball team that he was a player, coach, owner on. Yep. And, yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. It's funny. Two players went on a big trip to Asia, went to China and Japan. One of them showed up at OTAs. The other one, not there, looking for a contract. We've got some good NFL audio coming up for you coming up next. Stay there.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness is America's largest specialty fitness retailer, which means they've got a whole bunch of selection. If you're thinking about
Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the overriding sentiment from our previous segment where we tried to figure out which Will Ferrell character Jim Harbaugh is most like on the heels of Denzel Perryman comparing Jim Harbaugh to Will Ferrell is people are upset that I have not seen Semi-Pro. So that's
two big shockers this morning. One, Semi-Pro, and two, The Usual Suspects.
Which is more shocking to you that I have not seen? Semi-Pro?
I guess The Usual Suspects, just because Semi-Pro wasn't like a huge box office hit, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Usual Suspects. You know what, though? Sometimes I'm personally biased because Usual Suspects is one of those movies. It gets better each time you watch it because there's so many little nuances and everything. And there's some really good acting in it.
Okay.
Kevin Spacey is really, I'm glad I didn't give you any spoiler alerts while I was talking about it.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I call that the Pulp Fiction effect. Like, Pulp Fiction gets better the more you watch it.
Oh, yeah. That's what, you know what? Really good directors and really good actors tend to do that for you. That's
now that you mention it, yes. Yeah.
You know what? In this age of streaming and everything and being on demand and what have you, probably even more so than ever, the ability to pull people back into something. Like, people go back and watch the entire Sopranos series.
Oh,
you know? Doesn't cost HBO a cent more to make that again, but they're able to keep customers coming back with it. Did you have a really late night last night?
I did, yes.
I could tell because you seem to very unprofessionally have less tolerance for my irrational BS this morning.
What, really?
So you need to, like, one of your strengths as a co-host is to be a very, very picky with my irrational nonsense my wild mood swings at times and everything. Like, there needs to be a yin to the yang, and like you got a little testy in the first hour. I'm going to be honest with you.
Did I?
Yeah, just because I was being irrational.
Oh, okay.
Focus. Yeah.
In the
open, together, chump.
Yeah. No, the open I did because you and I, I think just differ on what we want to see out of our manager after losses. You know, like I want.
You want Joe Espada to break open a fire axe and chop somebody's leg off.
I do. That's the only thing I can think of. If I've been testy otherwise, it's not you. It's my daughter's boyfriend finishing runner-up in Survivor yesterday.
It's not a conventional testiness. It's a frustration with my irrational BS.
Okay.
And it's unacceptable, Sean. It's unacceptable, okay?
I don't know what I'm doing I'm
like a good football coach, okay? I demand from others what I do not expect from myself.
Hey, man.
All right?
Hey, we were this close to having a millionaire in the extended family last night.
Pay for the potential wedding that you might end up having to pay for.
Maria screwed me, not Charlie, right? Okay.
Hey, real quick for everybody. So Sean's daughter, Judy, is dating a fella named Charlie, Charlie, who made it to the finals of Survivor last night.
Yep.
And he was, there's no second place, but he was second place.
No, there is. He got $100,000.
Oh, he did? Oh, good for him.
Yep, he got $100,000.
He lost it. Now, do they tax that in Fiji dollars or Massachusetts
That
dollars?
is a great question, Seth. I do not know.
Does he have to? I bet he has to pay a Fiji tax somehow.
Probably.
Because he earned that money while he was working in Fiji.
That's right.
So he got second place on Survivor, and it was a nail-biter. It came down to the wire.
Oh.
And really, ultimately, in this game of deception and lies and everything else, I think that the question that did him in, at least one of the questions that did him in, was they asked him what he would do with the money, and I think he was a little too honest.
Yeah.
He should have had a sob story about how his falsely imprisoned uncle or somebody needed to be rescued, and he didn't have it. Meanwhile, the woman that won, she spent that money already. She had the perfect sob story. It was perfect.
She just wants to start a family, you know?
As soon as Charlie said that he would help use some of it to pay for law school, I was like, oh,
yeah.
Oh, well, you spent the whole season without a mention of the lawyering coming up, and then
and if you notice the way he said it in such a way where it would indicate he was a little duplicitous, and he said, I'm going to bet on myself and pay to go to law school. So I think he was trying to imply like I'm not a lawyer yet, but this will allow me to discover my dream. Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
Was he able to keep the Harvard part of his education a secret?
He was. Yeah, he was.
So they never knew that he went to Harvard?
I don't think so.
Did he say, because he would have been dead in the water.
Yeah.
Like, he would have been like, this bastard.
Yeah.
What did he say? Did he say he went to Did he say he went to like Southwest Connecticut State?
That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have all those details. Yeah.
Sorry, this will be the 9 at 8.
Oh
no, we're not at 8 at 8 yet. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll dig into it a little later. I got big issues with this show. Yeah. Micah Parsons. I wonder if Dallas fans have big issues with Micah Parsons. Good football player, but he's not at Dallas OTAs right now. Here's Jane Slater of the NFL Network on Micah Parsons' OTA absence.
As you know, these are still voluntary OTAs, so it's not like anyone should panic yet. But I did at least reach out to Micah Parsons, and I texted him. I said, yo, are you going to be showing up here anytime soon? He tells me that he will be back next week. Tuesday is what they do, those national media and in-house media responsibilities. You know, you see the flashing graphics before NBC games and ESPN, so he has to be there for that. He also says that he will be reporting to minicamp. Now, he didn't give me any reason as to why he wasn't there. Keep in mind, he has been on a tour overseas to South Asia with CJ Stroud this offseason, battling sumo wrestlers. That was fun to watch. But he's also not pressed to get this deal done. Keep in mind, the Cowboys picked up his fifth-year option that'll pay him somewhere around the $21 million mark in 2025. That's more than his first 4 years on his rookie deal. So they've got him at least through 2025.
Well, first of all, let me say, I don't know, man. The guy who was on the Texans made it to OTAs after that trip to Asia. I don't know what the problem with the Cowboy guy is, but I wonder what the hell's going to happen. These are 3 massive contracts that need to get done for the Cowboys. A quarterback, arguably the best defensive player in football the last 3 years, and one of these wide receivers who we were just talking about 30 minutes ago, CeeDee Lamb. Are they just sitting around just staring at each other right now? When is something going to happen with all this?
I think that's where so from a player's perspective, the thing that the team always has on its side is that you as a player, even if you're the swellest dude on earth, you're concerned when it comes to the contract stuff with you and yourself. And each day that ticks by in the mind of a player is sometimes a lot harder to stomach and more stressful than the team that's like, listen, we lose guys to injury every other week. Mm-hmm. It's this is life. Sometimes guys are here, sometimes guys aren't. You'll get over it. So I think with some teams, they're pretty good about just playing it cool and letting things play out. The Cowboys, though, are in this crunch when you start to include Dak Prescott into it, where it seems like they've been criminally negligent and being proactive about this stuff. Yeah. And Cowboys fans are PO'd about it, understandably so. The thing about Micah Parsons, that this would annoy me if I were a Cowboys fan, in between gonorrhea treatments, I would be really peeved about really peeved about the fact that really the hope for this team right now has to be that Mike Zimmer, who has a really good track, Mike Zimmer, who was hired as a defensive coordinator in the offseason. Yep. Mike Zimmer has a really good track record as of late against Kyle Shanahan offenses. Mm-hmm. So Kyle Shanahan offenses were the undoing of the Dallas Cowboys last year, including the San Francisco 49ers themselves and Kyle Shanahan. So if I'm Micah Parsons, I would just from a football standpoint, I would just genuinely want to be in there learning the defense.
Right.
And
that's a great
in that
point.
as much as possible.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's the part. Maybe I'm a bad business person because I'm not looking out for numero uno.
Yep.
But if I were a Cowboys fan, I'd be upset about that. Look, and it's defense, and it's not he's more defensive end than linebacker these days, but it's still it still matters. That part would perturb me.
Order of importance: Dak, Micah, CeeDee Lamb. Is that the order of importance of those 3 guys? If you're prioritizing, got to get this guy done or whatever.
Boy, yeah.
I mean, Micah Parsons he's better at his job than Dak Prescott is at his job, but Dak's job is the more deemed to be the more important in the NFL.
Well, the whole thing is that the Cowboys have already shown who they are. They're gonna pay Dak Prescott. They've already shown who they are. They did this once before. Mm-hmm. Dak Prescott played it out, went through a disgusting, grotesque, terrifying ankle injury, and still got paid when he pushed it all the way to free agency. And they're going to do it again. That's the part where, he's the most important. He was the most important guy last year going into this season, and they didn't take care of it, which makes it harder to deal with Micah Parsons. You know, they chose Ezekiel Elliott a guy who's now playing on a bargain basement deal after having been ejected from the Cowboys. They paid Ezekiel Elliott before they paid Dak Prescott. That's how dumb their strategizing was back then. Their whole, their director of pro personnel there, whose name eludes me right now, he's probably the most valuable person in the NFL.
I think is it Will McRae?
He's done such a good job drafting guys like Micah Parsons that they're able to get away with this nonsense.
All right. People liked your drive-by on the gonorrhea treatments on the text page, just so you know.
I'm just speaking facts.
Right, you're just spewing truth. No, but
they've got a very high. When I creatively skew the statistics just right, I can point out Arlington as being the ground zero for basically where everything has come from on an STD level.
Gonorrhea hotspot. Yep.
No, baby, this strain of HPV has been around for decades. The
8 at 8, the Ocho. We got a lot of stories to get into here in the 8 at 8. So stay there. We'll get some Astros for you, some NBA. And a whole lot more coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Tomorrow is my Men's Tea Clinic day. 10:30.
trees. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
0-2 pitch on the ground, and that'll do it. And the Angels win their third straight road series. They come in and take 2 out of 3 from the Astros as the Astros wrap up the homestand with a 7-3 record. 2-1 the final score as Los Angeles beats Houston to take the series.
All right, so they lose yesterday. The Astros do 2-1. They lose the series to the Angels. They do finish the homestand 7-3 on that homestand. And I guess the good news is the catalyst for finishing 7-3 on the homestand was a 4-game sweep of the team that you're about to play for 3 games starting tomorrow. So your opportunity to get right off of losing 2 out of 3 to the Angels is a pretty nice one here heading out to Oakland. They're still in Oakland, right? Like they're not on the
No, they haven't. Like they're going to a minor league park next year.
Yeah,
and they'll be in Las Vegas eventually if like Las Vegas can stop bickering about exactly how they're going to. It's weird. It was weird. We were in Vegas when a lot of I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent. We were in Las Vegas when they were talking, like having a little bit of a controversy in town about some people in the city not wanting the A's to build a stadium there, and they're talking about how they're not going to be able to handle this and everything. And I'm like, I'm looking around at just like how well Vegas handles having boatloads of people.
Yeah, it'll
in there.
be fine.
It was surprising to me.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
It feels like there's people that want to be greased a little bit.
Maybe
probably the thing.
Uber
there's
drivers.
always somebody that needs to be greased a little bit. To
in
make
Vegas? No, come on.
These are legitimate business people. Yes.
Right. 5 back of the Mariners, 2 back of the Rangers. I guess my overall feel, Seth, we're at 50 games now. It'd be 22 and 28 after 50 games is not how we drew it up. But I guess my general feel, like on a scale of 1 to 10, my optimism level for the Astros climbing back in this thing here is at a solid 6.5, 7 right now. Like I feel most things, including health, are moving in the right direction right now.
Everything's been looking good. Even yesterday's loss didn't bother me as much. Immediately after that game yesterday, I didn't feel like, we're back to square one. Yesterday's loss felt very much like a conventional loss that even the best teams in the league go through, where you got good pitching, you had you allowed 3 hits, and yet your bats went silent, and largely that was the issue on the day. That happens. It's baseball. But I think right now, if my feeling reflects what a lot of Astros fans feel, you're just starting to worry with each successive day that it's too little too late. That, man, it's one thing to it's one thing to start winning, more often than you lose, but you need to go on a tear. At some point, they need to have an 18-2 run. They need to set a franchise record for consecutive wins. They need something special above and beyond just playing that old Astros baseball. It needs to come with a freakishly good stretch.
Yeah, just winning series. They're going to reach a point where just winning series isn't good enough. Just winning each. So you pick up you're 2-1. You have to do that every time if you're just going to win series the whole time here. All right. Second Astros story is Jose Abreu. I actually like this story, this part. Generally speaking, as most of you know, I'm not a big fan of Jose Abreu being afforded the opportunity he's being afforded, to try to somehow magically resurrect what's been a horrible year and a half, to resurrect it in 2 weeks. I just think it's silly. But if they're going to do it, I rather they do it the way that they intend to, at least for the next few days, which is he's been in West Palm Beach for a few weeks. They claim that he's got his timing back and he's looking good and he's moving well at first base, all those things. If I'm to believe those things, then I think the intelligent thing to do is send him to a minor league level like AAA, which is what Joe Espada said yesterday they intend to do.
He's going to stay in West Palm. We play today and tomorrow, and the plan is for him to, at some point, join our AAA club and play a game or 2 there over the weekend.
So he won't join the major league team in Oakland this weekend?
There's a possibility that he will.
They are home to play Round Rock, so if you want to go see Jose Abreu this weekend, you can. Jackie Goss, loyal listener and friend of the show, the current first baseman in Sugar Land won't be able to believe he's having to sit for this dude. It's pretty funny.
I scratched and clawed my way up, and
Got this guy here.
It just the other fear that I have, aside from the too little, too late fear, it's the what I like to call the Dan Quinn dynamic, which is when Dan Quinn was the coach of the Falcons for 2 straight years in 2018 and 2019, if I recall correctly. They started off abysmally, but then they made a late push at the end of the season that made it feel like, you know what? Maybe Dan Quinn's actually got this on track, and they retained him, and they delayed the inevitable. And with Abreu, just as he did at the end of the season, then in the playoffs last year, like, what if he's able to make enough of a push and enough of a performance to convince the team that, we got to give this guy another year, and you're just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah. Now, they could use that Abreu right now, actually. I mean, he was really good that month or two, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Right. If he doesn't, it's all, you know what? First of all, like last year, you still made the playoffs with Abreu playing the way he had for most of the season. Yeah. This year, you can't get away with that. So, like, he has to make that miraculous push in the next 2 months.
Yes,
right.
I totally agree.
So you don't have time to waste. You don't have time to waste if it's gone by a month and he hasn't made that miraculous push yet.
Yeah, waiting for that Abreu to miraculously show up in September like he did last year. Like, you got to start winning games here in May and June for sure.
3.
Looks like the NBA media rights saga has come to an end. The NBA, starting in 2026, will split their broadcast between, barring a last-second reversal or TNT matching NBC's offer. The NBA will be able to be viewed on ESPN, Amazon, and on NBC. TNT is out, so that means that Inside the NBA, in its current form, is out. And that also means that Charles Barkley becomes a broadcasting free agent. And you and I were talking about this off the air, and I thought you made a good point, which is Barkley is really good in almost any media setting. He's entertaining. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Like, he's always entertaining. But as far as being an Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, which he is, he won a Sports Emmy this week for Best Studio Analyst. I do think like that structure and the chemistry on that show it elevates Charles from like a 9 to a 10, that kind of thing.
Right. There's a synergy there.
Yes.
It's a synergy.
Yeah.
So, like, I would, people are not going to like this comparison, especially if you like Charles Barkley. But in terms of just broadcasting, Skip Bayless is really good at what he does. I mean, he's been one of the highest paid people for a long time, highest paid people in sports broadcasting for a long time. Mm-hmm. But he needs the right co-host. You know, like the current version of whatever the hell he's doing is not the right format for Skip Bayless. Like, whether you love him or hate him, like, he tweaks people, and he's not as able to tweak people the right way. So Charles Barkley's a completely different personality and everything, but it's like the surroundings matter. So if Ernie Johnson, as you had pointed out earlier, Ernie Johnson is so loyal to TNT that there's no way he'd leave. I guess my question for that is, though, Sean, and I know he's also 70 years old, so he might not want to leave. Like, what does he do? What's he doing at TNT if they don't have the NBA?
They've got a lot. They've got things like golf, and they've got other sports that he does work on. Yeah, they've got other. He does some stuff on Turner's baseball coverage. I mean, TNT and TBS are the same family of stations. They do have Major League Baseball. He does stuff on Major League Baseball. So,
how long do you think Ernie Johnson goes before people start treating him like some of the older broadcasters who have fallen out of favor? Like
forever, right?
Like where he loses his fastball. You don't ever see him losing his fastball. Like Al Michaels, basically. Like Al Michaels has lost his fastball. You don't think Ernie Johnson reaches an age where all of a sudden you're like, oh boy, he waited 2 years too long to retire.
Maybe he does. I don't know. Like Al Michaels seems like he's lost his interest in football more than his fastball. Like I don't look at Al. Like I don't see Al Michaels like botching down and distance situations or flubbing names. Like Al Michaels just has no energy. That's the big problem with Al Michaels.
Well, I do think that's partly a broadcast partner thing too, because it's not like Al Michaels was ever like a super over the top energy guy. I think his ability to be just like a super, like he's incredibly knowledgeable and smart. Like, and he's I think he's still sharp. He just doesn't bring energy to it. But I think part of it is he's with Kirk Herbstreit, he's also not a high energy guy, and I like Kirk Herbstreit, but he's not a particularly interesting guy.
Yeah.
And I think that there's, I think maybe he doesn't bring the energy to the broadcast. Because remember, the Tony Dungy broadcast with Al Michaels was the really atrocious one.
That was bad, the playoff game.
And because Tony Dungy is low energy.
Yep.
And I'd love to see Al Michaels with a different, I don't want to say better, because Herbstreit's just a different, he's got to find the right match as a broadcast partner.
4.
Speaking of Barkley, this clip was making serious rounds last night. Charles Barkley on the TNT studio show for the Western Conference Finals. By the way, Dallas wins that game against Minnesota last night. They take game 1 in Minnesota. Barkley defending Caitlin Clark against all of her haters within her own league.
You women out there, y'all petty, man. Hey, LeBron, you're 100% right on these girls hating on Caitlin Clark. Y'all petty, girls. I expect men to be petty because we're the most insecure group in the world. Oh, you are. Y'all should be thanking that girl for getting y'all ass private charters, all the money and visibility she bringing to the WNBA. Don't be petty like dudes. Listen, what she's accomplished, give her flowers. Stop being petty, all you women out there. She got y'all ass charters. She bringing all y'all this money to the table, but y'all being petty like dudes. LeBron, you are 100% right. Y'all girls, stop being petty. Caitlin Clark, thank you for bringing all that money and shine to the WNBA. Well, they're going to hate you even more.
There you go. Yeah, so it's, anytime you begin a rant with, y'all women out there.
Hey, listen,
Holy
women,
Barkley.
This is the way you need to behave.
Yeah.
I disagree with Barkley in that I think that drama is good for everybody.
Yeah.
In terms of making it marketable, making it interesting,
Conflict.
everything like that.
Yeah.
And especially nobody I feel like I know he's trying to act like women are the superior gender there and everything, but male sports leagues, men's sports leagues are amongst the most gossipy, just petty everything else. Let women do the same. It is the stuff you don't say in the media, but the conversations people are having, coaches are having about other coaches and everything.
Oh yeah,
there is some pettiness and jealousy and vindictiveness and everything. And all those emotions are good for creating drama.
Absolutely.
And I say no. I say bring it on. I think bring on the Caitlin Clark hate. That's the best way to create rivalries and grudge matches and everything else. I think it's A-okay.
I do too. I'm with you on that.
5.
The NFL Draft in 2026 will be held in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Green Bay next year, Pittsburgh the year after that. It's been a different city every year since 2016, when Chicago had it 2 years in a row after it being in New York every year, and then it's been in a different city every year. And this thing has turned into not the Super Bowl, obviously, Seth. The Super Bowl is in a different universe, but this has turned into big business for the cities that get it. Do you think there's ever a chance we get it here in Houston? Are we built for what we saw in Detroit this year?
I guess with Pittsburgh. I guess, when did they do their stadium renovation? It was a while ago, wasn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess that for a while there, they were kind of using it as a reward for upgrading your stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's all but a given that the Texans get it, or Houston gets it at some point.
Yeah.
And it'll be fun to watch. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the mechanics are about, or the politics are. But I think they'll get it. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I just watched the thing on Detroit last year. I'm like, I don't know where we would put that. They had a huge outdoor space that had all sorts of stuff around it. Knock over the Astrodome.
Where are they going to find space in Houston? Come on. It's not a lot of these places aren't. There's plenty of space. They can figure out a place to do it.
6.
Future international markets for NFL games. This came up this week because they got some spring meetings going on with the NFL. It looks like, Seth, Australia is next on the list of places to export NFL football to. That feels like one where the body clock would be a major issue in Australia.
Yeah, we were wondering whether I had asked whether they were going to do one in Asia.
Yeah.
A couple days ago, and I think Lopez thought there was no way in hell. But this qualifies. You're over the international date line over there.
Yep.
It's a long ass flight. Yeah, I'm glad they're doing. They're putting an NFL academy there,
Mm-hmm.
which is interesting. I think there's a lot of things about Australian rules football and rugby that make a whole lot of sense, that you've got a lot of players over there that could get super interested in going and making a lot more money in America playing football.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense. It's just like Germany makes a lot of sense because Germany is the one country in Europe that really, really embraced American football. At one point with the old, was it the World Football League or whatever, the World League, whatever it was, like half the teams ended up being in Germany because there was such a great respect. Oh, NFL
Europe is what I was going to say.
NFL Europe.
NFL Europe.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
7.
Fox was shouting from the rooftops yesterday, Fox the network, about their Friday football schedule. They're going to have Friday night football on Fox this year, college football, and which I'm all for. I love college football, and especially if I'm betting on it, I'll watch it. But it is a sort of an indicator of how weird college football is going to look in the coming season with the massive realignment now taking hold, like the Big 12 going to 16 teams and all these West Coast teams moving into the Big 10 and whatnot. So we're getting matchups like Washington at Rutgers on September 27th. That is a conference game. Washington at Rutgers. Michigan State at Oregon is a conference game. Oregon at Purdue is a conference game. Rutgers at USC at 11 o'clock Eastern time, p.m. on a Friday night is a Big Ten game.
Oh, at 11 p.m. Eastern
At 11 p.m. Eastern
Which
time.
game is that?
This is Rutgers at USC. So if you're a Rutgers fan or a student,
brutal.
You get at least it's a Friday night, but still.
No, but I'm thinking for the players themselves.
Yeah, an 11
like
o'clock.
you're playing at 11 p.m. on your body clock.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh, man, you're finishing a game. I mean, college football games last forever. Yeah. Oh, wow, that's brutal, man.
Yeah. Iowa at UCLA, that's a conference. Utah at UCF, that is a Big 12 conference game. Utah at Central Florida. I love college football. I hate this. I hate that
it used to be a big deal. If you were a Big Ten team going to play in Los Angeles, it meant you won the Big Ten.
Yeah,
Not anymore.
Right. No,
you're just playing a conference game.
Just playing a mid-October Friday night game at 11 p.m. body clock time.
8.
By the way, the final score of that Minnesota-Dallas game, 108-105. So that'll be story number 8 in our 8 at 8 today. Getting you up to speed on everything going on. Where can C.J. Stroud improve? One of his coaches was asked about this, actually on the NFL Network just a couple days ago. Where can C.J. Stroud improve? And I actually have one area that I think, and I'm hopeful, based on the offense, we can see great improvement in. We will have that for you coming up next.
If you're looking to get a brand new Silverado, go to Bay.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Appreciate you joining us. Gerard Johnson was at the coaching acceleration meetings. There's a second straight year he's been. I hope I'm getting the name of that right, but it's where they've identified several young coaches, position coaches, assistant coaches, and kind of fast-tracking them, and they go to seminars and things like that. And I believe it's at the spring meetings for the NFL because the NFL Network is there. And Gerard Johnson sat down with Steve Weish and Tom Pelissero for a conversation that was largely about things they do at this coaching seminar. But they did get a C.J. Stroud question in. Where do you see C.J. Stroud? What's an area where he can improve in the upcoming season?
There's always things to improve on. I think he'd be the first to tell you that as well. You know, we were very fortunate in Houston. Coach Ryan did a heck of a job. Our coordinator, Bobby Slowick. Our quarterback room, I think, was really special last year. You know, me, Bill Lazor, the other guys in the room, Davis Mills, Case Keenum. I think we really established a good core culture, you know. But C.J. played well. He worked really hard. But at the end of the day, you know, this league's about sustaining success. You know, and so we have a couple things that we think he needs to work on, but I think he will say that too. But our biggest thing is making sure we can sustain success, and every year is a new challenge, and it's going to be just as hard this coming up year as it was last year, so we're hoping we're ready.
Yeah, that's how I know Gerard's ready to become a head coach. He said, yeah, there's some things he can improve on, but he didn't say what they were.
Right, yeah, exactly. We're gonna show our hand, you dummies.
Yeah.
Immediately what I thought of is he was talking about that. When you talk about like trying to bring along a quarterback and where is he and like how much can you add, I thought of the first game, the Baltimore game last year, where Bobby Slowick, I was very curious to see whether Bobby Slowick would make the mistake that so many first-time coordinators do, which is you're so eager and you've been dreaming about like the offense that you're going to build for so long that you try to roll out the finished product before it's ready. And Bobby talked about it. Like, I give Bobby a lot of credit for being open about it after that first week or after I think he might not have been really open about it until a couple weeks later, but basically admitted, like, listen, we were just trying to do too much. You got a rookie quarterback out there playing behind 3 and eventually 4 backup offensive linemen, and they're trying to have multiple guys in motion and do all the extra bells and whistles when really you got to, when facing live fire for the first time, you got to keep it as simple as possible for your rookie quarterback. And I give him a lot of credit. I'm looking back on it, I'm glad they did it that way because Bobby Slowick needed to learn that lesson that, all right, this. And I think part of it, too, was that he was probably so impressed with C.J. Stroud that maybe he assumed C.J. could handle more at that moment than he should have had to handle. But he course-corrected very quickly. And they were put into a position the next week versus the Colts where it wasn't the offense's fault that they got off to that huge deficit early on.
Right.
It was so, and the offense looked good, but you didn't know how much to take from it because they were playing from behind from a huge deficit the entire game. So I think that's, again, you go into this offseason, you got to constantly be reminding yourself, like, all right, we tell the players that it's back to basics. I think for the coordinators and the quarterbacks, too, it's always back to basics. Peyton Manning, when he was a player, Peyton and Eli would go back to their to the coach there at Duke.
David Cutcliffe, yeah.
Yeah, and, like, start back at square one at identifying coverages and all that stuff, like the really, really simple stuff. And I think that's where CJ is. He made so much advancement in the course of a season, and this isn't just my opinion. I mean, this is all when it comes to quarterback stuff, I really try to go in and just like listen to the smart folks and the ex-quarterbacks and the ex-coaches that can see this at a whole different level. And like to a man, you can't find somebody who wasn't blown away by how quickly he advanced mentally and some of the next level stuff that CJ was doing. So when it comes to the stuff that upends rookie quarterbacks, a lot of times it's, it's the disguised coverages, it's the lurkers, it's all this stuff that guys haven't seen yet. CJ's progressed into the level of like a lot of 3rd and 4th year quarterbacks. So now it's all about refining all that stuff. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff he can work on. And I think that, his involvement in pass protection and his involvement in the run game, it's stuff that you can't point to because it all happens from the shoulders up. But that's where they can really take it to the next level. Oh, you know what, Sean? I'll go immediately to the Titans game. We're down on the goal line. John Harris and I both thought the same thing immediately after the game. There might have been some moments in that game on the goal line where Case Keenum, just by virtue of being in the league so long, had a better feel for checking into the right runs and checking into the right protections and operating more efficiently at the goal line. So I think if Gerard Johnson was given the answer he was thinking of, it's probably red zone and goal line stuff, especially. And then also just in general, his involvement in the run game.
Well, one area, and I don't know that this is a CJ thing as much as it is an overall offensive thing, but I saw this tweet from Warren Sharp yesterday. And I know we dug into one of the stats he gave out yesterday as being a little too esoteric, the net rest of the schedule that you get. But this one is a pretty basic one. Warren Sharp.
We were going Terrence Howard on that.
We were, man.
Yeah, we got to pull it back a little bit.
Warren Sharp football. Touchdowns scored on opening drives last year. And I thought this was interesting just because the offense that the Texans seem to strive to be was by far number one. By far. San Francisco, 10 touchdowns scored on opening drives last year, which is just, I mean, to be able to get out in front like that in 10 of your 17 games is remarkable. They were, the next closest was Baltimore with 7. The Texans twice opening drive touchdowns last year, just
which
twice.
Which is a huge improvement over that stretch of games in which they didn't score a single touchdown. For how many games was it?
With the Texans, back in the O'Brien days. Yeah, they did. It was with Deshaun. It was like over 2 seasons. It was crazy.
Yeah, where they didn't have an opening drive touchdown.
Yeah,
I think honestly, the biggest indicator there, probably the biggest difference between San Francisco and Houston last year, let's say in the second half of the season, even if you had a healthy Tank Dell, the run game. You know, like if you come out, like Bobby Slowick is going to attempt to run the football because it's so integral to setting up the play action. You can set up the play action pass by simply showing that you're devoted to the run. Like, you don't actually have to run the ball effectively to set up the play action, but if you want to be an effective offense, you can't be burning up all of these stuffs and tackles for a loss. Like, you're using this run, you're establishing the run, but you're not actually getting first downs with those runs. That's where you sputter out as an offense. So, like, running the ball effectively, and they don't even have to be league leading or anything like that number would get amped up to 5, 6, 7, because you come out and when teams know that you're going to run the ball and they also have trouble stopping the run, but also you're going to hit them with a play action, that's where it's just a nightmare, especially on the first drive, because all that extra little game planning really takes root then.
Yep. And the play scripting on the offensive side, yeah, for sure. Charlie's getting a lot of love on the text page, Seth, my daughter's boyfriend, for should we say spoiler alert here that we're about to talk about Survivor? Somebody got mad that we spoiled it.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Spoiler alert for Survivor talk. But if you don't watch Survivor, this is very relatable.
It'll be
you guys can
relatable.
understand this.
Yeah. Charlie got stabbed in the back at the final tribal council by someone we thought was an ally, voted against him on the jury to win the game, and so his winnings went from potentially $1 million to $100,000. He still won because he was second, but it was $100,000.
It's one of those things, like, they were besties, but they both knew that at some point they would have to betray each other when it got down to the final. I guess I say that, but now that I know the rules better, like, you don't have to betray your bestie if you make it to the final 3. But they were both willing to betray each other. Like, they had both decided to betray each other at the same spot within the game.
Yeah.
And it just worked out for Charlie a lot better. But so to explain the rules real quickly, the people that get ejected in the later stages then also vote on who the final winner is.
They're the jury for who wins.
So at that point, when Charlie's bestie is on the jury and there's nothing in it for her, she goes off on her own. The guy that she swore she'd be best buds with for life, she doesn't vote for him.
And it was the difference. Yeah. If she had voted for him, it would have been a hung jury at 4-4, and then Ben, the one guy who finished in third, would have chosen the winner, and I think he would have chosen Charlie as the winner. So anyways, Charlie was he was kind of despondent about that. He handled it really well on the show. Here's what this is the only season I've ever watched Survivor, and I'm probably not going to watch it again because I just inherently, this is a show where if you're really, really good, you're in jeopardy. You're a target. Right. You're like, it's not a show that rewards excellence. It rewards hanging in the weeds for 15 weeks,
It does, right. And but that's part of the excellence, I guess, is being like that. It does reward. I think it does reward excellence, and I think in the final 4, everybody, there were two people who were really good at playing the game, Maria and Charlie. And then there were two people.
Kenzie and Charlie. Kenzie won the game.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
All right, so the final 5. So, Kenzie and Charlie. Yeah. Yes, thank you. I feel like Maria made it towards the end, but, ultimately she was too much. But Kenzie and Charlie played the game really well, and they were in it because they had played the game really well.
Yeah.
They'd kind of laid back and picked and chosen their spots.
Yeah.
But then there's all these other people that keep getting dragged along just because everybody feels like, okay, well, we'll just get rid of this guy later, or get rid of that guy later, or get rid of that psychotic woman here, or whatever. And like they get to the point where this woman Liz, who all of a sudden is trying to act like she's the apex predator in the whole thing.
She was terrible.
When no, she's been kept around mostly because she was dumb enough to go on a show where you get very little food, and she couldn't even eat the little food that everybody assumed that she would starve to death by the end.
Right.
She sticks around. Ben sticks around because he's perceived as such a non-threat.
Yeah.
And that they make it to the final 4. It's very frustrating. Yes, they reward weakness as much as they reward strength.
Yeah. I won't. Charlie played a good game. I probably won't watch it unless he gets invited back. Apparently, Survivor 50. They're on 46 now. Survivor 50 is one of those ones where they invite back people that came close or were very popular. So there's talk that he might get invited back for that, I guess. I don't know.
I'm thinking about training for it. I'm thinking about training for Survivor.
Really?
So Maria, who was down to the final 5, she was 47 years old.
That's right.
They've had a couple contestants who are older than 50. I read an article where the producers said that they would love it if more people over 50 joined up, but a lot of them just don't think that they're capable of doing it or whatever, so they don't. But you watch it and you look at like, okay, as much as there are physical challenges, the game is set up in such a way that it's not physical prowess that you look at the final people there.
Yeah.
Charlie was the only one who was really good at challenges, the physical challenges by the time you get to the end. But even the physical challenge, Maria was the best.
Yeah.
And she's a 47-year-old woman.
Yep. Yep.
So I feel like I could get physically fit enough to do it. The thing I worry about, and this is a deal breaker to an extreme degree.
Yes.
The hangry element.
Oh, my God.
It's important to be likable. And I'm generally pretty likable.
You are.
Unless it's been 4 hours past my last meal. Dude. At that point, even I can be likable and affable until stressed or tested, and then it's a whole different scenario. I don't think that's the big obstacle. I'd have to train for a couple years of So buckle up, Sean, because there might be a few shows coming up where I'll be on like the 4th day of a fast.
Yeah, dude.
And I just finished my interval training before the show.
I wanted this 45 seconds ago, but you brought up the hungry part. I don't know, man. I tell you what, if you do make that show, though, if you were to make it on the show and not have, and even just the hunger that you may have trained for, it's beyond that. The implosion that you have would be legendary, I think.
Go die, everybody. Yeah. Honestly, though, it's not that the hanger isn't that bad. It's hanger combined with alcohol consumption anytime in the previous 48 hours, which I'm not. I'm only going to be able to smuggle so many travel bottles of booze up my rectum onto that island. Yeah. Yes. So I think that for the most part, if I can make it through the first few days after I exhaust my booze supply, then either that or I'll go full mash and I'll figure out a way. Everybody else will be out searching for idols and scavenging for food. Yeah. I'll be figuring out a way to build a distillery in the tent. That'll be my.
That's beautiful. That would be good on the resume at the end. I would give points for that. Aaron Rodgers addressed his media in New York earlier this week, whether or not he is a distraction, and he answered it in the most Aaron Rodgers way possible. We will have that for you next.
Hey, Kirk Holmes, they'll never get hangry on you. That's how they've managed to survive for 3
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here was Aaron Rodgers. This is one of the bigger stories heading into the NFL this season, relevant to the Texans because the Texans play the Jets in Week 9 on a Thursday night, back to the scene of the crime last year where C.J. Stroud bounced his head off the turf. Here was Aaron Rodgers addressing the question as to whether or not he is a distraction, and he does this in the most Aaron Rodgers way possible.
I appreciate anybody's opinion. That's beauty in the First Amendment in this country and free speech, whether it's positive to me, whether it's negative. I joke about people talking about their vax status before they mention comments about me. I do that because there's definitely people that view me under that lens, and so the comments that are made about me are usually framed in that mindset. I don't think that's like a sensitive comment or a victimization comment. That's just the actual truth. I respect those opinions, but
doesn't sound like
those are off-season things, and those are real opportunities. Mostly podcasts with friends of mine. And then the Bobby thing was a real thing. How it got out there, I don't know. It wasn't from me. Once the season starts, it's all about football.
So the question obviously was, you're going on all these podcasts, rumors of you running for office with
Vice
Robert
President,
Kennedy. Yeah. And that's who Bobby is, Robert Kennedy. But now it's all about football. I appreciate anybody's opinion. But for the next 40 seconds, I'm going to tell you certain people whose opinions I do not appreciate.
I know. I just like the invoking of the First Amendment.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Not like in these despotic countries where where star athletes are. I don't know.
Why are you answering a question with any mention of the First Amendment?
I think I'm guessing he's talking about more on the non-football side of stuff when he goes off and he says whatever he says, then people criticize him or what have you, or it's good to have discourse on that. And this is the thing about Aaron Rodgers, and this goes back to before anything political or vaccination or anything. It's just he's the classic diva athlete who wants to be able to say what he wants to say, and wants to be able to say controversial things, but then acts incredibly offended when somebody disagrees with him, stepping into the controversial fray. Like if you're gonna enter that world, this is that world. You're not immune to it, and you're not protected from it. And also well, that's me with friends. People do this with podcasts. This isn't even an Aaron Rodgers thing. Bill Simmons does this. They act like, dude, you're on a podcast. Most of the time, the goal of that podcast, at least one goal, is to make money. And that you make money by putting it out to hundreds, thousands, and millions of people. But that somehow it's unfair that you're being judged for these things that you're saying publicly. The environment when you record a podcast feels like you're just chatting with a friend. Mm-hmm. But then it's like if you published all of your group text with friends and then got upset about people criticizing for something you said in a private conversation.
Yeah.
This is not even an Aaron Rodgers thing. This is a podcaster thing in general. I hear this as a defense way too often. Like, hey, I was just having a conversation with a friend on something that we disseminated to the masses. Yeah. Just back up. All right, man. Know the consequences of what you're doing.
Podcasts are dangerous,
if I decide, Sean, if I decided to get super political right now.
Yeah.
Which I don't. I keep my political thoughts to myself because I'm not built for that world. I'm not.
You and me
both,
buddy.
The people who are in that world, man, they've got a gene that they love it. Or they thrive on it, and they just can't help it. I'm not built for that. I can handle a certain level of controversy based on my sports opinions. I can't handle the heat that comes with doing all the stuff that Aaron Rodgers does. But there is that part of him where it feels like, man, you wanna step your foot in that world, but you don't want to take the heat for it, or you want to, you get overly upset about it. I'm not saying he's too sensitive as a person, but he's too sensitive to be a person that's out there, weighing in on controversial matters and then acting surprised when these controversial matter, when things that happen when you step into controversial matters happen.
Yeah. That was an interesting answer. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the largest city in the free world, New York, we have the Giants, who I guess the most controversial topic for them right now are these janky Montreal Canadian look-alike throwback uniforms they just put out there. Malik Neighbors, 6th overall pick, first-round pick of the Giants, wide receiver from LSU. What does he think of these giant throwback uniforms?
The Giants just unveiled their red throwback jerseys. What do we think about that? Give some honest feedback here.
It's going to be hard to swag it out. That's all I got to say about it.
How do you make that look good?
I don't know. I'm going to see when I put it on.
If anyone can make it look good, it's you.
Oh, of course. For sure.
Can be hard to swag it out in those uniforms, Seth. Montreal Canadian jerseys with gold pants.
I kind of like them. Those are the ones that they have the stripe across the front, right?
Yeah.
You know what they remind me of was those Coca-Cola rugby shirts that were popular.
Yeah.
Was that late '80s, early '90s?
Yeah.
Feels like if I go to the dance wearing this Coca-Cola rugby shirt, I'm doing all right. They should embrace that. They should just go out there. They should get sponsored by Coca-Cola for that game and just put Coca-Cola across the front instead of a number.
I think they're going to look slower in those uniforms. They're just something about them, man. Something about Malik Neighbors too. Malik Neighbors does not seem to be all that hyped to be a Giant since he got drafted there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just I remember I seeing an interview where Daniel Jones got mentioned and Malik Neighbors didn't seem openly all that about that. I don't know, man. If I had to pick among these receivers that got drafted in the first, there were 7 receivers got drafted in the first round. There was, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze. Malik Neighbors seems like the one that's set up. If they all have diva tendencies, either outwardly or maybe just latent diva tendencies, the bad kind, the one that seems most likely for the diva tendencies to show up would be Malik Neighbors based on his situation.
If you think about other teams or receivers that were in a similar situation, you don't have to go far geographically.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Think of Garrett Wilson.
Yep.
Garrett Wilson was saddled with just almost zero quarterback at all except when they were playing the Texans in a monsoon.
Right.
Like the one time that Zach Wilson decided to show up as an NFL quarterback was against the Texans this year. The Texans are to blame for a lot of that. But, I think Malik Neighbors probably feels like Garrett Wilson. Maybe he's hung out with Garrett Wilson a little since he got there. And he's like, hey, give me some advice for dealing with this. I know that
that would be smart. Actually,
they've been making a lot of excuses for this guy, but man, I've been practicing him with him for a little bit, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah. I got to play with Daniel Jones and wear these janky ass uniforms. How am I supposed to swag out with this? How am I supposed to swag out?
I've got a quarterback whose college coach said that the best swag is no swag. That's who he's playing with. A guy who is like adamantly no swag,
zero swag.
Whatever Joe Burrow is, Daniel Jones is the opposite.
He's the opposite, 100%. 100%.
Daniel Jones is the guy that, like, it's not even deceptively fast the way, like, a white guy would be deceptively fast. It's that, like, you don't want to, I mean, he is a white guy, obviously, but, like, you just don't want to accept that he's actually fast. Because it doesn't match up with anything else you see on the football field.
Nothing.
It's like him every now and then running really fast. Like, even when he runs fast, it doesn't look athletic, and it looks like the opposite of swaggy. You get annoyed that he's running fast when he runs fast.
Yes, that is the opposite.
It's not like, hey, look at that white boy go. No, it's like, I reject this. I reject this.
That is the opposite of swaggy. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The Astros, 7-3 homestand, and they're starting to get some guys back. What's our trust level in Joe Espada to kind of manage all of these moving parts that he's about to have to manage here? With guys coming back, most notably one big one that could be coming back this weekend. That is next. Oh, Suit Mart.
Or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got my daughter power ranking everybody on Survivor to me, Seth, just so you know who to like and who not to like in the aftermath yesterday.
It's been a good bonding experience for you.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Oh, with me and Judy, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure, because I'm on a group text with my two sons, and that thing's popping all the time, with sports stuff. So this is it's been good. Yeah.
If you you getting into what your kids are into, it's amazing how much you can bond with them.
Yep.
Sometimes you have this fantasy. They're like, oh yeah, my boy's going to be into sports, and we'll bond over sports. And then sometimes you got to pivot and realize, like, oh, okay, it's they're not into sports.
No,
they're into whatever. They're into theater. Okay, I'm going to learn something about theater, and we'll be able to bond over that.
Yeah, whatever.
And then I'm going to mansplain it to them.
Yeah, I'm going to get good enough that I can talk down to them. They're going to need to listen to me, and if not, they're getting nothing in the will. Nothing.
No.
that
you better foster an appreciation for the things I care about.
That's right.
Damn it!
And then in the end, they're like, I liked it a lot better when Dad didn't take any interest in what I do.
Yeah.
7-3 homestand for the Astros, so they fell short of the ultimatum of 8-2 by one game, losing 2 out of 3 to an Angels team that I think, standings wise, they're not great. But I was watching that team, I'm like, all right, they've got some pieces on here. The kid Tyler Anderson, who pitched yesterday, was excellent. He's been good all year. He was really good. Here was Joe Espada on his assessment of the Astros over the course of this homestand.
And he was. What was it? We were 10-6 during the 16-game stretch and 7-3 at home. That's, I take that. I think we played our butts off, and we are, I see the urgency on our players. We got an important road trip ahead of us, but the way we're playing baseball is, I like the way we're going about our business.
Okay. 10-6 over the last 16, 7-3 over the course of the homestand. Still got a big opportunity coming up here. Opportunity to win a few games against the A's, and then, man, I am very anxious for Monday to see what the standings look like when we come in, because that 4 games, that as regular season series in May go, that's a super important one for a team that's 6 games below 500 right now, 4 against the Mariners, who you're 5 games back of right now.
Yeah,
it's a big one.
This version of the Astros, yesterday's loss, I tried to separate it from the rest of the season, and you look at it, and even though it resulted in a series loss, I didn't feel as bad about it. It's not like dropping some of these series earlier in the season where they just looked inept or they blew opportunities or chances. And honestly, the first loss a few days ago to the Angels, that felt like that because
it was stupid. That's why. Just say it. It was a conventional baseball loss yesterday, and while it was against an inferior team at home, while you're on a heater now for the most part, it wasn't something where afterwards you're mad at somebody for doing something insanely dumb.
Framber's brain turned to liquid and oozed out his ears.
Yes.
And he couldn't
no
even
good
use reason. He couldn't even use it as a sticky substance. It couldn't ooze down his left forearm into his glove. It was even Framber's brain ooze is useless for anything at all. So yeah, I was upset with Framber's brain ooze puddled around his feet out on the mound that day. Yesterday felt like a normal loss. I'm also, man, I was just looking at the I was looking at the Angels and their hitting stats on the year because I was trying to figure out where Rengifo is. Rengifo, who's got one of the coolest spellings of a name ever.
Yes.
He's hitting 308 with an 824 OPS. But I'm like, you ever heard of this Mike Trout kid? You always feel like if this Mike Trout kid, you see him every now and then. I was looking at their better hitters.
Yeah.
He's got an 866 OPS. But this Mike Trout kid, he's not really good. There's an Anthony Rendon of some sort on their squad.
God, I forgot about him too.
I'm told he's played 19 games this season. Yeah,
they make a combined over $80 million a year, the two of them.
Kevin Pillar's got a 1.226 OPS.
OPS, yeah,
that's pretty damn impressive. in the 14 games he played for the Angels this year.
They got a few guys. Guys.
Every time I feel bad about the Astros, I remember that the Angels exist and whatever purgatory that team is in.
I'll be honest, like I completely forgot about Mike Trout. Like I was just completely. I saw a stat on TV the other day where they've reached a point where over the last, it was 500 and something games. So that's got to be what? That's probably 3 seasons plus. 3 seasons plus this season. So I guess going back to the COVID year. So 2021, 22, 23, and then this 560 something games. He's played literally in half of them. On that date, it was literally right at 50%. He's played half the games available to him. Because of injury, he's missed half the games over the last 3+ seasons.
You know, that's why I still think of Mike Trout. When we were talking about that article earlier where Randy Mueller thinks that he thinks that wide receiver contracts have gotten a little blown out of proportion and there's going to be a pullback. I just always go back to baseball and these 10-year contracts don't make any sense at all. Nobody's ever going to do this again. And they're going to keep doing it.
They do. I think baseball has gotten slightly more sensible. Yeah. I think. But you're right.
There aren't nearly as many double-digit deals as you think.
They still
the
do
notable
them, though.
ones
You're
get
right.
a lot of attention, but they've pulled back a little bit.
You know, anytime we declare a trend of anything over when it comes to money and sports, it's never over. Because look at the NBA. Did you see? Oh my God, I had this in the rundown somewhere. So the NBA did their new media rights deal. We'll get back to the Astros here in a second, but as long as we're talking about money, the NBA did their new media rights deal, or they've agreed to everything, and they're going to be making like $7 billion a year on TV between their 3 TV partners. And so there was a tweet yesterday where they had a picture of Victor Wembanyama in the tweet, and it said that under this new media rights deal, you could see a supermax deal for a player approach $95 million a year in the NBA. $95 million. One guess as to which Houston athlete, doesn't have to be basketball, caught a glimpse of that and decided to retweet it with a, huh?
Oh, Larry Tunsil.
Oh, yeah.
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 Larry Tunsil always does a little side eye or something like that when somebody gets a huge record-breaking deal.
His pocket watching is not limited to left tackles in football, my friends. He's pocket watching Victor Wembanyama, too, and possibly thinking of slimming down and joining the NBA. Who knows? But, Laramie caught an old glimpse of that yesterday and probably regretted not playing basketball. Maybe. I don't know. He's doing pretty good at football.
He's doing all right.
He's
For
doing fine.
any offensive or defensive lineman, I was in the NFL. I was always acutely aware of if I had been born into a different country, my best hope would have been to be a Highland Games guy or something, supplement my income down at the Forge. That's about it. There are very few countries in the world where you get rewarded so much for being, let's be honest, athletically obese.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So I never looked at other sports and thought if I had done that, that's not the genetic hand.
Yes, you'd be in a pub somewhere in Scotland doing that thing where they take out a piece of chalk and they draw 2 lines and you have to put your toe on one line and the other guy puts his toe on the other and somebody just claps and they go, okay, now fight. That would be you. This was better. This worked out better. Football pays better than that.
In the UK, you've got rugby as an option, which again, for bigger guys in rugby, it's still dicey. It's because the endurance matters and everything.
Yeah.
But Russia, I'd be in those slap competitions.
Yes.
That's my best option as an athlete in Russia. Slap competitions.
No, you chose the right country to be born in. So the Astros, decent homestand, 7-3. I would say positive development both yesterday and recently. Hunter Brown was solid. He wasn't overpowering yesterday. 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. But look, 6 innings, 2 earned runs. You'll take it every time, I think, at this stage of his career from Hunter Brown. Here was Joe Espada post-game about Hunter Brown.
Very encouraging. That's the Hunter that we all know. That he can be that type of pitcher. He's got the stuff today. I thought that sinker was a game changer. Throwing that stuff in their hands, setting up the 4-seam up, the breaking ball, tempo, his presence. It was a solid outing.
Okay, so Hunter was good. Here was Hunter.
Well,
Real cool.
And Hunter Brown, when he talks about his sinker, that's something that he hadn't really planned or up until right this season to go back to, because right-handers had started creeping in on the plate on him. So you saw him yesterday. It was fun. It was fun to watch him, just going high and inside on dudes and breaking bats and making life hell for right-handers with his sinker. That's something that has changed his game a bit and got him back on track. I think between him and Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter is more of a major league pitcher right now and needs less season. He can work on the stuff he needs to work on in the majors, where I feel like Arrighetti, as well as he's done, I think can still, for his long-term development, it might be an easier decision just to send him back down to AAA for a spell. He hasn't played many games above AA at all. I think it's 22 total games above AA.
Not much time at all above AA. So they're going to start getting some guys back. Healthy right now. They got Verlander, Fromber, Blanco comes back on Sunday from the suspension. Javier's healthy again. Hunter Brown is healthy. Arrighetti. Those are their 6 right now. And Urquidy is coming back imminently. Luis Garcia is throwing from the mound at Minute Maid Park. Video of a Lance McCullers bullpen session surfaced yesterday. I know anytime we bring up Lance's name, everybody gets triggered on the text page because Lance is hurt all the time. And I mentioned something about the All-Star break being a possibility for Lance coming back, and somebody replied on the text page, All-Star break, but which season? Like, okay. I get everybody's frustrated with Lance, but that's 9 guys, Seth. Like, this is going to be a really interesting game of American Idol or Survivor or whatever it is we're doing here, because they're going to narrow it down to 5 at some point.
If you go back to the last time he played in the regular season, 2022, in his 8 appearances, you could go to like his 2.27 ERA in the regular season. If Lance McCullers comes back and you only get 8 games out of him at this point, okay, great. His money is paid. That's a sunk cost. There's nothing you're going to do about it. Now, does another team want to trade for a guy who's so frequently injured, and what are you going to get for him versus, okay, can he help salvage this season? I'm all in on Lance McCullers potentially salvaging something for you this season, and sooner than later. If you can figure it out, then that's what you're going to get out of him. Maybe he's not there for the playoffs, but by God, you need all hands on deck. And he's certainly capable of pitching way better than the average what a lot of your starting pitchers have done.
This is a lot for Joe Espada to manage. I mean, you've got proven guys coming back from injury to a staff where you've got some unproven guys that have actually started to pitch very, very well. Ronel Blanco's been great all year. Hunter Brown is starting to regain the form that I think they hoped he would look like earlier in the season. Spencer Arrighetti, I think, has been over his last couple starts. I know the overall numbers don't look great for Spencer Arrighetti, and I think he's the one that's most in jeopardy right now, mostly because he has options, and you can write it off as, hey, we need him starting every 5th day somewhere.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to take it the wrong way either. I mean, that's the other thing, too. Like, these are a lot of probably maybe uncomfortable conversations Joe Espada has to have with some of these guys,
Yeah.
It's a lot to manage for a first-year manager.
It's a lot to manage, a lot of difficult conversations and hard conversations. They, just given by Dana Brown's answers to the media, I think I don't think he's getting a whole boatload of direction or instruction. I'm sure he's getting all kinds of advice and everything, but they're letting him manage. Mm-hmm. And I think that he's been as aggressive as he's had to be when it comes to the lineups and the way you use pitchers and what have you. It's just he's been stuck in an unwinnable situation a lot where all-star players just hadn't been performing like all-star players, and pitchers just kept getting injured.
Yep. Astros need to trade Lance and get some prospects. That's from Ernesto in Pearland. Yeah. You're not going to get anything for him right now. Seth just said he was last healthy at the end of 2022, and he wasn't healthy the year before that. Like, he's spent most of his career being injured, and he makes $17 million a year.
But I guess, to Ernesto's point, all right, do you have to talk about Lance kind of in the same way that we talk about Abreu? Whereas, like, Lance still has many years of potential productivity ahead of him. It's just that you can't rely on it. And I know I specifically brought up the regular season because remember his last couple appearances in the playoffs in the ALCS and the World Series, he got rough. He got shelled. He got shelled hard.
Yeah.
So but somebody would take a flyer on him. There is like we've talked about this. There's always. Teams are going to look at the potential upside, and depending on where they are and what they could use and how desperate they are for pitching, somebody would give up something for Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
Does that team can that team use it more than you? And are you willing to, is the organization ready to write him off yet?
Well, at that point, it's probably more about getting his salary off the books than it is what you're getting in return. Because I don't think you're going to get much for him, if anything. Right now, until he gets back on a major league mound in a game and shows that he's still got his stuff to some degree. It's going to be fascinating watching old Joe Espada manage this whole thing. And you got Abreu coming back. Looks like he's going to Sugar Land this weekend for a couple of games. So interesting times for Astro fans. All right, up next, the chaos of collegiate sports right now on full display. And guess who is directly, firmly involved in it? Our guy, Rusty Hardin. Rusty Hardin is back. And he's in the college football realm. We will tell you what he is up to coming up next. But West Point Lincoln, West Point.
bonus. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Hope you're having a great morning. Rusty Hardin is back. And I know Rusty has done other cases and things like that since Deshaun Watson's stuff wound down. Although Deshaun, I believe, still has at least one open lawsuit. So
Right, yeah. There might be a deposition at some point this season. It'd be a shame if it were,
Rusty's probably
scheduled.
Still on retainer. But Rusty his name popped up in a story. I wasn't even expecting this. I just found the story itself to be very interesting. And then come to find out, Rusty Hardin is representing this particular college football player in a case where this player named Jaden Rashada is suing Billy Napier, the head coach of the University of Florida, and a couple of big-time boosters from the University of Florida after a botched, what Jaden Rashada claims is a botched, nearly $14 million NIL deal where they came to him back before signing day a couple of years ago. He was all ready to go to Miami, had a $9.5 million NIL deal all lined up with Miami. And Miami has their NIL deal. This Ruiz boosters, the guy's last name is Ruiz. Life Wallet is his company. Miami's got their stuff in order from what I hear on the NIL stuff. So he's all ready to go for this $9.5 million to Miami. He claims $9.5 million. This Ruiz said it was less than that. But whatever. He's all set to go to Miami, this Jaden Rashada. And in swoops Florida at the last second with $13.5 or nearly $14 million for him. And just as signing day was rolling around, no money had been coming in. Deal starts to look like it's falling apart a little bit. On signing day, Billy Napier saying, hey, look, we're going to wire you $1 million. We're good for the rest, but we're going to wire you the $1 million. And Rashada ends up committing to Florida. And this NIL deal of his just completely unravels and falls apart on him.
Yeah.
And now he's at Georgia now. He transferred to Arizona State. He left Florida almost immediately, went to Arizona State, which is where his dad went for a season, and now he's at Georgia now. So you've got a case of a quarterback in the SEC suing a head coach, not just of another school in the SEC, but one that is one of your rivals. They have the largest outdoor cocktail party every year against each other.
The way, in the early days of NIL, which feels like 28 years ago, there was a certain distance that teams were trying to keep because nobody knew exactly what you were and were not allowed to do and what have you. And now everybody's kind of settled into this. All right, we can coordinate. We can't directly do it, but it's not. There's more structure, and yet it's still the Wild West. So this will be one of those things that kind of maybe starts to set precedents for what is and is not allowed, and maybe we'll have 3 months where we feel like, oh, okay, now we know, and then we'll find out we don't know anything at all.
Dude, it's getting crazy because the lawsuits against the NCAA and these conferences, it's some of these players, class action suits that have been filed that are billions of dollars. They're starting to get settled now. The big conferences, all the big conferences this week, other than I think the SEC and maybe the Pac-2, have said we're going to settle with all these athletes.
Okay, now this is the part. This is where I'm interested in hearing from alumni. I got to start talking to more people that are either college football boosters or maybe they're kind of casual boosters or what have you. So my alma mater, Cornell, plays in the Ivy League, and the Ivy League is basically just keeping NIL at a distance, an arm's length right now. So I haven't been faced with what I feel like must be a full court press by my old classmates and everything to just start ponying up dough to try to make my football program more. I mean, I get the standard fundraising stuff and everything, but it seems like I wonder how is this playing out for your average booster? Are they starting to get to the point where they're all right, man, enough is enough. Okay, it was fun in the first couple years when we were ponying up with this money. We thought, we're going to buy our way to greatness.
Yeah.
But, is the average booster spending and donating or whatever more money now on NAL than they were when they were contributing to just either a $100 handshake here or donating to the general college fund there, or whatever.
$2,000,
we're gonna build a new pavilion.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome, cool. Maybe I'll get my name in a plaque up somewhere. Where now it's all right, I guess I got to try to sell these T-shirts that I just paid that I just paid Jaden Rashada. I paid him $200,000 to put his face on a bunch of T-shirts that I didn't expect to sell anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Like, that's my gut reaction reading this story about Jaden Rashada is similar to yours, Seth, in that the objects of the lawsuit, the defendants in the lawsuit, are Billy Napier, the head coach, because he did get very involved in this thing. And the booster that they're going after, that Jaden Rashada is going after here, is top Gators booster Hugh Hathcock. If that is your real name. Sure,
Boy, there's a whole lot of motivation for an entire life there, man.
There's a whole lot. If you have a typo, there's a whole lot that can go on with this name. Anyways,
yeah.
But this Hugh Hathcock, who owns a company called Velocity Automotive, I believe. Yeah, Velocity Automotive. And so that was the guise of NIL, is that, oh, yeah, Jaden Rashada is going to be doing stuff for this Velocity Automotive company, which he may very well have been doing commercials or whatever, but 13, 14 million we're talking about here. And that's where I get to thinking, I'm like, okay, this is a guy who he owns this business, and he's going to pay a high school kid, because that's what he is really coming in. He's a high school kid, $14 million. That's what I think is the insane part to me, is like, how much FU money do you have to pay $14 million to a kid who, in all likelihood, is not going to be good at football? Like the same principles that apply to, say, the first round and the second round of the NFL draft apply tenfold to high school recruiting.
Right.
Yeah,
right. Before Texas got their crap together, they'd have all these five-star recruits, and it was all for naught. Like Longhorns know this firsthand, like that it's what a crapshoot it can be if you don't have the right coach in place.
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe that's what Hathcock realized. Like halfway through this thing, he's like, okay, what am I doing here? Like, what am I giving $14 million to this Jaden Rashada kid who's not even from Florida? He's from Pittsburgh, California, which is this like industrial town north of San Francisco. So you got a kid who's flying all the way across the country to take $13 million. So you can talk about what sort of disaster that could be fraught with, that he gets homesick or something like that.
Well, think about NFL teams where they have to face that same peril when they draft teams, but those NFL teams are also bringing in individually hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue through these players. Like it's a business expense, Whereas it's purely just for the competitive spirit and a little bit of shine on the advertising and PR side, but it's not the return on, it's not the same as an NFL team. You don't get the same return for that risk that you do when you're just an NIL booster.
No, and that's just one. That's just one player. You know what I mean?
What's the text line saying about this? Do we have any college boosters that are? I lost my password to the text line, and I haven't retrieved it ever since the Lord of Radio criticized me for getting distracted on the text line. I've decided to just stay focused on Sean T. Pendergast.
Thank you. The boosters are tired from top to bottom. They're ready for rules, hello unionization, and collective bargaining agreements. All will welcome it. Do you think colleges are welcoming collective bargaining with players?
I think that boosters and colleges at some point are going to just collectively realize, all right, whatever our legal recourse is, we got to figure out a way to put some structure to this. And I'm all for it, because what you really have right now is the spirit of the law is that people should be able to sponsor these kids, and like in a business sense where. If it's just the same way an NFL player can go off and sign a deal with Ram Trucks to endorse Ram Trucks, and Ram is looking at that as a business expense, that they're going to get advertising out of that. But that's not the way it's being practiced. I mean, the money that people are giving these kids, they're not getting. That's not what they would pay for advertising typically. So it's just a front. It's just a front to funnel money to them where it's not I feel like if there was some kind of yardstick where you could qualify it as like, okay, yeah, actually, we're going to pay this kid to endorse our product, and this is in line with other industry and advertising standards or what have you. But when a car wash, when a guy owns a car wash and decides to give a couple $100,000 for offensive linemen to come out and sign autographs for the afternoon, that's not a legitimate business expense.
Yeah.
That's you finding a way to, and I'm not castigating the boosters for doing it. They're allowed to do it right now.
Yeah.
It's just, but that's where it just turns into like this uncontrollable spigot of cash that just doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, these are business people, and I've felt this way about NIL all along, which is, yeah, it's really cool. Like right out of the chute, it's the wild, wild west, and these kids are getting paid, and especially in football where there's so much physical toll on these kids, I'm all for them getting paid whatever they can make. But I've been saying since the day this got approved, like, there's going to come a day of reckoning where these businesses that are backing this, either businesses that are looking for endorsement work from these kids, actually looking for a return on their investment, or just these collectives that are collecting all this money to just funnel the kids as essentially a salary to play football. We're going to get a body of work here. You know, we're going to get 2 or 3 years, and they're going to look up and go, what are we paying for here? Like, what are we actually doing here, you know?
Well, yeah, and especially like in the early days of NIL, we are still in the early days, obviously. Yeah. I think a lot of people look at it. A lot of really successful business people are going to look at it and be like, yeah, this is an inefficient market right now. And, man, if we're the first in and grab a bunch of recruits before things settle down, then we can go out and snatch ourselves a national championship. The problem is that, man, I think the influx and the enthusiasm was perhaps way more than anybody would have anticipated. Yeah. And everybody's probably realizing really quickly, like, oh, okay, if everybody's doing it, then it's an arms race to nowhere. You know, like we're spending more and more money to get the same results we ever did. And that's when collectively I think people start getting together and conferences figure out a way to like put some structure to it somehow.
Well, and nobody's governing the paying side of this, like the actual boosters and these businesses. For example, in this story about Jaden Rashada, Eddie Rojas, who's the CEO of Gator Collective, which is Florida's NIL collective where all the donors donate their money, allegedly texted Jaden Rashada's agent about the impending deal. He's got an agent. He's in high school. Tell Jaden we look forward to setting him up for life. Need to set up his brokerage accounts ASAP. Dude is rich, and we just getting started. The deal was signed on November 10th, 2022. The first payment of $500,000 was due to Rashada on December the 5th. It doesn't sound like he ever saw that. The lawsuit claims that Hathcock and others never had any intention of making payment, and everybody, including Billy Napier, involved knew that. That's the other thing.
As coaches, once coaches start getting sued individually for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think of Billy Napier and probably other coaches. And as recently as 5 or 10 years ago, they had a vision of what coaching was to them at the elite collegiate level. Yeah. No chance that 5 or 10 years ago, in their mind, part of their job was going to be chasing around people to find $1 million to wire to a kid on signing day.
Like, the job has changed, and like, yes, we all know that it's been going on forever where coaches have either been, it's been a wink wink, I don't know what's going on, or they've been actively involved in it. I think this is what Saban's talking about when it's just gotten to a point where the job is actually different. Now with Saban and any big time college head coach, there's a level of hypocrisy there where, like these guys were making $10 million a year with the benefit of having basically free labor because the university can just give out something they already have, which is they can give out an education to somebody at almost no cost to themselves. Like, okay, there's a bit of an hypocrisy there, but there is also the side of it that they are also football coaches who first and foremost want to coach football. Yep. And now it's become way more than just that.
Yep. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on any of that. All right, final segment coming up. Former Texan compares his coach to an actor. Do we agree with this assessment? And if you had to compare D'Amico Ryans to a Hollywood figure, who would it be? That is next. Oh, okay. I was wondering, like, okay, who do I got here? That's easy. When you start playing the audio.
SportsCenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, that's a good text. LL Cool J would make a good D'Amico Ryans. I kind of threw that out there just to the end of the tease there because Denzel Perryman, former Texans linebacker, said that Jim Harbaugh reminds him of Will Ferrell.
My first impression of Harbaugh, like, I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but, like, he reminds me of Will Ferrell. Like, I don't know if it's the way that he talks, like, you know, his analogies and everything, but, like, they really remind me of Will Ferrell. And I don't know, it's just funny to me. Like, it's funny, but I know, like, he means well, like, everything's come, you know, from the heart. But I feel like you got to have a sense of humor to understand, you know, like, some of his lines and gimmicks. But I love him. I love him. I don't know if it's, like, his tone of voice, just the way he talks in general, but, like, the first thing coming to head is Will Ferrell. So, I mean, I do take him serious. Like, everything he says, I take serious, though. But, like, when he does joke around, I'm just like, oh, God. Like, I start cracking up.
Would you have liked playing for Jim Harbaugh, do you think, from what you know about him?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I know it's weird. I know that, and you know, some players, I think he's pretty generally well liked by his players. Yeah. I think with Harbaugh, sometimes I think people feel like there's a shelf life because he's one of these guys that, like, you know, a lot of the same sayings and a lot of the same philosophies. Like when they seep out into the media, we think it's funny and hilarious, but he uses the same ones over and over again. And in college, it's not a big deal because your best players are there for, you know, a few seasons, then they're on off their way. But I think first and foremost, he's a good football coach.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately, yeah, like if you deliver results and you're a competitive football team, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan's got his quirks that might grow old over time, but you're consistently a really good football team. And he's not like a Bill Belichick where you almost don't know if he looks at you as a human being. Like, you know, I think with Harbaugh, he might be a little quirky, but he understands the human element of it. So, yeah, I think I would like it. I always wonder with guys like Harbaugh, like, okay, is this that classic, man, makes a great first impression and he's eccentric and that's awesome and everything, but after a while the eccentricities start to get a little outsized in your own mind.
Yeah.
But you don't hear a whole lot about guys. You don't hear a lot of players like anonymously criticizing him or anything, unless I'm missing out on a whole
No, players seem to really like him. Like in playing some of the audio that we're about to play here, I came across a lot of Harbaugh stuff yesterday. And when he was going through that suspension this year, boy, his players went to the mattresses to support him, you know, in terms of demonstrations that they made before games, holding up the number 4, which was his number when he played at Michigan. It seems like players really like him. When Harbaugh has gotten sideways and he's had a shelf life, it's more because he's gotten sideways with what I'll call peers of his or maybe upper management. You know, like in San Francisco, it seemed like ownership and Trent Baalke really got tired of Jim Harbaugh more so than the players getting tired of Harbaugh. You know,
there was one point where supposedly the story was Jed York walked into a room and Harbaugh said something like, "Hey, this meeting is for adults," or the men are talking. Yeah. It was like Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson just without the actual Super Bowl success.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so Jed York's response was to go, "Fine, Jim Tomsula, you're hired. Take that, Harbaugh. We're going to hire Jim Tomsula. How do you like them apples?"
Poor Jim Tomsula. Now, Jim Tomsula was already known as just like the most awesome dude, like the most awesome and genuine dude ever, who was perfect in his role. He was a David Culley, you know. Jim Tomsula was David Culley.
Yeah.
And we made the comparison after we spent some time with David Culley. It's like, okay, this is Jim Tomsula. The guy is clearly meant to be a position coach.
Yep.
And what the hell did you put him in this role for?
Absolutely. So Jim Harbaugh, so Denzel Perryman says Jim Harbaugh, Will Ferrell. Just for a little basis here, we power ranked this earlier in the show. Here was Jim Harbaugh. Just for those who aren't familiar with his quirky sense of humor, here's a few Jim Harbaugh cuts.
At some point, I mean, it's like me. I'm 53. I mean, it's gone dead. I'm dead in here. It's like burnt wood, you know, in terms of nervousness and butterflies and emotions that way. Not into the if this, if that, you know, type of scenarios. If worms had machine guns, then birds wouldn't be scared of them. Sometimes people that are standing on third base think they hit a triple, you know. but they didn't.
Okay. I mean, sayings that we've heard before. I hadn't heard the worms with machine guns thing before.
No, that's a pretty good one.
That's
the
a nice
yeah,
one.
born on third base is a common. Okay, that's the one thing that like annoys me sometimes about Jim Harbaugh is he'll take a well-worn cliche and make it sound like he's saying something profound himself. You know, like born on third base. All right, that's a you've heard that before. You don't have to rephrase it and reframe it as your own.
That's true. Okay, so you and I earlier in the show pulled audio from 5 iconic Will Ferrell characters. I don't think we have time to go through all of these here, but I feel like the top 2 that we came up with that in our mind Jim Harbaugh is most like was drunk Frank the Tank from Old School.
We're going streaking! Yes! No, I'm sorry. Sorry, we're going streaking through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Come on, Snoop! Snoop-a-loop! Snoop! No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm cool. Bring your green hat. Let's go. Come on, everybody. We're going. Here we go.
Man. Hey, put the music back on. Let's get the party back cracking up in there, man.
Snoop-a-loop.
Yeah, the Snoop-a-loop is what did it for me there.
Yeah.
I could totally see Jim Harbaugh just making up words or something. Yeah, the Snoop-a-loop sounds like a Jim Harbaugh thing.
So drunk Frank the Tank.
Yeah.
And then, ironically, if you told me before this exercise that this is who we would have arrived at as the most Harbaugh-like of the Will Ferrell characters, I would have said you're crazy. But the more we listened to it and the more we psychoanalyzed it, Buddy the Elf.
Okay, people, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Santa's coming to town. Santa! Oh, my God! Santa here? I know him. Wait. I'm singing. I'm in a store and I'm singing. I'm in a store and I'm singing. Hey! There's no singing in the North Pole.
Yes, there is.
No, it's not.
We sing all the time.
No, it's not.
Especially when we make toys.
All right. So Buddy the Elf and his boyish traits.
It's the sense of childlike wonder and enthusiasm. That's what it is. It's the extreme enthusiasm.
Yes.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody except elves up on the North Pole.
That's right.
That's what he would. I think Jim Harbaugh would actually be pleased with that comparison.
Buddy the Elf.
Yeah, we one thing we had talked about before the show that we didn't do when we decided that Buddy the Elf was the winner of that competition was which actor would be best for, or which actor is most like D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah. I read a text coming in and someone said LL Cool J would make a good D'Amico Ryans.
Oh, that's actually a good one. I thought the go-to was Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
Especially now that Denzel, I think he's bald most of the time now, isn't he?
Yeah, that helps.
So that helps too. I feel like I honestly, I kind of went with a combo of Denzel Washington, Paul Rudd, because of his persevering youthfulness. So Paul Rudd is a classic guy who looks like looks the same right now as he was when he was 20. He's got a very youthful vibe to him.
Yeah.
I think D'Amico's going to have a youthful vibe to him when he's 50 or 60 years old, just like Paul Rudd, as well as immaculate skin. Brandy won't shut up about D'Amico's skin every time she sees him.
Really nice skin, man.
It's getting to be a thing, okay? All right? He's close enough in our age, Brandy. You can it with that crap.
Can you blame her? Not about you, but he's a handsome guy. That's all I'm saying. So are you.
And then I would also say Al Pacino.
Pacino? Ooh, explain.
Yes.
Give me some Pacino explanation.
Because Al Pacino, if it's a combination of those three, Denzel Washington, Paul Rudd, and Al Pacino is able to channel this ferocity over and over again. Sometimes when I watch an Al Pacino film, it looks impressive, but then you realize he did that take 20 times. That's the amazing thing that we don't see, is that those guys give that performance sometimes 20 times, and they bring all of that vigor to it. And I don't know if anybody does it as well as Al Pacino, and I feel like D'Amico is that same. He has that same ability. Even though he's a super decent dude, I don't know if Al Pacino is or not in real life, but in terms of the way he can channel ferocity and focus it into football, but then leave it there. I think that's it's a very rare trait. Like nobody would ever suspect that D'Amico is basically trying to stockpile every player in the NFL who's been fined and suspended for illegal hits and unnecessary roughness.
And yet,
that's exactly who he wants on his team.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, Kareem Jackson is old? Yeah, but he got suspended earlier this season for unnecessary roughness. Get him on the squad.
Right.
Denzel Perryman? Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the Al Pacino side of it.
Yeah. D'Amico, like the guy with weapons of mass destruction in his garage. He's like, what? What?
And Hollywood's getting more loose with casting people that maybe they're of different races and whatever in different roles.
Yeah.
It would be kind of tough to put Al Pacino in a small town in Alabama growing up as a young black man in Alabama. There's a part of it there where you got to really suspend disbelief.
You really do at this stage. At this stage, you really do.
If they met. But other than that, Al Pacino.
Okay, we got a few names on the text page. D'Amico would be like The Rock. Good personality, funny at times, but tough as an MF. LOL.
The Rock would be good.
The Rock is very extroverted, though. He's, so is D'Amico. I mean, but The Rock is good. The Rock is good.
I mean, it's hard to envision. It's hard to envision D'Amico as an actor because honestly, he's got a pretty straight, or as a role in a movie, because he's got a pretty straightforward personality and everything. What you see is what you get.
Michael B. Jordan.
Okay. Oh, yeah. With the physique and everything as well.
Yeah.
That would probably. Okay, Michael B. Jordan is the winner.
Okay, someone said Scatman Crothers. You can't just send in black, bald dudes and say, this is D'Amico Ryans. Scatman Crothers isn't even alive anymore, I don't think. He played Hong Kong.
Al Pacino might not be able to pick up the physique side of it, too.
Al Pacino.
Al Pacino. But a young Al Pacino, I think maybe I'm just too skewed by the football movie.
Could Michael Corleone have been D'Amico Ryans? That is the question. Someone's saying some Matthew McConaughey in D'Amico Ryans.
Oh,
Southern
there's a little
gentleman
bit of a laid back. Yeah.
Okay. John Lopez is very intrigued in this conversation, I can tell.
I am.
This is based off of Denzel Perryman saying that Jim Harbaugh reminds him of Will Ferrell.
We did a segment on that the day after the day we played that.
Yeah.
And I didn't know who it would be, so I did a Google search. Who does D'Amico Ryans remind you of?
Yeah.
And the one that came back was the guy that played Petey and Remember the Titans, Faison, what's his name?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was the one that came back from the internet. That's what the internet gave you?
One of a couple.
That's what the internet gave you.
That's what the internet gave me.
Oh, man.
Donald Faison?
Yeah,
Donald
Faison.
Donald Faison. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. How you doing?
I'm great. I'm a little mad, a little conflicted.
Why?
I don't know if I would be happy with $100,000 or ticked off that I didn't get $1 million like Charlie.
Yeah. I think he's more the latter right now. He appreciates the 100 G's. And for those just tuning in, this is my daughter's boyfriend. Finished second on Survivor. But the general, and he got $100,000. But the general consensus seems to be that he played the best game of anybody. And probably should have won, but the jury was a weird jury.
That's
last
a
night.
Consensus that he played the better game.
Yeah. I don't want to sound biased or anything.
No,
but
you're not.
That does seem to be the consensus. So
I kind of, honestly, I've been so beaten down by inflation and the man right now that I'm almost at the point where I'm like, what am I going to do with $100,000? Great. Oh, great. I got to do after taxes and another big dose of inflation. All right, great. Whatever.
And he lives in Boston, where it's one of the priciest cities. Yeah, you guys basically we want a Whataburger gift card.
That's right.
Yeah, way to go,
That's like
Charlie.
that Starbucks. That's like that Starbucks gift card we got from the boss.
Yeah, thanks. Preach. Oh man.
I will say that speaking of the boss, he had a good point. If you knew going in, like the guy that bet on Oklahoma City to get the parlay.
Yeah.
If you knew going in, it wasn't going to win.
Right.
You'll take the $80,000. So if you knew you're going in, I'm not going to win.
Right.
Well, hell, I'll take $80,000.
Yeah. I think it's the way he lost. You know.
Yeah, he got done in by somebody that he thought they definitely made a pledge to each other to vote for each other when they went to jury.
She
at some
violated
point.
it. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are done. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, big Friday show tomorrow. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and then Al Pacino playing the role of young D'Amico Ryans to you.
All right, I got to go workshop this thing today. We are out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, They are in the loop, and they start now.
I feel like you're getting too much of a free pass for saying D'Amico looks like Petey from
I never
Remember
said
the
it.
Titans.
I said that's what Google said.
Oh, okay. But you have eyes.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. I brought to the table what Google said he looked like.
What Google said.
Yes.
What
It was Reddit.
said.
If you want to be exact, it was Reddit.
Oh, Reddit.
Yeah. Reddit never lies either. Reddit never, ever lies. Terry Crews, sex board. That might be the best one.
D'Amico looks like man. Y'all are.
Really?
I mean, goodness, they all look alike. I guess.
You know who
to
he
y'all.
really,
Good Lord.
You know who he looked like or close to look like?
Terry Crews.
We were doing, to be fair, we were doing more personality. Seth and I were with it because we did the Harbaugh Will Ferrell thing. So Seth had like a little bit of Paul Rudd and some Al Pacino.
That look at that. That looks a little like D'Amico.
Google.
No way.
Yes, it does.
Hey, Google Morris Chestnut.
Morris Chestnut.
He looked more like D'Amico.
How would I know him?
He's a legend.
Boys in the Hood.
Oh, Morris Chestnut.
Legend,
I didn't know
man.
that was his name.
Absolutely.
That looked more like D'Amico
I think
than
Terry
all the
Crews looks more like him.
Man, oh my goodness. The Astros right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't want to call it a missed opportunity because they still have a chance to play the A's 3 times. We've talked about the 13 games. They're now 7-3 during that. But it's not going to be – we're not going to be able to get as greedy as we thought we would. And now it's going to be time for Joe Espada. You brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for Joe Espada to at least attempt to prove himself.
Big day Friday tomorrow. Well, we may find out today. But Jose Abreu is coming back. It's very obvious that Dana Brown wants to insert him into the lineup more often than not. It's also very obvious that Joe Espada, he said it. He's going to see how it goes and like Singleton at first base, etc. So this is going to be the. I kind of took it to the extreme here, but did I? Because you've used this example. Is Joe Espada more like David Culley?
Yeah, I think he is. I think that's what. He's just there. He's not. There was the report from Nightingale about the poor communication. There's been clear instances in which he's in over his head. I actually thought he got a little too criticized for leaving Fromber in this week, but there's been criticism about his communication. We've seen him at times say he hadn't even talked to guys after the game. So, yeah, I do think that he is David Culley. I have no faith in Joe Espada. I thought this was an opportunity because right now with the Astros, they just need to get as close to 500 as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they need to do. They need to get as close to 500 as possible. When is that going to happen?
You would think 7-3 that you would be kind of like, all right, that's a good way to get started on this run among the cupcakes, but it's not, is it? Is 7-3 like cause to?
It's fine.
It's fine.
All right.
Yeah, it's fine, but I don't think it's going to be. It made as much noise as we thought it was going to make during this homestand.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely do not. 713-572-4610. Who does D'Amico Ryans look like? Get it in. 713-572-4610. We got Tyrese. What? Tyrese?
Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes, what?
Every bald black dude.
Morris Chestnut.
Yeah. Well, that's what Figgy said.
Tay Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, guys.
Every chocolate bald man.
Jeez.
I feel kind of dirty doing this exercise.
Well,
but
who started this?
I did.
Michael. Someone says Michael B. Jordan.
Hell no. He ain't even bald.
You can look past the hair, man.
Yeah.
Figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday we had a little bit of kind of a dilemma where you're watching a hated team and you're also observing greatness.
Man.
With Kyrie Irving and Luka carrying the Mavs to a Game 1 dub over the T-Wolves. I know it's probably hard for a lot of people to watch this without rooting against Dallas, but that was a hell of a display yesterday. It's hard, even through the hate, it's hard not to kind of appreciate what those two guys were able to do.
Yeah, I got to fall on the sword. I was very entertained in that first half watching Kyrie, man. I felt, speaking of feeling dirty, I felt dirty because I'm on the record as I hate the Mavs. But I wasn't really hating that much last night. I mean, him getting to the rim is a thing of beauty. Like it's just a thing of beauty what he can do. So I got to admit, I enjoyed the hell out of watching Kyrie. If you ask me if I hope the Mavericks win the series, the answer is still no. But I feel like I evolved a little bit last night. I was like, you know what? I got to give him credit. And Luka in the second half.
Yeah, he's gonna die though. Like,
Luka?
This isn't. I mean, you can't. He's running on fumes.
I mean, put on a hell of a show.
I mean, I know, and he's gonna be capable of doing that. But you got to think he's gonna run out of gas. I mean, the dude. You look at the injury report. It says hurt knee, hurt right knee, and hurt left ankle. His knee's bleeding for some reason. He's barely able to move. And I'm not saying it's any less gutty or anything like that. But if you say that you're gonna have to win 7 more games. And you're going to have to, if in the next round, you're going to have to play either Boston or Indiana. Like it's just hard for me. I mean, it would be gutsy, but the way that he's moving, I feel my knees cracking whenever I'm watching him move around out there. That just seems kind of, and it makes it even more impressive.
It absolutely does. That's the thing that I was impressed with because. I mean, he put on just an absolute show down the stretch when they needed him. When Kyrie cooled off. Or at least they stopped. He stopped going to the rim as much. But it's kind of hard to think that he won't at this point. Luka is what I'm talking about.
Now we got MC Ren from NWA for D'Amico. Okay, MC Ren, huh? That's where we go. We're going. Props to you for pulling that one off. Someone says Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
Someone says Charlemagne the God. Goodness gracious. I think he bleached his face or anything like that. Okay.
Let me Google bald black guy.
That's what's going on right now. Well, this one's just me. It says he looks like a Ninja Turtle.
That's what it says Charlemagne looked like.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah. But yeah, we'll talk to B. Scott at 11 o'clock. B. Scott coming through. He's believing in something that D'Amico Ryans is selling. Perhaps the 2 most difficult pitches that D'Amico Ryans has. B. Scott is buying what he's selling. He's all in on this.
2 of the toughest sells.
Yeah, 2 of the toughest sells. He's buying.
Do you believe now?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Figgy. We were talking about everybody going to Hawaii on vacation. I bet you were thinking of B. Scott. He went to Cabo. I think it was Cabo.
Oh, okay. No. It was somebody else. I think it was somebody totally different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's play a little game of Would You Rather, courtesy of John Lopez. He has a little 2 options involving the Houston Texans. Texans on the field. Not open practice. By the way, I feel like there's less access to the Texans than any other squad. I'm scrolling through social media. I'm seeing all these interviews and stuff like that. I feel like the access is definitely limited. But let's pick 2 options involving the Houston Texans. John Lopez is going to lay it out. We'll make decisions on it.
Yeah, every once in a while I like to play this game. So would you rather the Texans face a team with an elite defense or an elite quarterback?
Elite quarterback.
Yeah, elite quarterback.
Because elite defense could cause a lot of problems up front potentially, and you feel like you have a quarterback who's at least capable of playing elite, and you have an offense that has perhaps the best 1-3 punch at wide receiver, as well as a good starting running back. I think the Texans would be able to go toe-to-toe when it comes to the quarterback position.
Yeah, I think it's based on C.J. Stroud. I would take the elite quarterback because I think he can more than hold his own and excel against the quarterback, on his own. Would you rather Nico Collins, Tank Dell, or Stephon Diggs end up with the most catches in receiving yards?
Tank Dell, because he's the cheapest. He's under club control. I think it would help your leverage in negotiating with Nico Collins, and then Stephon Diggs. He's older, so if Tank Dell can establish himself as that guy, then I think that would be the most beneficial.
I agree. All
right, well, we're agreeing on all these right now because I said Tank Dell mostly because I still think Stephon and Nico are going to have good seasons, but if Tank Dell explodes onto the scene, then you're really onto something. Would you rather Titus Howard or Blake Fisher start more games at right tackle?
I mean, Titus. I like Blake Fisher as a long-term plan, but if Titus Howard is not starting, then that means that they're paying a guy to be a top 5 right tackle that's not a top 5 right tackle, or it means that he's hurt again, which was kind of a problem last year. So I would love Fisher to get experience when called upon, handle his business, but Titus Howard starting games, they need that just based on how much they're investing in him and what they believe he is.
Yeah, Titus Howard, man.
I'm going to say Blake Fisher, and the reason I'm saying Blake Fisher is if he can start at right tackle as a rookie, I think his upside is far greater than what Titus Howard's would be. Would you rather C.J. Stroud throw for 4,500 yards or Joe Mixon rush for 1,200?
Run the ball, 1,200 yards. Give me 1,200 all day because that'll clear things up. They're going to need to run the rock at some point. If Joe Mixon gives you 1,200, what is that, top? That's among the top of the league. I'll take Joe Mixon running the ball. That's a very, very easy decision.
Yeah, me too. I agree. I think if C.J. throwing for that many yards and there's not a lot of rushing yards, I feel like they putting the whole team on C.J. back at that point.
This one was
run the ball.
This one was tougher than I thought it would be, but I'm going to go agree with you. Give me the 1,200.
1,200 would have been second in the league last year.
There you go.
Derrick Henry had 1,167. If Joe Mixon is second in the league in rushing, sign me up for that.
Would you rather Nick Caserio add a running back, linebacker, or cornerback between now and the regular season?
Well, I would like to see what it looks like at camp, but I would like to have another running back even if Dameon Pierce is there. If you can get a running back that can perhaps catch the ball out of the backfield, or if Dameon Pierce looks like he did last year, which was unplayable, I think you can use. I mean, you can use as many running backs. You can use 3, 4 making plays. So I would take the running back.
I would probably take a cornerback just because I'm not sure who's out there as far as like running backs. But cornerback, you still got Xavier Howard out there, right?
He's still available.
I wouldn't mind adding him.
And I'm going to say the other one. We got split on this one. I'm going to say outside linebacker, and I think it's just because I don't have a whole lot of confidence in Henry To'o or anybody out there. Would you rather Jimmy Ward or Kalen Bullock start at free safety?
Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy.
Yeah, I think I have to go with Jimmy Ward. Sure would be cool if Kalen can get that high. Would you rather, this is a funny one for me. Would you rather beat the Cowboys or the Chiefs?
I guess the Cowboys. I think that would generate more excitement. It's a Monday night game instead of a Saturday game against the Chiefs. So I guess the Cowboys, although if we're talking, home field and stuff, then I guess Kansas City would factor in. But I think the Cowboys would generate more excitement. As bizarre as that is, I guess the Cowboys, although I'm almost to the point where I would expect them to beat the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
So, Chiefs-Ravens would be interesting. I'd perhaps get over the Ravens hump, but I guess I'll say Cowboys just for the sake of the happiness of the loopholes.
Yeah, I'm going to say Cowboys too. I think if they beat the Cowboys and it's not even a close game, I think people will really start talking about the Texans. I know people talking about the Texans now, but if they beat the Cowboys and completely embarrass them, I think people are going to start looking at Houston as the team in Texas.
I'm going to say Chiefs for the reason that Landry alluded to right there. This could be an AFC thing, man. And if you beat the Chiefs late in the season, that might just put you over the top. I'm going to say Chiefs.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. We're still getting D'Amico lookalikes, and someone says Frank Thomas. I don't see that. I'm not really seeing any of these. To be honest, Samuel L. Jackson, not seeing that.
Somebody said Bobby Lashley.
Bobby Lashley from the WWE, not really seeing that either.
Kevin Hart.
I think that person must have been trolling me, Kevin, because I definitely don't see that either.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a little bit. Is Jose Abreu coming back? Is there any Texans equivalent of that? Like, could the Texans, like, from year to year, is there anyone on this team that could kind of be like the Jose Abreu where you saw hints and you saw clues of him kind of falling off last year, and you ran it back, obviously because of finances, Could Damian Pierce or Jalen Petrie, would those be the guys that could be the Jose Abreu? I don't know if it's as costly because I think you can easily. I mean, we saw Petrie bench last year, and then Pierce. Maybe you just find another running back. But is there any chance that they're getting Jose Abreu? There's no one that's really like in the contractual situation. We haven't seen Titus play under his new deal yet to be able to say that. So, but is there anything where D'Amico, Caserio, they could be getting Jose Abreu?
I think Damian Pierce is the answer. Not, and again, forget the contract. Just like they're falling in love with him. They're convinced that he's, or at least somebody is, that he's going to be the guy. And he was okay rookie year, more than okay. Then not good last year. If they just stay with him, I think just competitively, it's got to be Damian Pierce, right?
Yeah, and I mean it would have been cheap to replace too.
Yeah.
Like at least with the Jose Abreu thing, as ridiculous as it is. By the way, he's going to be in Sugar Land this weekend. As ridiculous as it is, the Jose Abreu thing, you at least understand that they are committed to him for better or worse when it comes to the finances. If you wanted to add another running back, you still could have had Damian Pierce here, and you could have added another running back, or you could have invested in that. And they brought in Joe Mixon to replace Singletary, but they seem to believe in Damian Pierce. And quite frankly, D'Amico Ryans has been quite convincing in the sales pitch of Damian Pierce. It's not like D'Amico Ryans isn't willing to make tough decisions. Like he's willing to bench guys that he likes based on performance. So I know B. Scott's going to come in here, and I think he's buying what D'Amico's selling when it comes to Damian Pierce. I'll be honest, like it's kind of hard not to, based on what D'Amico has shown you as a coach, what he's willing to do, and what he is saying, and how important it is for them to be able to run the rock.
Yeah, and I think the other parallel is Damian Pierce is going to get a ton of opportunity. Like, just like Jose Abreu, they're going to, quote unquote, insert him into the lineup, or at least get him some reps, a lot of reps, and that's where it could start working in reverse on this team.
Coming up next, over the hump. There's a few teams around here that are looking to get over the hump. Which teams are the most likely? Which players are the most likely? In the Loop continues on a Thursday next.
Yep, D&M Auto.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
The Astros are really fortunate to be playing in the trash. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a luxury that the Texans enjoyed during the Bill O'Brien era. You had a division in which there was quarterback uncertainty, there was terrible coaching, and as a result, you were able to win division titles. Hell, the Patriots, one of the best dynasties of our lifetime, They benefited from a crappy AFC East. You look at the Houston Astros right now, sitting at 22-28. Did you know that there is one team in the entire AL West, one team, that has a plus run differential, and that is the first place Seattle Mariners. You know what their run differential is? And this is something that I do think, sometimes people roll their eyes at like plus minuses in basketball. I think run differential is a very, very good measurement in baseball.
It always is, yeah.
You know what the Mariners' run differential is?
What's that?
+1. They're the only team in the AL West with a positive run differential at +1. Everybody else has a negative run differential. Rangers -4, Astros -8, -28 the Angels, who you just lost 2 out of 3 to, and then -60 with the A's.
Yeah.
There's only one team in the entire AL Central that has a negative run differential.
Let me throw something on top of that.
And then there's 2 in the American League East. So there are 7 teams in the American League that have a negative run differential. 4 of them are in the AL West where the Astros play.
Yeah, let me add something to that that I was looking at this morning. Did you know there's only 3 teams in the entire American League with a lower winning percentage than the Astros? 2 of them are in their own division. Like the other one is the White Sox. That's it. Angels, A's, and White Sox are the only teams with a lower winning percentage than the Astros.
If you were in the AL East right now, the Astros would be 11.5 back.
Yeah.
If you were in the Central, the Astros would be 11 games back. You got 3 with the A's now. The Astros are fortunate. So I wanna play a little exercise here. Knowing what we know about the Houston Astros, let's get some humping going on a Thursday. I know hump day was yesterday, but we're going to talk about getting over the hump.
Yeah.
Astros currently 6 games under 500. You got 3 against the A's. Will the Astros get over the 500 hump? And if so, when? When are we talking about a 500 ball club with the Houston Astros?
Little bit of a cop-out by me here. My final answer is yes, they'll get to 500.
Okay, when? Next week?
But if they don't get to 500 by June 9th, they may not. Because let's look at their next games. It's funny, you were looking at all the same things I was this morning. They got the 3 against the A's.
Yeah, you got to take 2 out of 3 there.
Yeah.
If you don't take if you don't take at least 2 out of 3 there, then that's a problem.
Then you have the Mariners for 3, and the Twins. Then the Cardinals, who are okay, but they're not good, and then the Angels again. So and after that, then you start another tough stretch of games on June 10th, starting with the Giants, then, Tigers. I know you got the White Sox mixed in there, but the Royals and all that stuff. So
Royals are good.
That's what I'm saying.
They beat your ass.
That's what I'm saying. So
they swept you the last 2.
If they don't get to 500 by June 10th, they may not. But my answer is yes. By June 10th, they'll get to 500.
Okay, I think they get there too.
Yeah.
They're very fortunate, though, that they're in the division that they're in. And
you can't blame them for that.
No,
I mean that's just the way it works out.
Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud over or getting into the Joe Burrow, Josh Allen pairing, the tier 2 of the Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is up here. Everybody else is to C.J. Stroud's trying to get over that hump to where he's established. Some might say that he's already there, which I think that's a little bit much, but C.J. Stroud getting over that hump, does that happen this year? Is C.J. Stroud unquestionably in the Burrow, Josh Allen group next year?
Yeah, I think it happens this year, and I think we'll probably know it by November. Even though you got to take the whole season into account, we'll see what he's doing. We'll see the kind of how the Texans do under his leadership and his play. I'm going to say yes. That might be the easiest one on your list for me.
Kenyon Green becoming a starter, I'm not sitting here saying he's going to be a Pro Bowler, but on this team, Kenyon Green being he is the unquestioned left guard on this team. And keep in mind, he's competing with Patterson, Juice Scruggs, Kendrick Green, depending on where they want to play the guys. Kenyon Green being a starter, getting over that hump.
I'm hopeful, but my final answer is going to be no. Only because we can't trust him. We haven't seen that we can trust him, whether it's performance or his approach. He's got to prove first that we can trust that he's really, really, in on this. You?
I don't believe in it.
I don't either.
I just don't believe in it. I don't think it's good. I've never seen Kenyon. Quite frankly, Patterson and Scruggs right now, like if you ask me who I feel most comfortable with, it would be those two guys. And then I don't even know that he's better than Kendrick Green at this point. So no, I have zero confidence. And if I had confidence in Kenyon Green, my question would be, what is that based on?
That's what I'm saying. No, I'm basing it on what we've seen.
Yeah, like Dameon Pierce, we've seen. Like if you're going to tell me that you're confident in Kenyon Green, my question is why?
We've seen that you can't trust him. So he's got to prove that we can trust him.
Did Kenyon Green have a better year than Patterson? Do you feel a rookie year than Patterson?
No, not even close.
Yeah, because he had too many bad games.
Even Kendrick Green.
No.
Yeah,
Kendrick Green came here.
He was solid. He was all right.
Dameon Pierce fitting into the system. D'Amico Ryans is selling it. I think Brandon Scott is buying it. Dameon Pierce fitting into the system.
What did I do with that Kool-Aid? What did I do with that Kool-Aid? This yes that I'm about to say, yes, is based solely on D'Amico we trust. And Slowick, for that matter. I think they're going to find a way to make it work. I do. I don't know. And that's based on nothing.
It's a good pitch. It's a very good pitch, and it's a cheap thing to replace. It's a very cheap thing to replace running back if you need to find another one, and they didn't really aggressively attempt to do that.
They didn't even really look.
You listen to what D'Amico says. He has no reason to lie.
Yeah.
I'm not going to buy it. I'm rooting for it. I feel a hell of a lot more confident in this. And I think the makeup of Dameon Pierce adds to it, but I feel a hell of a lot more confident in this than I do the Kenyon Green thing. I could see Kenyon Green not making the team. I could see him being like someone you trade for like a 7th-round pick or something like that at the end of camp.
Maybe.
I easily see that.
This is just all of these are going back to what they've shown us. Astros, over 500. I think they can get there, but not a lot of trust. CJ, he showed us that he can play at that level. Kenyon Green, he has not showed us whether it's performance or commitment. Dameon Pierce has showed us that he can succeed, just not in this system. So that, maybe I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid, but I have confidence in Slowick and what D'Amico has said.
All right, basketball right now. We got the Mavericks winning Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Eastern Conference Finals returns today. By the way, tough beat last night for your boy.
What was it? The over?
I had a...
the parlay.
I had a 4-thing parlay.
Yeah.
$30 to win $290. I had Kyrie over 20.5 points. That hit at halftime. I had Anthony Edwards over 5.5 rebounds. That hit in the second quarter. I had the over. That pace was shattered.
Yeah.
And then I had Rudy Gobert over 12.5 points, and he had 12. He had 12. He had 10 going into the fourth quarter. He caught an alley-oop with 7 minutes left. And then this dumbass is sitting there looking like a project the whole time, missing bunnies, missing lobs, and all that. I almost deserve this for betting on Rudy Gobert, but all I needed was 12.5 points.
Nothing wrong with betting on Rudy Gobert.
All I needed was 12.5 points, and this joker's around there just throwing stuff off the rim the last quarter. Anyway,
I believe they call that a bad beat.
You got to put them in the chokehold like Draymond now.
I say all that to say this. Rockets getting in the playoffs. Are they going to get over that hump next year?
Yes. I mean, I said that very confidently.
No hesitation.
I'm not that confident, but I do think that they can get over the hump. I mean, they were close already, and it was just the first season. So I think just logic on that one.
Do we count the play-in?
Play-in? You have to.
I hate doing that.
You have to. It's a playoff.
I hate doing that.
Yeah, no, I get it, but they may not even get in the play-in, but yeah, I mean, progress was made, man, and you would expect that you'd see more progress.
Over the hump, 713-572-4610. Coming up, if the 2024 Texans were a movie sequel, what sequel would they be? And there are 2 sequels coming out. Mm-hmm. Are they taking it too far when it comes to these things? Next.
Amend time.
checking before you buy.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so there's a couple of movie sequels coming out, and I want to get y'all's thoughts on these, how interested you are. The first one, the trailer actually dropped today. I think it comes out July 6th. It's going to be Beverly Hills Cop 4. Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop 4. I enjoyed all three. I actually thought they were really, really good movies. I'm in on this. I'm in on this 100%. I'm in, Figgy.
And look, I love Eddie Murphy. He a legend. But at this point, man, he mailing it in, man. I wasn't a fan of anything he been doing as of late.
He's been really serious about everything.
He got a big bag from Netflix. Is this coming on Netflix or?
Yeah, Netflix.
He got a big bag from Netflix, and he just putting out anything, man.
I gotta admit, I'm in on it. And the reason I'm in on it is as much as I think you're right, Figgy, he does just mail in a bunch of stuff. He's not going to mail in Beverly Hills Cop, is
Well,
he?
the thing about it is, I think you can actually do this movie. Like, he's an older dude. Is the Judd Law, whatever? What's the guy's name?
Judge Reinhold.
Is he alive?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so we'll have him. I know Gil. I know
the other one has passed away.
Hill died, but he was a dirty dude, man. He was a politician in Detroit. Mr. Hill was a dirty dude.
See, I don't think he mails in Beverly Hills Cop.
I just think it's an easy movie to duplicate.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you can do it. Coming to America, that's a little much. That's a reach.
I'm about to say he kind of mailed that in a little bit.
But I think you can do this.
I'm with you. Surprising myself, and part of the reason is you have a mindset going into that. You're going in to just like enjoy the characters and you know the classic movie that it is. You're not going in there to be like thinking it's going to win an Academy Award. You know, you just like want to be entertained. Yeah.
All right, then you have the Happy Gilmore 2 coming out also on Netflix. This one hasn't. This one's a little further away, but Happy Gilmore 2. You in? Are you out?
I am in, and for the reason that I said last week, you can age in golf. You know, like you can age. He can be an older guy, whatever the storyline ends up being in golf. It's not like he's having to be athletic or something. You know, it's just. And I think the storyline.
Well, it's not like it was realistic.
Well, it's not
he
realistic.
Was using a damn hockey stick to putt.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is like it's not like he has to be a certain age to do this role.
Yeah. I mean, he can.
Yeah.
It's Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
Why are all these people doing this 15 years later though? Like what's going on with that? What is
Money,
it? Just
man.
Is there just so much bread out there with Netflix that they're willing to do it? Because I mean, it felt like you kind of could have struck this a long time ago. Is it just
I think,
or what?
I think part of it is like the residuals they're getting from the original Beverly Hills Cop I'm sure are still high. The original Happy Gilmore I'm sure are still high. You see those movies all the time and they're like, well, damn, we should just do another one and make some more. You know? Like the classic movies, they get these residuals forever and they don't really go down very much because people always want to see those characters. So why don't you give them a fresh character?
You can always make a cop movie,
but not Beverly Hills Cop.
No, but you can make. But I think it's easier to make like a cop movie than Coming to America.
Oh yeah, and it's a whole different. Yeah, I
feel like it's a buzz thing. Like let's do a part 2 to it because a lot of people do albums like that. Let's whatever classic album you can name. Let's do a part 2, like 20 years later.
Yeah. What happened to that Chronic?
Maybe in 20 years he'd do a part 2.
All right, he's laying low. If Diddy's laying low, Dr. Dre needs to lay lower. Mm-hmm. That's for damn sure. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like I think it's a little bit lazy too, man. Because I feel like you could, like Beverly Hills Cop, I feel like you could make a different type of cop movie.
Oh, no, look.
They just land on the name. The name going to get it buzzing out there instead of just creating something totally different.
It's absolutely lazy, Figgy. It is 100% lazy. But we're talking mailbox money, man. I mean, we're talking like just put it out there. People are going to eat it up, and then you sit at home, and those checks just.
That's why I'm saying they mailing it in, man.
Yeah.
If the Texans' 2024 season were a movie sequel, what movie sequel do you envision it being?
I got this one.
Okay.
I got this one.
I like
Figgy.
when you're this confident.
I have this one. Immediately popped into my mind. It's going to be better than the original.
Bad Boys 2.
It's going to be about the culture and a whole new way of doing business.
You better not say Friday After Next or something.
Godfather 2. Godfather 2.
So Godfather 2
is that better than the first one?
Yeah, most people consider it better than the original. And the original was a classic.
Oh, you say most people, you're probably going to get some disagreements on the text line.
Oh, no, I bet you I don't. Look, I'm a big Godfather fan. I've seen documentaries on it.
How did you sit through that?
It's awesome.
I don't know.
See, that's one where that's the mindset I was talking about.
How'd you do it?
How did I do it? I sat there and enjoyed.
How did so many people do it with the Godfather? Figgy, you Godfather guy?
Yeah, I watched it. I actually had to sit through it. I get what you're saying because it's kind of an older film, and at certain parts it's a little boring. But after a while, it gets good where I got to it.
And you go into it with a mindset different than Beverly Hills Cop 2. Beverly Hills Cop 2, get some popcorn, brain candy, man. That's all it is. It's just brain candy. Just have some fun. Godfather is like, all right, let's see how great this movie is. Godfather 2 ended up being better, as great as The Godfather was. And, hey, how about D'Amico Ryan's playing the role of The Godfather?
Ain't they remaking Scarface or making the Scarface
I hope
too?
so. I'll watch Scarface, man. I'll watch the hell out of Scarface. Godfather, I just can't get down with it, man.
Yeah. What do you think the sequel would be?
I think the sequel is going to be Bad Boys 2, man. Bad Boys 2. A little wilder, a little crazier, better chemistry. Going to get a lot more stuff thrown your way.
Yeah.
Going to have to find your way out of things. More personalities. It seems like they're kind of like going through changes. You remember the woo-saw?
Yeah.
The Texans gonna have to adjust their mindset a little bit. Kind of hunted now. You're not under the radar cops. You're kind of established cops. Higher expectations. I would say Bad Boys 2. Which, by the way, back when Bad Boys 2 came out, this was a long time. God, I don't even want to know what year that was. Jeez, over 20 years, right?
And they got another one coming out, too, pretty soon.
All right, I'm good on that.
You sure?
I'm good on that. I think I saw it back-to-back days at the theater.
2003.
Damn. Yeah, that was senior year. Yeah. Back-to-back. I think that is one of the best movie sequels of all time, quite honestly.
A lot of people are thinking along the same lines as me, like something that's going to be better than the original.
Bad Boys 2, straight up.
A lot of people down with Godfather 2. Born Supremacy, that was better than the original.
I was kind of thinking something different. So I was kind of going with, I feel like this season would be Home Alone 2.
Okay, Lost
that
in New York.
That wasn't better.
So you think they're going to?
I think because Home Alone 1.
You don't think they're going to be able to get to the to MetLife Stadium? They're going to be lost in New York?
No, I think Home Alone, the first Home Alone, I don't think people expected it to be that big of a movie like that.
It wasn't.
Yeah, and it took off. So Home Alone 2, they had a bigger budget. So they got more stuff into Home Alone 2. And I think that's a better movie than Home Alone 1.
Really? That's a hot take.
That is a hot take.
It's a hot take, brother.
I go to Home Alone 2 before I go to Home Alone 1.
The 830 says Bad Boys 2 is straight ass. Come on, dude. I'm really like that's outrageous.
Straight ass.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Top Gun Maverick.
That was a long time though, right?
Oh, you mean between?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was better than some people. Some people say it was
100 times better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a better version. I like The Godfather 2.
Someone says Friday After Next. That would be a disappointment for me. If the Texans' encore is going to be Friday After Next, man.
4-13.
Good God. Who are they taking with the 5th overall pick?
That's right.
Someone says Aliens, never saw it. Terminator 2, never saw it. James Cameron's Aliens, never saw it.
I wasn't an Aliens guy either. I have no opinion on that.
Yeah, no clue what you're saying. Rocky 2.
That's a good one. Rocky 2 was better than Rocky. That I like that one. Yeah.
Which one's Rocky 2? What does he do?
He
does Hollywood, right?
He wins.
Spoiler.
30 years later. 35, whatever it is.
Spoiler alert.
Mm-hmm.
713-572-4610. What is the Texans' encore? Coming up next, I don't know if he's lost in the sauce or if he's really, really, really just buying everything D'Amico is selling. But Brandon Scott has two things that he is confident about when it comes to the Texans heading in to year 2 of the D'Amico era. He'll lay it out for you next.
Coach D'Amico's got high praise and high hopes for Damian Pierce. Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
It's going down. H-Town. Hiram Clark. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. B. Scott.
How you doing, man?
That's a loaded
I'm
question.
here.
That's a loaded question.
By grace.
It's good to see you,
I think I'm actually like some kind of Bible miracle, honestly.
Yeah.
Just to be sitting here in front of you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'm grateful.
Very
though.
good.
Do you care to share with the class?
Oh, hey, look. Everyone's got a story, man. Look, man, I just turned 35 a couple days ago. Spent the weekend in Tulum. Had the time of my life. Spent some time on a resort. Spent some time in a private Mexican hospital. Got me a Mexican ambulance ride.
How much that cost?
Man, dude, it was actually covered through insurance, but what got me out of the hospital was the $900 medicine that they tried to give me.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, you know what? I think I'm feeling better now.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready for the boat. Let's go. Hey, and this is nothing that a little bit of IV can't fix.
Those shots hit a little different when you're 35.
Oh, man, they do, and especially when you don't know exactly what you're drinking. Ran into that, too. So,
okay.
So, yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, man. I'm
Great
here.
to see you.
I made it.
Great to see you.
I made it, man.
I feel like you still might be drunk, though, because you're buying a couple things that D'Amico Ryans is selling that I just don't – I wouldn't expect you to completely buy into these things, at least not before you actually observe some training camp or something like that. So tell me – convince me that B. Scott is still not drunk on Mexican tequila with the two things he's buying – from D'Amico Ryans.
Maybe it's not as much that I want to buy it as much as I don't want to sell it as much as the rest of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm listening around the station, and I get the skepticism on Kenyon Green.
610 says,
"Oh man," but this is one piece of groupthink where I feel like I'm on an island where I'm like, hey, why do I feel like I'm the only guy who doesn't hold last year against Kenyon Green? Like we all can agree, like his rookie year was not good. I don't think that there's any way to like massage that or work around that. I feel like the difference with the way I'm approaching the Kenyon Green year 3 experience is that I'm actually viewing it as year 2 and not as year 3. Like I'm not holding the fact that he wasn't healthy and that he didn't play and that, you know, that doesn't look good coming off of a bad rookie year. I'm not really holding that against him. I always took the Kenyon Green absence last year as kind of a positive.
Yeah.
Get him away, get him healthy, let him get right, and then see how it goes when he gets back. And so now that he is back, I'm not willing to just get the shovel out and bury him before I actually see what it looks like after this, you know, this past year. So, yeah, no, I want him to actually go out there and pass or fail, sink or swim, whichever direction it goes, before I'm willing to just say, hey, they got this crisis at left guard. I think they got some other options if he doesn't work out, and it's not the worst thing in the world. But I'm not willing to just come up here and say, without having laid eyes on it yet, just to say that he can't do it. So yeah, no,
Define it, though, because you say do it. What is it?
Be their starting left guard as they intended for him to be. Like that was the plan last year. That's why they drafted him 2 years ago. So that was the plan as a rookie. That was the plan last year. It didn't work out because he wasn't healthy, right? So now he is. Let's actually see how it goes. So I have more of a question about it as opposed to feeling like I've got the answer like everybody else.
I get your point on almost all of that, and I'm saying almost because what I was telling Landry and Figgy is I'm actually kind of more in on Dameon Pierce, bouncing back, and I said that as well because Slowick, D'Amico sales job, and I believe in D'Amico. But Kenyon Green, my answer to that is I get your point on all that. Could be approach it as his year 2, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm skeptical about is we haven't seen his approach the right way. He, coming in out of shape, performing, not well as a rookie, and then just like looking soft, maybe out of shape. So I'm basing my skepticism on Kenyon Green on more like his approach than the go from year 1 to year 3 and make it year 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and obviously there is a little bit of hope trafficking in that there's been some growth in the fact that it is year 3 from the rookie year. And I don't know how much of the whole body thing is as much about approach as much as it is about growing and maturing into your body. Like, you look at Kenyon Green, and I know y'all are both Aggies, but you can look at that dude and see like a doughy young kid, like a young-looking dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's just like a big old kid when he got in here. So maybe it just took some time to grow into a man a little bit. I don't know how much of it is like the work ethic or not trying to do the right things versus just not having good injury luck. And again, having to learn that part of the process. So I'm not willing to say that he hasn't like worked hard enough. I want to see what the work actually looks like now that he's had a chance to put the work in.
Dameon Pierce also. Strong pitch, strong words from D'Amico Ryans. This one's interesting because you don't have a lot invested in him. It's probably not difficult to replace him or find someone that's more serviceable, yet there's insistence that, that Dameon Pierce is going to be ready to go. He's in better shape. He got his degree from Florida. Even last year during the adversity, I thought the most impressive thing was that his mindset was right. Like I thought way beyond his years. I'm assuming if you're buying the Kenyon Green thing, you're going to buy the Dameon Pierce thing.
Yeah, this one is I think one of you even said this earlier in the show that this one is a way easier, like one to buy into, and it's because you have seen it. You do actually have the receipts. You've seen him be not just a productive football player, but like on a bad team, he was their best offensive weapon just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You can't at any point say that Kenyon Green was the best anything that they had at any point of anything, right? So it's a little bit different because it's more so based off of what you've seen. But the way that I would connect them both, and this is my approach with it, like I think that they both kind of just have kind of this really unique opportunity under D'Amico, and y'all talk about like buying into the like what D'Amico Ryans is selling. I think in year 2 under D'Amico Ryans that you could expect your younger players, and I've noticed the way the young players have gravitated toward D'Amico Ryans and what he's selling. I think that there's something to that, and I think they could all benefit from it, man.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, and then there's the things that we feel good about, which is the wide receiver position. I think we feel good. I think the best case scenario, we talked about this yesterday, because it's one thing to talk about, who's the number one, who's not. Best case is Tank Dell establishes himself as by far and away your number one.
Yeah.
Because you have him under control for 2 years. It's very cheap. That's best case scenario. And then maybe that kind of dips into Nico's production. And when you're negotiating with Nico, as you approach the final year of Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud being eligible for extensions, you're perhaps paying Derek Stingley. You can maybe save some money on that piece of pie with Nico Collins. I think that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, so to connect all of this, the coolest thing about it is adjusting expectations. So I think that's where I'm at, the reason why I'm selling or why I'm buying, in comparison to you guys, why I'm buying into Kenyon Green, because I've adjusted the expectation. Why I'm buying into Dameon Pierce, because I'm adjusting the expectation. I'm not expecting him to be the best running back on the team. I'm expecting him to be the number 2. So there is an adjustment to the expectations. With the wide receivers, now you're like, okay, and maybe this is just me, I don't have a one guy that I expect to be the number one guy, because all 3 are capable at any given point of doing it. So I've said this since they made the Stephon Diggs trade. I view it as almost like a wide receiver 1 tryout. I really view it that way. I don't know how it's going to work out. I don't know how CJ is going to sort it out. That's going to be the fascinating part about watching it. But because of everything you just laid out, Landry, and the idea that you're probably not going to bring back both Nico and Stephon Diggs, I have a hard time believing that or seeing that. Okay, ideal scenario, you could make that decision a lot easier by saying, hey, well, Tank Dell's the number 1 guy anyway, and we don't have to pay him for another couple of years, and then you go from there. And then, of course, if one of those guys emerges and shows you that they should be paid, beyond this year, that's not a bad problem to have either. So, I'm adjusting the expectation of the wide receivers of, hey, I'm not leaning on one guy as the number 1 guy. I want to see who's going to emerge.
Hell, they're not going to lean on one guy.
Right.
I think I've been on the record with Stephon Diggs, but I'd be more than happy to have 2,000-yard receivers, and see what happens.
But I do think by the end of the year, probably even by November even, it'll be clear.
Oh, you'll know, yeah.
Like, I think we'll know by then, and that'll be the fascinating part about it.
Clint was breaking this down yesterday on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and he was the question was who's going to have to sacrifice the most production or role, all that, when it comes to these three guys. I thought he had an interesting assessment and an interesting observation. This is what it sounded like yesterday on the drive, which you can hear right here Monday through Friday, 2 to 6.
It's Nico simply. And I think Nico last year, just me thinking back on the season and all the film that I watched, a lot of the times that Nico got the rock, he was the first read. I mean, I don't know why teams didn't respect him more and take it away and find a way to take it away, but they didn't. I think teams this year with Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, they're going to make him get deeper in progressions, and I think they are going to make him hold the football. It's not going to be as easy as it was last year in terms of how often he was right.
Adjustment for C.J.
Yeah, I just think that's going to be the case, and I think that is going to take away from what we saw Nico do last year. And on the flip side of that, I think that plays into what we saw Tank Dell do really well. Tank Dell, when it is a scramble drill or the quarterback gets off platform, electric in those moments, man. Because the guy that caught the ball consistently in rhythm, early in progressions with space last year, all the damn time was Nico. I mean, you would think at some point somebody'd go, okay, we are not going to let Nico. I think that's going to be the adjustment made this year.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think that's
I think
pretty
it's an
spot
accurate
on.
assessment.
That is spot on analysis from Clint. Yeah, shout out to Clint with that.
And that's why when you talk about pay Nico or, pay the man now, if you're going to get a bargain, that's fine. But as far as paying him like an elite guy, I got to see it again. We don't there's going to be a couple of things that are going to happen in the next year plus with the Texans. Number one, eventually you're going to have to move on from Bobby Slowick. It's inevitable. Yes. So who knows what happens there, but you're going to have to move on from Bobby Slowick. You're going to have to figure something out. And, oh, by the way, I don't know that Gerard Johnson's going to be here too long with all the buzz he's getting. So you're going to have to figure that out, and that's going to be a hell of an obstacle. That's going to be a crazy obstacle, especially when you're talking about the quarterback. The other thing is, a lot of times there's guys who you say, okay, this guy's a product of the system or this guy's made by him. How do we know that Nico Collins is not a system receiver and that Bobby Slowick is capable of making guys produce at a high level? Don't we need at least one more year before you pay Nico Collins?
Well, I'm good off of the production that we got, or at least how I feel, like the type of player that I think Nico Collins is. But I want to – I know we don't like to overgeneralize on this show, but I kind of want to do it here and just saying, have we not learned our lesson on not paying players too early, like a year early?
Yeah.
Can we just stop doing that as a practice?
You think?
And I get the idea of, hey, doing it early before the price of the brick goes up. I think that's a little bit more of a concept in baseball that you should apply than football, but that's maybe even another conversation. But can we just stop doing it? I feel like we got enough cautionary tales. Maybe not even look any further than Titus Howard. There are other examples in franchise history that you can even point to. But why do it early?
Especially in the NFL where you have all the leverage.
Aside from the quarterback.
You have all the leverage in the world.
Yeah, aside from the quarterback, maybe that's the only guy that you do it with. But if it's not the quarterback or maybe edge or offensive tackle, but we're not talking about that either. So, why are we paying wide receivers early? I want Nico to get his money. I like Nico. I think he's a really good player. But from a Texans standpoint, I don't see what the need
I think they're
is
doing it.
to do it right now. And if they feel good about it, then fine. Maybe they see something in Nico that makes them believe, hey, we're good with the Stephon Diggs 1-year rental. This is actually the guy that we want to invest in, and we'll see with Tank Dell further down the line. But we don't want to lose Nico yet. I could see that, but it still just feels a little early.
I think they're showing us that they're thinking that same way. I mean, they've learned from the Titus Howard thing, and maybe we'll be surprised. But I mean, I don't think Nico is going to get paid. I mean, I think they're going to, like Landry said, I think they want to see another year. Yeah. And by the way, they also drafted a tackle just in case Titus doesn't work.
Yeah, and if he gives you another year, then he will have earned that buck.
Yeah,
right. Then of course, obviously you pay him, he will have earned it. If not here, he'll earn it elsewhere. Obviously, it'll take care of itself. That's my thing. Why are we okay, 1 year, let's just get a guy all the money and lock him up? You still got him for another year. Take advantage of all of this manageable labor that you got. The quarterback on the rookie deal. Now you got 2 wide receivers that you like on a rookie deal. You gave a little bit of extra bump to the dude that you traded for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's keep doing this. What did you call it? Big smart money. What was your off-season term?
Money.
Yeah, let's keep using this big smart money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of thirst for football, and there's thirst for the Texans to get to where we've wanted the Texans to go for 2 decades. There's thirst for them to escape the football hell which we were in for a few years, maybe even more than that if you count even the good days of the Bill O'Brien era. But I do think that when you're thirsty, a lot of times you can you can kind of set yourself up for disappointment. Like we've got 1 year of Nico Collins. Like let's see another year.
Yeah.
Let's see what Nico Collins can do. You feel good about CJ Stroud, rightfully so. But when it comes to just falling in love with these guys after 1 year, let's see it. Let's see it play out. Let's see how they adjust to Nico. Let's see how Tank Dell looks. Let's see how Stephon Diggs looks. There's no rush, especially in the NFL. This isn't like the Astros with Kyle Tucker. And once the season ends, boom, it's an open market, and someone can come in and money whip. You have the franchise tag.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You have a history of missing games. You've missed 12 games in 3 years. That's way more than Amon-Ra St. Devontae Smith, I keep hearing give him Devontae Smith money. You know how many games Devontae Smith has missed in 3 years? 1. And it was because it was the final week of the season and they rested him.
Yeah.
You know how many games Amon-Ra St. Brown has missed? 3. 2 or 3, I think it is.
Yeah.
He's missed 12 games. He also left the Jets game. Let's see what happens one more year. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I think you're hitting on an important point about like consistency and reliability and being there. I do want to be clear on how I feel about Nico, though. I don't think that last year was fool's gold. I think it was an example of what a player can look like when he is healthy, when he is able to stay healthy, and when the coaching and the personnel around him comes together. That's one thing that I feel like Amon-Ra St. Brown and Devontae Smith can say that they've always had. Maybe Nick Sirianni aside, but like everything else around their organization has worked out for them, on top of the fact that they've been able to stay healthy, which is Nico's problem. Kind of going back to my point about Kenyon Green. I'm not saying Kenyon Green is going to be as good of a guard as Nico Collins is a wide receiver, but like what it looks like once, wouldn't it though? But once a dude can figure it out physically, all right, now what does it look like? I'm curious about that. Now with Nico, we saw what it looked like. Do it another year. That's where I agree with you, man. Like you don't have to. What's the rush? What are we rushing for? Let's be cool.
And I also think, listening to Clint, break it down. He's saying that he thinks teams are going to more often adjust to Nico.
Yeah,
are they though?
Yeah, I think there's something to that.
Are you going to?
If you have Diggs, though,
that's my point. Are you going to like all of a sudden cheat coverage over to Nico or double or whatever, take Nico away, however you want to say it, when Stephon Diggs is over there?
Hey, what a bind!
Who do they pick?
Hey,
they're going to pick Stephon Diggs.
I'm so glad it's their problem and not mine.
No, but I'm saying Nico is set up to have a big year. I agree with. I mean, I love Clint's assessment. But if I'm a defensive coordinator, am I really going to focus on Nico when Stephon Diggs is over there?
That's my thing. You might.
I don't know about that.
I mean, you might.
Who knows?
Who knows?
But
who knows? He was that good.
Then Stephon Diggs is going to.
I think Nico Collins is a part of this thing for a long time. So I think in any scenario, Nico Collins is a part of this thing. I'm not saying you move on from Nico Collins. I'm just saying the price, like right now, unless you're getting some sort of bargain and it's closer to 20 than it is 25, I don't know what the hurry is. Because if he makes you pay that, he makes you pay that. But you don't want to get in that situation. But I will make it clear. I think Nico Collins is a part of this thing for a long time, and he's very easy to root for. He works his ass off. He's out there longer than anyone. So I do want to make that clear.
Yeah, and if I wanted to get in the sticks about football with Clint, I would have suggested this. Hey, put Nico in the slot. I like it. I like Diggs and Dell on the outside. It's like these matchup night, like they just know how to get open, and then this big ass tall dude who catches everything and who's now stays healthy. Oh my God! Like football season needs to start already.
It started, man. It never ended.
I'm ready.
What about the man throwing the rock? What would it take to hold CJ Stroud back? Sophomore slump. What does that look like? Is it even possible? More with B. Scott next.
Payne and Pendergast. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sophomore slump. We hear it all the time. We hear the notion that teams have film on quarterbacks and all that. C.J. Stroud, what does a sophomore slump look like? What would hold C.J. Stroud back from building on his historic rookie season last year? B. Scott in the building. He's in the building with us every Thursday at 11 a.m. What does a sophomore slump look like for C.J. Stroud, and why does it happen?
Yeah, well, sophomore slumps happen for a number of reasons, but I think with C.J. Stroud, it's tricky because he set the bar so high. Like, he could have a good season and it still be a sophomore slump because his rookie season was that damn good.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of interesting, and I think this is a cool spot for Texans fans to be in or to feel themselves to be in, because I feel like they're the only team in the division that can say, hey, if my quarterback never improves, if he never gets better, I think I'd punch that ticket and I'd still be okay with it. Like, nobody else in the division is saying that. In Indy, damn it, Anthony Richardson, they might be excited about him, but he's got to get better. He's got to improve at certain things. Same thing with Will Levis. Even in Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence, I know we talked about that quite a bit. That's not somebody they're probably like, hey, we're good.
Just stay where
if he just stays where he's at.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud could probably play at the level that he did last year for the entirety of his career, and we wouldn't complain much about the fact that, hey, you know what, he didn't get much better since his rookie year. We probably wouldn't complain. But if he takes a step back,
what is a step back?
What is a step back? That's a little trickier because, again, it could still be good. It could be fewer touchdowns and more interceptions, but still be good. Maybe they still win, have an over 500 record and make the playoffs and maybe win a playoff game still, but it doesn't look the same way it did. Like, there's a lot of different ways that it can happen, and it just kind of depends on how it unfolds.
It's hard for me to imagine the step back with CJ. I think the step back, and you brought this up, B. Scott, is maybe the offensive line isn't good.
It's literally the only thing.
The offensive line isn't doing their job, but I just have the utmost confidence. Maybe I'm lost in the sauce. Maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't know, but it's just hard for me to imagine C.J. Stroud, first of all, throwing a lot of interceptions. Although we did see the game against Arizona where he struggled. I guess more interceptions would be one thing, but the offensive line, I think, is the one thing that could prevent him and perhaps have him take a step back.
See, I think it's going to be very, very simple. I'm talking about just perspective from the outside looking in. I think it's wins and losses. I think if they like he could easily throw more interceptions. That was one of the things I was thinking as well. And people perceive it. But with this schedule and with the expectation, even if they just win 9 games again, I think some people might say, he didn't really carry this team like we thought he would. And he could have the exact same numbers, the exact same touchdown to interceptions, but it's a damn tough schedule, and who knows how much better these other quarterbacks and teams in the division are going to be.
And if one of those quarterbacks has a better season than him.
Yeah, and one of them really steps up.
Yeah.
And he has the exact same schedule, but they don't win games. Like if they end up with 8 or 9 games, heaven forbid 8, but 9 wins like last year, people go, kind of took a step back, sophomore slump, and it's not going to even be there.
Yeah. See, for me, the offensive line is where it's at. Because if there was
just the inside?
I would say if there's I would even count the tackles because, like, I believe in them as talents. But, look, man, those dudes be hurt. Like, they're injured all the time, man. Like, Laramie Tunsil, I think, is clearly their best offensive lineman. But he's missed significant time. Credit to him last year for playing through injury, but I watched him limp around the locker room in a way last year that I had not seen before. I wonder if that's breaking down a little bit. Obviously, Titus Howard playing in his rightful position, I think, will look different. But the fact that those guys have an injury history, and then you do have the questions that you have at center and at left guard, to me, and look, CJ overcame a lot of issues on the offensive line last year. But what ended up doing him in eventually? Like, what was the reason why he ended up going out, getting a concussion against the Jets, and then, the season tailed off a little bit in terms of his buzz for MVP and all that, like, because he missed a couple of games. But that was because they were weak on the interior of the offensive line. So, to me, if there was an obvious thing to pick that you could point to of what could hold C.J. Stroud back from being the quarterback he was before or from taking that next step, to me would be either underperformance or lack of health with the offensive line.
All that said, It ain't happening. I just don't see it happening. I mean, we can argue about it, and I think the wins and losses, that's by default. People are like, oh, they didn't win, and maybe interceptions would be the other one. I cannot see it happening with how much better they are around him.
What about the other side of the rock? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig Beast got in here on Sports Radio 610. What about the other side of the rock? You have to feel good about the front seven, even though there's we can nitpick and we can talk about tackle, we can talk about maybe an extra linebacker, but you have to feel decent about the front seven when you add what you've added.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I would say I feel good about what they have in terms of pass rushing. I think there's going to be a little bit of a committee with the interior defensive line. And, who's that third linebacker? I don't think we talked a whole lot about that.
I always talk about that.
But we got Azeez Al-Shaair.
Probably too much I talk about.
We got Christian Harris. But, is Henry Toa in that mix? Is there another dude that they brought in? I don't know who that third linebacker is when they're in their base sets. Now, a lot of times they're probably going to be out there with two linebackers in passing situations. But I don't know exactly what that looks like. To me, it's the secondary is the big defensive story of the offseason, of training camp. It's the thing to look at because outside of Derek Stingley, I don't feel do you feel confident in saying who are your starters outside of Derek Stingley?
No.
For sure with your chest?
No.
I think you can pencil some dudes in. You can maybe say, I think maybe this. But I wouldn't write anything in pen or say it with my chest outside of Derek Stingley. And that is fascinating to me for a football team that has the expectations and aspirations that the Texans do. We're talking about a playoff team here that has mostly or just all but one spot in his secondary that is up for grabs. To me, that is something to watch.
And 1 year is a long time for someone that's where Jimmy Ward is at this point in his career, especially when he's had some trouble staying on the field. So, you can say, well, yeah, when he was in there last year, it was great and he played pretty well and all that, but 1 year is a long time when you're a double-digit NFL veteran. And then you have Jalen Petrie, who had a really rough year last year, and we don't know if Bullock's ready to go. So even at safety, I think the safety position is uncertain. Then you have the cornerback too. You have two guys. They're on their third team. These are top 10 picks that are on their third team in the duration of less than half a decade. The secondary is very, very scary. And the other thing is Derek Stingley gets hurt. He's been hurt every year he's played football past his freshman year at LSU. So as great as it was last year, Derek Stingley still gets hurt. And you're going to have to, if you're concerned with Derek Stingley in there, just imagine him being on the sidelines in sweats and you having to move these guys around at corner. That's kind of scary.
I mean, you said 1 year is a lot. How about looking at it this way? About 2 years is a lot, which is what Jimmy Ward has been injured. He's been injured off and on for the last 2 years. And now, yes, on top of what you said, Landry, he's a year older. So, to me, that is not set in stone. It's really something to watch out for. Is what does Jimmy Ward's health and readiness look like? And at this point in his career, is Kalen Bullock a better option for you in passing situations? Is he a more dynamic playmaker for you at safety? And then you're using Jalen Petrie, hopefully closer to the line of scrimmage and in ways that actually utilize his skill sets. But yeah, all of what you said, man. I've tried to dress up the Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson thing too. But look, I'd be lying if I said, hey, you should just feel great about that.
Here's the other aspect about it's absolutely the secondary. You can talk about the front seven, and they are really good. I really am high on them. But the quarterbacks that they're facing, you don't think they know how – you don't think Aaron Rodgers knows how to exploit a weak spot in the secondary? You don't think, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, they don't know how to exploit – a weak spot in the secondary, how to get rid of the ball quickly. The fact that you're facing these quarterbacks, they know how to take advantage of things like that if you are weak on one of those spots.
Yeah. That's a good point about the weak link.
Yeah.
It's another way of saying, hey, okay, you only got one guy that you can really write in as a starter.
Patrick Mahomes knows a little thing or two about.
Okay. But that means you got 4 or 5 potential weak links in your secondary. Any one of them could be a weak link. You don't know which one it's going to be, or if it's multiple. I am nervous about that.
Yeah.
That's going to be the biggest reaction at camp because they're also going against good receivers. So when we're watching them practice, Jeff Okudah got burned by, Diggs or Dell or whatever. Yeah. They're going to be. It's going to be interesting. And the credibility. I don't want to say the credibility is on the line, but when you talk about the decisions that we've talked about in this hour, you bringing back Dameon Pierce to be part of a 1-2 punch after being unplayable last year. looking at the cornerback position and saying, okay, we're going to bring in two guys that are looked at as busts, and then we're going to bring back the same safeties, and we're going to bring a guy who's not ready. Like those are moves where you're not sacrificing your credibility, but it's another angle of evaluation that can be extremely costly if you're not right about it.
Yeah, for sure. And I see how they could all work. Like the reason why I don't have as much criticism for it, because I do see the logic in it. Like I see the logic in a Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, best man wins kind of battle, and see if one of those guys can be as good as Steven Nelson. I see the logic in, hey, Dameon Pierce was the best running back on this team 2 years ago, took a step back in year 2, but has the right attitude. No reason why he can't be a contributor to this football team. Like, I see the logic in it, but again, to your point, Landry, when that is the plan, it has to work.
Yeah,
100%. You got to be right about it, and it is to some degree, I think, up to the players to make them right.
Speaking of the plan, what in the hell is the plan when it comes to Abreu? We'll talk to B. Scott about that. Plus, man, these basketball takes got to stop. They really do. Hits are lit next.
Coach D'Amico doesn't.
Bank of America N.A.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
The
Locker.
hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In the Loop with B. Scott for his Thursday visit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Gerard Johnson, he was at the NFL's Coaching Accelerator program. He was actually on NFL Network, and he was asked what C.J. Stroud can improve from year one to year two. Here's what the quarterback coach of the Houston Texans had to say about that.
There's always things to improve on. I think he'd be the first to tell you that as well. You know, we were very fortunate in Houston. Coach Ryan did a heck of a job. Our coordinator, Bobby Slowick. Our quarterback room, I think, was really special last year. You know, me, Bill Lazor, the other guys in the room, Davis Mills, Case Keenum. I think we really established a good core culture, you know. But C.J. played well. He worked really hard. But at the end of the day, you know, this league's about sustaining success. You know, and so we have a couple things that we think he needs to work on, but I think he will say that too. But our biggest thing is making sure we can sustain success, and every year is a new challenge, and it's going to be just as hard this coming up year as it was last year, so we're hoping we're ready.
No, it's going to be more hard. I mean, if we're being honest, it's going to be more difficult. Yeah. You can improve, but yeah, it's definitely going to be a hell of a lot more difficult. And the one thing, like, as I look at this division, this is the thing that I don't think it's going to kill momentum, but you're damn sure going to have to figure something out, because it's inevitable that you're going to have to replace Slowick, you're going to have to replace Sherrod. And when we go back to the D'Amico Ryans discussion, there was a portion of people that, and I'm not even questioning it, that said, you need to hire an offensive coach because he can work with the quarterback. You need an offensive-minded coach.
Yeah.
They're not going to have to deal with that in Indianapolis. They're not going to have to deal with that in Tennessee. So if Anthony Richardson or Will Levis figures something out, chances are they're going to be able to ride out the large portion of their career with the guy who's overseeing that offense. C.J. Stroud, inevitably, whether it's next year, whether it's the year after that, he is going to have someone talking to him on a daily basis that is different, which you can overcome. It's been done multiple times. Many good teams have done it, but it is an inevitability and one of the big obstacles / hurdles that the Texans are going to have to overcome.
Yeah, I think so. To this, for me, CJ getting better, part of the CJ Stroud improvement is going to be becoming sort of an offensive coordinator in your own right, or like reaching the point, like taking advantage of this time that you have left with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, however long it is, but taking advantage of this window to become as much of a savant as you can, as much of an offensive coordinator on the field as you can, to where now the next person that comes in is not someone who has to establish anything.
Yeah.
They got to come in speaking the language that y'all already established. They got to come in and
they have to fit you.
They have to fit you at that point.
I agree.
And so, to me, the blessing in all of it will be if by the end of all of this, C.J. Stroud is somebody who, not he is the offense, but mentally he's someone who already has it grasped to the point to where you're interviewing people who speak the same language as C.J. as opposed to him having to change the way he speaks.
I was also thinking, I don't know what you guys think, like when Gerard said he has a couple little things that he wants to work on. I'm like, what?
I'm pretty sure there's like
I'm sure the intricate things and all that stuff, but like he never really he took some chances early with the ball, fixed that, didn't do it late, never really scrambled like willy-nilly. Like he knew he was smart with his scrambling. He was, Clinton was talking about, first reads and all that. I thought he went to second and third reads very regularly, very, very nicely. So it's going to be interesting to see what that is.
Yeah. Astros, they're in a 13-game stretch, 13-game opportunity, if you will. They lose the series to the A's. They're now 8-1 in series this year, so they're 500. They're 60. They're 22-28 on the season. They start a series with the A's tomorrow. Only one team in the American League West has a positive run differential, and it's the Mariners at +1.
Yeah.
So it's the Astros are very, very fortunate that they're in the division that they're in. What do you make of the Astros with where they're at right now? We're about a third through the season. Where are we going here?
So we're a third through the season. I just want to point out, because I like your stat, Landry, but just to kind of hammer it home a little bit, it's actually been that way for a while.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. Like it's not a...
Yeah, they've benefited from being in this division for a long time.
It's revealing when you hit. But if you look, the whole there's only one team in the division that has a plus run differential has been a thing, and the Astros not being one of them, by the way, has been a thing for a while. So we talk about this being the mud or the trash, as you called it, Landry. It is that, and it's been that way for several weeks now, and that's just kind of where the Astros stand. Man, I was there yesterday. I was at the ballpark yesterday, and was really hoping. I love day baseball. I'm like, man, they got the Angels. They should be able to figure this out. You're coming off of
probably should have, to be honest.
Come on, man. Yeah. And it's just there is just something lifeless about them, man. It just the vibes weren't there. Obviously you're at an event, people are there. It's cool, but it's not the same. Minute Maid is not the same, and it felt that way before they lost.
What do you mean?
The energy's just different, man. I think
it's the team. I said it early on, Landry.
It was real lukewarm.
I said it early on, even before they really started to lose. I just feel different about how you're watching this squad.
Yeah, it's I know you're not a coffee drinker, but it was lukewarm coffee. It wasn't hot, and some people like iced coffee. It wasn't that. It was just lukewarm.
Well, you clearly haven't had Lance McCullers coffee.
Stale coffee. No, I have not. I have not. That has not hit the timeline yet. I've not gotten around to that, Lance. Sorry, man.
They said that I heard Sean and Seth throwing out a hypothetical of trading Lance McCullers. If someone will take him, please.
I was going to say who.
Pretty please. If you're going to take that contract, pretty damn please.
I missed that part. The other end of that conversation is for who, for what?
Yeah.
Well, what are you trading him?
What are you trading for him for? They're talking about a potential salary dump or something. It's who's doing that?
Yeah.
Nah, man. Well, I mean, nah.
Why?
Nah.
For what?
Nah. Dude hasn't pitched in. Dude, I've stopped keeping track.
Well, apparently he was throwing something. I don't know if it was off the mound, whatever. His fastball's in the 80s.
His what?
McCullers' fastball is in the 80s right now. And he hadn't really started throwing too many breaking balls.
Well, that doesn't exactly sound like relief. No. That doesn't sound like bullpen action either.
Yeah,
I did see this. He's up from the 10-ounce coffees to the 16, so he's lifting those up.
That'll help.
He's selling the coffee.
That should help that elbow.
Jose Urquidy, he's going to start for AAA Sugarland on Friday. Joe Espada said the hope is to get his pitch count up to 80, which is you're close if you're AAA and you're talking about 80 pitches. Luis Garcia, he's going to throw a few more bullpens before facing hitters. And Jose Abreu, he's going to be in Sugarland this weekend as well. So perhaps help is on the way.
Dude, I'm hopeful with the Jose Urquidy. And Luis Garcia is the one that I'm really monitoring because I feel like that's somebody who can return. I know he's making a return from Tommy John, but he's somebody I feel like can actually help you. Lance McCullers, man, if he gives you anything, then you just count it all joy.
I'm not even counting on
I'm not expecting anything there.
Yeah.
But so Luis Garcia is the one that I'm really looking at, and obviously Jose Urquidy is closer. But this Jose Abreu thing is interesting because you got some, I won't call it dead weight, but maybe some unnecessary names at the bottom of the roster or at the edges, on the fringes of the roster. But all of them are better options probably than Jose Abreu. There's really nobody to have on the team or to take off the team for him. It's really awkward because it's you're going to bring him back, but he's got to replace somebody. He's got to unseat somebody.
But here's my
problem.
He's
not better than anybody.
Here's my problem with this. My problem with the Jose Abreu thing is this, and this is what's really frustrating, and this is what really pisses me off about it. Dana Brown wasn't here when they signed Jose Abreu. Okay?
All right, that's true.
But now Dana Brown is having to be the voice of trying to sell Jose Abreu and sell bat speed and all that type of crap. I know I give Dana a hard time because he seems to like the camera, but he was not here when Jose Abreu was signed. Joe Espada did not bring in Jose Abreu. And now Jose Abreu goes to Florida. Jeff Bagwell puts on the damn baseball pants, hopping around there at 50 in baseball pants, and he works with him. And now all of a sudden, I'm having to hear Joe Espada say that this team can't go anywhere without Jose Abreu. And then I'm hearing Dana Brown talk about, we like to see Jose back. That's what ticks me off is it's jacked up because I'm sitting here and I'm frustrated with Joe Espada. I'm frustrated with Dana Brown. And Jeff Bagwell, who was the one who oversaw this, who got on the plane and went and got him, he puts on some damn baseball pants, hops around, and now all of a sudden Jose Abreu is back on the baseball team, which, oh, by the way, they've also gotten hot since he left. That's what's frustrating about this for me.
Listen, we don't talk politics on this station, but this is the politics of sports.
Absolutely.
This is what the politics of sports looks like. Exactly what you just laid out, Landry. Oh, Dana Brown isn't responsible. He isn't the one who signed him. Or this wasn't Joe Espada's idea. He inherited it. But guess who they work for?
I get it.
No, I know that, but that's what I'm saying.
No, but it speaks to the lack of power that Espada and that's what Landry's getting at.
And that's what I'm getting at.
And Dana Brown has.
That's exactly what I'm saying, though. It's not. It's almost not about them. They were hired to be the message pushers to carry out the vision of ultimately Jim Crane. But Jim Crane has entrusted Jeff Bagwell as the one Jeff Bagwell and company, Reggie Jackson and all of those, his brain trust as the ones who. That's the lens in which the Astros are looking through right now. Is those guys,
and that's why, like when I talk about Joe Espada, and I know it's different sports, that's why he is in the Steven Silas, David Coley type of range.
Yeah.
He's Rafael Stone going out there and watching practice and telling you how many minutes to play this guy. He's Jack Easterby and company following David Coley to every press conference, telling him what to do, telling him what he can and can't do. That's why you throw him in that company. That's why it's so frustrating that this is going on. And I just think that I kind of feel for these guys. I don't know that Dana Brown's really a good GM. I don't know that I would bet against Joe Espada being a good manager, but damn it, it wasn't their idea to bring in Jose Abreu.
Yeah. Whether they are a good GM or a good manager is almost beside the point because you're not allowed to find out.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to find out because they're not wholly doing their job.
And your point on Abreu is what I just constantly go back to. If you're going to bring him back and you don't start him, which I think they are, because I think they're going to be force-fed to start him, then he's just wasting a roster spot.
Dude.
You can't do anything with him.
I mean, never mind the fact that he's arguably the worst hitter in baseball, but he ain't even good defensively. Like, you can remember at times.
Hughley always had that elite leather.
Yeah, like when it got toward the end
nice.
with Hughley, you could at least rely on the leather.
Hell, Singleton.
You don't even have that. Yeah. So it's like, what are you doing? Why are you out there? It's like, and it's not like you really need to save face at this point. Like, everybody can acknowledge what it is. This didn't work out.
Yeah.
This didn't work out. Yeah. Okay. And I think you can actually recover from it if you move on from it without being sort of stubborn and pig-headed about the thing.
Seriously. Western Conference Game 1 last night. Mavs win 108-105. 33 for Luka, 30 for Kyrie. Eastern Conference Finals Game 2 tonight. Following the meltdown, Pacers looking to even up the series in Boston. Yesterday we played the clip of Shannon Sharp talking about JaVale McGee and his potential role in this series for the Mavs. Here's the problem. He's not on the Mavs. Hadn't been all year. This one might take the cake, though. And this is Keyshawn Johnson with Skip Bayless. Have you seen this yet?
I think I have.
Okay. The Mavs played the T-Wolves 4 times this year. Kyrie Irving did not play in 3 of those games. We need to quit making these football players try to break down basketball. And if they're going to break it down, like, do a little bit of homework or don't try a little bit too hard. This was
so rough.
This was Skip Bayless and Keyshawn Johnson breaking down before the game yesterday the Mavs versus T-Wolves. Keep in mind, Kyrie Irving did not play in 3 of the 4 matchups.
They've beaten them 3 out of 4 tries, but since the trade deadline, they hadn't played them. This is a different Dallas team. Okay, that may be true, but the fact of the matter is I still know I beat you, and you, Kyrie, were here. And we beat y'all 3 out of 4.
Kyrie wasn't there, though.
But he was on the team.
Oh, he was on the team, but he didn't play in the 3 that Minnesota won.
No, I understand that. No, I get that, but he was on the team. He was there.
Okay.
Do a little more homework next time before you call us.
I mean, he was there, subliminals, and the energy.
He got caught slipping and tried to clean it up, but he was on the team.
But he was on the team.
But
technically, I'm right, even though I'm wrong.
No duh. Kawhi Leonard was on the team too.
See, if you look at it the way I'm looking at it, you'll see it the way I see it.
What is going on?
He was there. He might not have even been there. I don't know. But he was on the team.
It might be a Kyrie. You know, Kyrie believes in vibes and energy and, you know.
He seems like he's in a good headspace, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kyrie.
Yeah, man, they balled out last night.
Yeah.
Kyrie fan.
Got to give it to him.
Yeah, he did. And Luka looks like he's about to die. But, you know, we'll see if he can hold it off.
Still gets the buckets. It's wild.
No, he does. But when you're on the injury report with a hurt right knee and hurt left ankle, that does not seem very comfortable.
But it works out when it doesn't even seem like you use your knees and your ankles that much. He just kind of labors his way through the lane. And
that 7-0 run in the third, bucket. That's when you knew it was a wrap. That's when you knew they were going to win the game. Coming up, C.J. Stroud. Who is his top receiver? Who's going to have to sacrifice the most? And did the Texans ignore something that could end up costing them the ultimate prize? In the Loop continues. Lunchtime next.
In the Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the secondary, B. Scott brought this up. Brandon Scott in for his weekly visit. The secondary for the Texans right now. There's a lot of things that the Texans have addressed. You can really make a case. You can go through the entire roster and you can say they actively tried to improve in these areas. You can say it at wide receiver. You can make a case at running back. They brought in Joe Mixon instead of Singletary. You can make a case there. Offensive line, you were obviously already set. Naturally, you're going to improve because you're getting guys back. You got more competition on the interior
and drafted.
We know exactly. We know what they did on the front four. Linebacker, Cashman, Shair. Maybe that's a wash. Who knows? But when it comes to the secondary, say what you want about Steven Nelson, but we are talking about 5 interceptions last year, and you're bringing back the exact safeties, and you have a guy who I'm excited about Bullock. I just don't know if it's going to be an immediate short-term type of contribution. Like, of all the things that the Texans have done, the secondary, and B. Scott brought this up, and oh, by the way, your best piece hasn't been able to stay on the field consistently for a while now. The secondary is perhaps the most concerning thing when it comes to the Texans and what they did or didn't do.
It's not close, is it? Because you could argue, you could argue there's questions at least 2, maybe 3 spots in the secondary. If you're looking at the safeties and the opposite cornerback. That's rather important. I mean, that's very, very important. And I'll go back to, a couple things that we've talked about here. Okudah and Henderson, I'm with you, man. I hope that pixie dust goes, great. But it's their third teams and their top 10 picks. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that it's their third teams. And then the other thing, which I mentioned with you and B. Scott a second ago, these are not dumb quarterbacks that you're going to be facing. You might be able to put a lot of pressure on them with the front, with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson stepping up, and who knows, elsewhere, even up the middle, there could be some success. But these are smart quarterbacks, legendary in a lot of cases, quarterbacks that you're facing that know how to find that weak spot, whether it's cornerback, nickel, safety, and just completely exploit it. Well, we're talking, Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers. I mean, presuming health, obviously. Lamar Jackson, even Jared Goff. These guys know how to exploit a secondary that has questions.
Yes, and you're going to have to get after the quarterback significantly. And chances are there's going to be a game where you're going to be without Derek Stingley. There's going to be maybe 2 games, maybe 3 games. Mm-hmm. That's just based on what we've actually seen from Derek Stingley or haven't seen from Derek Stingley. Even last season, which was a season in which he kind of creeped up on the edge of all-pro caliber corner. So that's just kind of where you're at when it comes to the Texans. But the secondary, I do think, is something to very strongly keep an eye on. What about the offensive line? The offensive line seems like we've been having this conversation for a while. Are they going to get the return on investment in the offensive line? That's the thing that we keep asking. Are they going to finally get that return on investment?
You're talking about Kenyon Green mostly.
I'm talking about Kenyon Green. I'm talking about Titus Howard. I'm talking about Juice Scruggs. I'm talking about Shaq Mason. Are they going to get that ROI?
I mean, that's crucial. I feel pretty good about most of those. I feel pretty good about Juice Scruggs, pretty good about Shaq Mason. Obviously, we'll see on Titus Howard, but they feel pretty good about him, that they put their money where I think it comes down to Titus Howard and Kenyon Green. Are you going to be able to finally get what you want, what you expected out of Kenyon Green? That's the second story of training camp. What are you going to get there? Where is Titus Howard going to be? What is Kenyon Green going to be? I feel good otherwise with Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson or whomever. And then Shaq Mason's just been consistent. He's just been nothing flashy, nothing can't be too flashy in the offensive line, but I mean nothing that stands out.
He was good. I mean, he was good.
But he's been consistent.
He was good. Yeah, he wasn't bad last year. He wasn't great at times, but he was solid. Mm-hmm. I know the PFF grades, which are real polarizing. Sometimes they were pretty good to him. Sometimes they weren't.
Yeah.
So we'll see, and really, it's gonna be interesting to see how they decide to shape up that interior offensive line because there's a lot of competition. There's at the very least a lot of bodies there. Joe Espada.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Espada is David Culley. Joe Espada is Steven Silas. And I don't even mean that as an insult. I just think it's blatant to see that that's what he is. He is being forced, and you can make a case that maybe the GM is even being forced, Dana Brown, to make it work with Jose Abreu, a last-ditch effort, which is crazy to me because the Astros, I don't know how much room they have for error. I guess we can sit here and still say it's early.
Mm-hmm.
We're about a third through the season. After this weekend, we'll be a third through the season.
50 games.
Yeah, we will be a third through the season the next time, next week for the Astros. David Culley was forced to do whatever the hell they told him to do. He couldn't even go to a press conference himself. I remember Jack Easterby walking in and watching him.
Yeah.
Steven Silas, he wasn't allowed to choose the lineup. And they can deny that. He wasn't allowed to choose the lineup. That's basically what Joe Espada is having to do. It's a different sport, different situation, but neither Dana Brown nor Joe Espada had anything to do with bringing Jose Abreu in. Neither one of them.
Yeah.
And now they're having to make it work with him. I'm just confused by this.
Well, you should be. And when you answer this question, there's going to be your answer. Was David Culley ever allowed to make a decision independent of anybody else? Just like you're the head coach, make the decision. The answer is no. So the question is Joe Espada making decisions? I'm not talking peripheral ones, like little ones. I'm talking about like a Jose Abreu decision. Is he allowed to make that decision independent? Are they trusting him to make that decision? I think the answer is no. It's going to be Dana Brown via Reggie or Jeff Bagwell or Jim Crane. That's when and then you can stretch it, like you said. Does Dana Brown have that authority, that autonomy?
Here's the question I have, because we've talked about Kenyon Green, we've talked about rookie years, and throw that year out. We talk about it with Mechie, we talk about it with Kenyon Green. You talk about it a lot of times with players. Hell, D'Amico Ryans was saying last year was Christian Harris's pretty much his rookie year. Can I really judge Dana Brown if we're here in year 2 and he's having to, first of all, figure out what the hell to do with Lance McCullers? He didn't give him that extension. That wasn't him who decided to give Lance McCullers the extension after having a Tommy John surgery. That wasn't him.
No.
He's having to figure out what to do there. He's having to figure out what to do with Jose Abreu and figure this out. Like, at what point can I even judge Joe Espada? Because at least, or not Joe Espada, Dana Brown. Because at least with Joe Espada, I can watch him manage, and I can look at the decisions he's making. I can look at the way that the players are responding to him. But if you're taking $29, $30 million and giving it to Montero and Jose Abreu before Dana Brown even takes over, and he's having to make do with that, how do I even judge Dana Brown as a general manager at this point?
I think the only way you can judge him is he even making the best of those decisions. Like, to make the best of it, look, the financial implications here, we all know. Like, it's going to be really, really hard to not play him based on the money. But I think you could have sent him down and given him 2 months, 3 months, and really get a gauge on things. Like, he just had a cup of coffee down there. Like, and he just transformed all of a sudden into the old Jose Abreu. That's kind of hard to believe. I think a general manager with autonomy would say, let's just keep him down there. We're doing well as is right now. And I think that's your answer. It's not his decision. It couldn't be his decision to bring him back so soon. Like, it just couldn't be. I think somebody else is pulling the strings here.
So when Dana Brown comes out and says, the bat speed looks great, and then Dana Brown comes out and says, oh, well, we noticed there's something wrong with his bat speed, what am I supposed to do? Like, am I supposed to look at this as Dana Brown is just kind of a messenger and Dana Brown's just saying whatever the hell he can? Because on the surface, I sit there and I say, man, this guy is full of crap.
Mm-hmm.
Like, 1 second he's saying this, and then the next second he's saying that. Is that the way that I'm supposed to judge Dana Brown when it comes to Jose Abreu? Is it's not his decision? He's basically just having to go out and sell it?
Yes. I mean, how could it be anybody's decision? I mean, how can it be his decision independent of the guys that brought him in. And when Jeff Bagwell's standing right there behind the backstop. I mean,
in baseball pants.
In baseball pants. I know that bothers you, but like that's not his decision. And
did he have to just ask for some baseball pants, or did he just get some of his old baseball pants?
I'm sure he's got some down there. No, this is like if they go if they slide again, and I don't expect too much here in the next into the weekend, but if they slide back with Jose Abreu in the lineup, that's who's going to get the blame on that. It ain't going to be Jeff Bagwell. It's going to be Dana Brown. So he's handcuffed here. He has to play him. And then if Jose Abreu continues to stink, they're going to blame him.
What's the margin for error, though? Like, how long are we doing this?
Like, how good? I'm glad you brought that up. I was thinking that, too. Like, what is a successful return?
If he's serviceable, is it just, okay, well, he's better off. Like, is the bar low? Like, what are we expecting from Jose Abreu? Because if he goes in there and hits 175, that's an improvement. Is that what we're looking for? Are we just looking for improvement? How long are we doing this? How long is this trial run going on?
That's not good, right? I mean, we all know that. So what does he have to be at 250?
I don't know what are we platooning? Is it just he's in the lineup every day?
They need to platoon, but I don't know if they will. I mean, because I think Espada would just rather keep things as is, but it's not his call. I think Dana Brown probably in his heart knows they should keep things as is, but he's been told, no, we're playing Jose Abreu as soon as he comes back. And, oh, by the way, we're rushing him back. Like, that's the other thing. They've rushed him back. What, a month? How did that light weights go? I mean, how do you get back to quick twitch muscles with light weights in like 2 or 3 weeks of lifting them?
This is the other thing about the Jose Abreu thing. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Lunchtime confessions coming up in about 10 minutes. The other thing about the Abreu thing is, and I roll my eyes at this, especially when Joes like us say this, but what kind of message does it send to the clubhouse, or what kind of message does it send to the locker room is always kind of something I just say, all right, dude.
Sometimes it's real, though.
But what are you doing right now if you're bringing back Jose Abreu and you're immediately putting him in the lineup, and you have this Singleton fella who is a great story. They seem to kind of gravitate towards his personality. They're all wearing the headbands and stuff. And then all of a sudden, this guy works his way back, and you're just saying, all right, well, let's put Abreu back in the lineup. Like, this isn't – like, even with Hughley, like, there was some sort of sweat equity.
Hughley was a no-brainer from the clubhouse perspective.
Yeah, and I mean, there were even times where it was like, what is he doing out there? And Dusty was loyal to him. But, like, if you look at Altuve, you look at Pena, you look at Bregman, you look at Tucker, you look at Alvarez, like Abreu doesn't have the sweat equity with him that Hughley did when he was struggling.
You could even argue Martin Maldonado. Like,
sure, yeah, you can.
No, you could.
No, you can.
Because, like, the people coming to Maldonado's defense, it wasn't just the general manager or even the manager. It was players.
Yeah, and he owned that clubhouse.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Hughley, it wasn't just the general manager or the manager coming to defend him. It was players. I don't know how many players are really back in this movie.
I mean, they seem to like him, and they seem to think he's a good dude. And I know he was getting praised for accepting what they were offering, and he's talking about being embarrassed and stuff. But I just wonder, like, if I'm sitting out there and we're playing a little bit better baseball, and then all of a sudden he's back on the field, I just don't know what kind of message that sends.
This could
really,
be
really interesting.
This could be the communication thing that two veteran players told Bob Nightingale. Like, communication isn't just like we don't understand what you're saying you want us to do. Communication is what do we do? What are the decisions being made here? Like, who's making these decisions? That could be what the players were talking about as well.
On the text 281, while I get the Coley points when it comes to comparing Espada and Coley and Steven Silas, did you really want him making choices on the decline, fourth and sixth and all that? No, I didn't. My point is that I don't know that Espada is.
He's not in control.
I know he's not in control, and I don't know whether I want him to or not. But that's what he is. This is not Dusty Baker makes the hard-nosed decision, because at least with Dusty we knew, okay, he wants Maldi in there. No one's telling him. Mm-hmm. Dusty wants Maldi in there for better or worse, as annoying as it was. Yeah, but Dusty was doing that. I don't think Joe Espada is sitting here saying we really need to put Jose Abreu in there. And what makes it even more confusing is I don't even know that Dana Brown's doing it. And that's the crazy thing about this.
That's
whole
the
thing.
troubling part. You don't really see any pushback. Even with somebody like a James Click, you heard there was some type of disagreements and stuff like that. Here it's just saying like, yes, man.
Yeah, they're
Yes,
unified.
man.
They're aligned,
okay,
right?
Sure. Yeah.
Here you go.
There's no pushback.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's no, hey, I don't think we should play him and back and forth.
Like you knew
Dusty. It seemed like nobody got no coconuts.
Yeah, you knew Dusty and Click didn't agree on stuff because you could just feel it, you could hear it. With Dana Brown and Joe Espada, they're like, well, what are they saying in the offices over at Minute Maid Park? Because that's what we're gonna decide.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What day is it? Next.
The Texans are back on the field. got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. But we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so something happened at the Dodgers game yesterday that is going to lead to my confession. Excuse me, a vehicle caught complete fire in the parking lot, like totally in fire right outside Dodger Stadium. A lot of people could see it from the stands, and the organist did this. He started playing "We Didn't Start the Fire." And so my confession is, I really miss live organists at sporting events. You just don't see them anymore. Like the NBA used to have a bunch of stadiums all up and down the East Coast. That was kind of an East Coast thing in Midwest. The Bulls, the Celtics used to have an organist. Knicks, do the Knicks still have one? I think maybe.
Yeah, the Knicks. Yeah. And I think the Lakers.
And the Lakers and the Dodgers have this. It's a live dude. His name is Jeter Rule, and he saw that and he started. Organists at games are just. It just makes you feel like you're at something special. I miss organists. Why don't the Astros should bring back a live organist, the Rockets, somebody. Not football. It's got to be baseball or basketball.
The Astros got train guy, dude.
I don't need train guy. Sorry. I mean,
your guy.
How was he my guy?
He gets you pumped, man. Get you fired up.
This is badass. Did you see the video?
I did not.
Yeah, it's it's totally engulfed, and the dude is just playing "We Didn't Start the Fire" on the organ.
Okay.
I miss live organists.
Yeah.
We need more of that.
Maybe get the fire out before you start joking around there, organist.
Well, he couldn't do it.
He ain't started.
He didn't start the fire.
Kind of offended, man.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so yesterday I was getting off the elevator. I was going to the daughter's 9-month appointment. And then I was going to go home. It was going to be the first time that I'd been in a home with power since last Thursday, a week today. So pushing 6 days without power. And I looked down at my phone. I was scrolling through, and on the timeline, a tweet came up from Sean Pendergast that said, "Huge Wednesday, massive Wednesday here on Sports Radio 610." And I immediately thought to myself, I almost hit reply. I thought to myself, damn, what's wrong with Sean? He thinks it's Wednesday?
Mm-hmm. What's wrong with you?
I didn't know what day it was.
That's right.
To the point where I even looked. Oh, okay, yeah, today is Wednesday. I was just out of
that always freaks me out.
Out of sync.
It happens occasionally.
I've been the same way this week too, because yesterday felt like a Thursday. And
yesterday for me felt like a Tuesday. Yeah, I felt like it was Tuesday.
I keep thinking today is Friday, and it's not.
Yeah, the bouncing around, not being home, all that. I will say yesterday was probably one of the more satisfying days. Just going in the crib, getting to take the shower, get in the bed, all that. It was a satisfying day, and I didn't even know what effing day it was. That's my confession.
That's frustrating. You do know what I'm about to say, right?
What's that?
Tuesday has no feel. Every day of the week has a feel, but Tuesday has no feel. It would also be a great name for a band.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Okay, Dak. Okay.
Oh God, I saw this one.
Sure,
this made the rounds.
Sure, Dak. You're such a warrior. You just love the game so much. And by the way, how dumb a thing that is when you're going into negotiations. If you don't know,
I don't play for money was the quote.
I don't play for money when he was asked about the contract situation there, and that's my confession. Sure. Come on, man. Come on.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of tired of this inside the NBA love fest that's going on in the timeline forever.
Really?
And let me explain myself. I love the show as much as anyone else. Dude, they're going to be fine. Okay? Like this whole stupidity. Oh my God, they're taking it away from us. All those guys are going to get a lot of money. Unless Ernie Johnson retires, you're going to see Charles Barkley on NBA coverage. You're going to see Kenny Smith. You're going to see Draymond Green. You're going to see see Shaq. Spoiler alert. These guys won't be out of work. The show in some form is going to exist. So this funeral that I keep seeing with all these old clips and stuff, I'm fed up with it. Just realize these guys are going to be fine. They're not going away. Cut it out.
I saw something really, really interesting this morning. Did you know that Charles Barkley has his own media company?
Yes, and he was talking about hiring the staff, perhaps.
I didn't know that.
There you go. Go get it.
And I think the best idea would be just pop around, do different sports, like
what?
Do the NCAA tournament, do college football. By the way,
that I won't miss.
TNT's taking over college football, so they could still be doing the playoffs, a couple of playoff.
They
games.
get 2 games a year,
yeah,
right?
a couple of playoff games. So they could do a college football playoff. They could maybe do some NCAA basketball, do a little NBA, go to NFL. Like if he owns the media company and they start working for him, why not?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I didn't know. I'm being 100% honest. I didn't know that if you asked nicely, you can get another challenge in Major League Baseball. Did you see what happened in the Astros game yesterday? So we saw this one during the show yesterday. Ron Washington asked umpires to review a call at home, and it ended up he didn't win the challenge. It was a very close call that Altuve threw the Angels runner out at home plate. So he was out of challenges, right? Well, later in the game, Jeremy Pena hit what was ruled a home run, and he was out of challenges. So Jeremy Pena home run, right? Nope. Ron Washington went out to the home plate umpire, asked very nicely if they could review that as an umpire review, and he said, "Sure, big fella, we'll do that." And it was overturned. That's a challenge. That's a second challenge. Like, you have a challenge, but then if you go ask the umpires real nicely if they can review it on their own, they'll do it. What is going on?
I don't know, but I respect Wash's gangster.
Like, you only have one challenge unless you really are nice to the umpires and ask them to do it themselves.
You gotta start being nice.
This was not a little thing in the game.
Stop being mean to them.
Nice, man.
Stop cussing them out and
Ask
yelling
nicely.
at them.
This was not a little thing. This was big. I'm like, so you do have more challenges.
Managers need to take notes.
I'm telling you.
Ask
man.
nicely, man.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm intrigued by this Beverly Hills Cop 4 that is coming out. I know that it's found a lot of times it's looked at as tacky, and you're doing sequels, and we have the Happy Gilmore joint as well, Happy Gilmore 2. I'm excited for this, and I'm also excited for 50 Cent's Netflix doc, which is it's basically surviving Diddy. Apparently, they got 4 accusers of P. Diddy, and 50 Cent is on record saying that he might need more accusers. So I'm intrigued by what Netflix has going on. I was wondering about Netflix and their ability to put together some new programming. It was getting stale a little bit, but between the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight, the NFL game, this Surviving Diddy doc, and I don't know if it's going to be called that, but it's basically going to be the same thing, and this not coming to America, Beverly Hills Cop 4 and Happy Gilmore 2. I'm intrigued by Netflix. Confess.
I am
well
too.
Done.
I can't add much to that. I am too.
I think that doc is called Did He Do It? I want to say. Or unless it was a troll job by 50, but did he do it?
Did he do it?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I'm either getting soft or evolving, one of the two. Because as much as I hate the Mavericks, I had a lot of fun watching that game last night, specifically Kyrie Irving, and I was kind of pulling for him. I don't know what to make of this. I feel weird, conflicted, but I enjoyed the hell out of that. Like that was a really, really fun game. Specifically the first half, specifically more specifically Kyrie Irving, but I wasn't really hoping for the worst all day with the Mavericks. I was enjoying watching Kyrie.
So you're on the wagon.
No, I was enjoying watching Kyrie. I'm
on the wagon.
I'm in with Kyrie.
You're in with Kyrie.
Yeah.
So you're in with the Mavs.
Yeah.
You just lost a listener.
I feel dirty about it because I still hate the Mavericks. But I mean, that was a display. That was awesome.
Well, and Anthony Edwards tried to call him out.
Yeah, that too.
Said he wanted to go toe-to-toe with him.
Well.
And he took the young man to school.
I mean, Charles Barkley was right at the end of the game.
Do you like these on-court interviews with the players rather than the coach?
It depends. I mean, I don't know what they're going to say. I mean, it's like the coaches.
Kyrie was doing his thing, though, yesterday on his interview. He was like, honestly, they're tired, so we have to take advantage of that. They're coming on, which was what Anthony Edwards said. But Kyrie said, they're tired. We got to take advantage of it. We got to keep attacking. I love that, Anthony called me out. It's fun competition and all that.
Yeah, no, that was good.
I wish they could do that in the NFL. Like, instead of interviewing
that day might be
coach,
coming.
They should interview like C.J. Stroud or the other quarterback.
That day might be coming. They're taking
right before halftime.
They're taking a lot of hints from the XFL and the UFL or whatever the L's are, like the kickoff, and they do that in the XFL. They did it.
I love the coach interview.
It depends. Some of them are just
sometimes they're so generic.
Yeah, it was pretty cool how Greg Popovich, the a-hole, decided that he was just going to be an a-hole and then try to make a bit of it and act like he was kidding the whole time.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
I mean, he might have been. He's a very, very very funny guy.
How is he still coaching, man?
Because he wants to.
I thought he was supposed to retire 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. He looks rough.
Get out of here, man.
Yeah, get out of here with that BS, Popovich. That's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the unanswered questions as the Astros head towards a very favorable spot next. First, though, I want to talk about mistakes. Biggest mistake you can make, and it'll be with you over the course of your entire and you settle for less money. It happens with Orchard because the stress can overwhelm you, and disappointing offers, they wear you down and you settle for thousands less. You don't have to do that, though, with Orchard because Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing a home sell and helping
fixing today?
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, the Astros, they got a tough stretch ahead. Have they answered any questions? We talked about this 13-game stretch. We're 10 games in. Have they answered any questions that needed to be answered heading into this stretch before they wrap up the first third of the season? That's still early or not? I'm asking. No, I have no idea.
No, it is not. Well, although
it
some
might
people,
be in this
some
division.
people might argue with us.
In this division, it could be.
It's true. It's true.
Could be.
Your stat and my stat is all you need to know about this division. The one team
has a plus run differential, and it is +1.
Yeah,
so just barely.
And only 3 teams have a lower winning percentage than the Astros in the entire American League. 2 of them are in their own division. So yeah, they're going to have an opportunity. But okay, so we went into this, and you laid out a 13-game stretch that's going to wrap up this weekend. They're 7-3 so far, which it's good, but I don't feel it's like, really could have been better, put it that way. So they had questions coming in. They're going to have questions moving forward. Let me ask you guys both this. Have they answered these questions? Do they have an ace?
No. I mean, the answer is no.
I mean,
it's not even an uncertainty. They don't have an ace.
Shout out to Hunter Brown. Good effort.
He's definitely not that.
But he's up and down. I mean, he's
definitely not an ace.
He's been up and down. This is an interesting one to me. Let me ask you this question. Has Alex Bregman figured it out?
No.
Figgy?
Nah.
What's his deal? Why does he always start out like this?
Well, it's not just starting out anymore.
But the other thing is he did it when it was all baseball. He did it when he got married. Like, it's just something about Alex Bregman. He starts out slow.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
And we were kind of like, at first anyway, sort of like, okay, that's Alex Bregman. It's a slow start. But then it became a really long, slow start. So this is courtesy of Baseball Spo. He tweeted this yesterday, and I went, dang. Alex Bregman's first 33 games, 189 batting average. I think it's a 268 on-base percentage. Games 34 to 42, an 8-game stretch. 371 batting average. 743 OPS. But then in the last 5 games, 053 batting average, 105 OPS. So he's back. He's back down. I mean,
it's a roller coaster.
Yeah, is he going to be is it going to be a struggle all year for him, or up and down all year?
It's going to be up and down all year.
Here's another interesting one to me. Will Jose Abreu bounce back?
No. What does bounce back mean? Is he going to be better than he was before?
I'm going to put it at
what are we saying at bounce back?
I'm going to put it at 250. Can he bat 250?
No.
Figgy?
Hell no.
Nah, I don't think so.
250?
Hell no. No chance.
Yeah. I'm going to have to agree with you on that. This is the one that I wanted to talk about the most because, frankly, it could have been a confession, too. I really feel like they're rushing back Jose Urquidy. I understand they're around him every day. They're doing the plan. They're doing the rehab. He's doing the rehab. Dude, he had the ever...
He's going to throw 80 pitches this weekend for AAA. For Sugarland.
I don't have a lot of confidence. Well, the question I have...
What is he at his best?
Well, that too. But, I mean, he's been nails, in the postseason here.
Yeah, postseason. Yeah, he can flip the switch.
I'm worried about Jose Urquidy. And my question actually is, will Jose Urquidy, Luis Garcia, and or Lance McCullers inject some life into this staff?
No.
My answer is no, too. Because, first, let's look at Urquidy. He had the ever scary forearm strain, air quotes, which means something with the elbow more than likely, more often than not. That still bothers me. You got to give him credit for busting his butt. His last outing, he threw 59 pitches, had 5 runs and 7 hits. Whatever, it's a minor league rehab start, but that ain't great. So I'm worried about Urquidy when he comes back. I don't know how long you can count on him. So my answer to him is no, in terms of like injecting life. My answer to Luis Garcia, one of my all-time favorites, ever since he came up as a rookie, we talked about it a lot. I thought he was a hard luck pitcher. Then he came on. Then he was a phenom and all that. One of my all-time favorites.
Phenom?
Well, he wasn't in this town. He had Tommy John surgery a year ago, man. That's asking.
Yeah, I'm not counting on that.
That's asking a lot.
I'm not counting on that.
So my answer is no on Luis Garcia injecting life into this starting staff. Well, then we get to Lance McCullers.
Next.
I was reading about him this morning when I was tossing this together. I was reading
what a weird extension he got after surgery,
dude.
And he went out there and pitched 1 year, and he hasn't been back on the mound since. Like, you still had him. Like, they gave him. That was weird.
Good coffee though.
Is it?
I don't know. So
heard a lot about it. He's making the rounds.
I was reading about him and what he's been doing in his rehab and stuff. And he threw off the mound or whatever. And they said he really hasn't started throwing breaking balls. This is according to MLB, their report.
McTaggart's?
Whomever. It was the regular MLB injury update thing that I always go to. Anyway, they said he really hasn't started throwing breaking balls, and his fastball is still in the 80s. Come on. I mean, when is he going to elevate his game? I mean, so will Jose Urquidy, Luis Garcia, and Lance McCullers inject some life into the pitching staff? Because that's what they also need?
No.
The answer is no.
The answer is no. And even at their best, I don't know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are we doing with Lance McCullers? Like, I hear this talk about him. What are we saying that he is? Are we going back to 2017? Are we going back to 2020? Like, what do we think Lance McCullers is?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is that?
And you mentioned Urquidy.
Urquidy is a pitcher. He's a good, solid guy that you can rely on at times in clutch situations, but over the course of a season, he's like a number 3, number 4 guy.
Yeah.
At best.
And then Luis Garcia, I understand that it's a whole different world when it comes to Tommy John surgery, but it's still asking a lot to just step in the middle of the season a year
after. It's not a torn ACL. It's still a little more than that, right?
It's more than that. Yes, it's more than that. All right, so here's another question that's crucial after they finish this 13-game stretch. Can the handful of really good bats in this lineup carry the squad?
Perhaps.
This was the only yes I had.
The answer would be perhaps yes.
This was the only yes that I had. Figgy?
What was it?
Can the handful of good bats, Tucker, Alvarez, Pena, Diaz, and Altuve, can they carry this squad with their offense? That was my only yes.
Yeah, carry it to what? Like the playoffs or just in general?
Back in over 500 into contention, whatever.
I think so. I think so.
Here's a little fly in the ointment. Here's something to think about, though. And I'm not trying to wish anything bad on them. Altuve, Tucker, and Alvarez have played every game but one. And I believe it's Pena that has played every game. So they're getting a lot out of them, and they're getting a lot of work out of them. So you got to hope that they can sustain it as the season gets longer. And I do you know who's second on this squad right now in RBI? Obviously Tucker's first. Do you know who's second in RBI? I was stunned when I came across
Altuve?
Diaz.
Okay.
That's wild.
Good hitter.
Yeah, that's wild. So he's having a good year, so hopefully they can do it. Last one. Is Joe Espada a good manager?
No, hell no. Are you kidding me? No. Absolutely not. No. Zero. No. No.
I gave him so much benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely not.
I don't think he's awful, but he's not good.
He's awful.
He's awful?
He's awful. He should not be a manager. That was a... This guy is... I mean, he's not... There's nothing that screams, oh, this guy... I mean, he's a nice guy. Let's just put it that way. Let's give him the David Culley.
Who else did we say about that?
David Culley.
Say that about?
No, hell no. He's not a good manager, no. Absolutely not.
So here's where it gets interesting. So all these questions, they have an ace. Bregman figured it out. Urquidy, Luis Garcia, and Lance McCullers.
It's the bats, man. It goes back to the rakes.
Good bats. Espada. All but one was a no for me. So they got to rake, and they got to stay healthy. I mean, they're playing. 3 of those dudes have played all but one game, and the other one played every game. So you got to. They can't wear down, and they have to stay healthy, and they got to score 6 or 7 runs. I mean, that's where we're at.
So they might not be able to carry the team.
That's where we're at. They got to score 5, 6, 7 runs a game. I mean,
which they might be able to do, honestly.
Yeah.
They might be able to do.
Yeah.
So that's the hope.
Rake.
Figure it out, Fromber. And we didn't even talk about the top 3 pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
Verlander, Fromber, Javier. Go either way with those guys.
But then you also have to take into consideration this has been cupcake these last 13 games. These 13 games.
It's been an escape, and right now you got to at least take 2 out of 3 from the A's to feel like the 13 games was somewhat of a success. You're 7-3 right now.
Which one of these pitchers would you? I don't have confidence in any of them, but would you have the most confidence in? For me, it'd have to be Garcia. I mean, maybe some miracle a year after you come right in.
It would be Urquidy.
Urquidy?
Yeah, Urquidy.
I'm so worried about Urquidy. That's a. I've seen it too many times. Forearm strain, and then in the offseason they have surgery. Every year you hear, oh, he has a forearm strain. Okay.
I mean, McCullers doesn't pitch this year, right?
I can't see it. I can't see it happening. Not even throwing breaking balls? Hitting the 80s? I mean,
you got 2 more years of Lance McCullers, by the way. Like for as much as we talk about Abreu's deal in Montero, I think you got 1 more of that.
But really good coffee.
$17 million next year and the year after that.
He's making 17 both years.
17 both years, and keep in mind, he got this extension when he still had a year or 2 of club control left coming off of a surgery. And that was a James Click thing.
Was it you that said this yesterday? Why is he still in HEB? It was Figgy. Why is he still in HEB commercials?
I don't know. It's hard to look at.
Like you shouldn't do it, right?
Yeah,
no, I mean,
HEB commercials look rough now.
He's a business guy, man. You know he's trying to get his coffee in HEB.
No, I'm talking for sure, but I'm talking about from HEB's perspective.
Yeah, he ain't playing about 3 years, man.
But here's my question too, and I know I'm not taking away from his.
No, he's legendary stuff.
Yeah, I mean he had a legendary performance, but here's my thing. Like Alex Bregman, if you go anywhere, we go to freaking HEB, we go to freaking Pluckers, we could go to the mall. There's going to be someone in an Alex Bregman jersey randomly. It is like the most common thing in the world.
Texans games.
Yes, and more times than not, it's a middle-aged woman. She's wearing a damn Alex Bregman jersey out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the Alex Bregman brand, like I can understand, oh, you want to try this salsa because Alex Bregman, kind of like the life of the best run in franchise history. Oh, yeah. Oh, Pluckers, damn. Breggy Creole sauce. All right, I'm going to get down with that. I'm going to check that out. Oh, my gosh. Alex Bregman tacos at Trill Burgers. I'm going to go check that out. That's Alex Bregman. Are you going to buy a cup of coffee because of Lance McCullers? I'm being serious.
I'm not.
Are you going to buy like CJ
I mean, if
Stroud?
I happen to be
CJ
around
Stroud
that
had
place-
me wanting to try Buffalo Cheetos.
Yeah, I did. I did try them.
Like, are people going around, like, is the legendary status such to where people are going around, you know what? This coffee might be more expensive than Starbucks.
But it's Lance McCullers.
But, man, what a vibe. It's Lance McCullers coffee. I've got to try this Lance McCullers coffee. I mean, maybe there is a certain element of that.
If I happen to be around his place, I don't even know where it is, and I see it, I'm like, oh, let me go try it. I might do that. But it's like the Breggy salsa, I went out of my way. Wasn't great, but I went out of my way to try it. You know, the Pluckers thing is really good, and I went out of my way. So, but I'm not in on that.
So if Lance McCullers had a salsa, you wouldn't go out your way to try it?
I don't even like Breggy salsa.
Yeah, that's what I said.
If I'm being honest.
Yeah, I do like Breggy at Pluckers though.
The Breggy Creole goes in.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's at the top, nice little mix.
Lance McCullers pitched in the World Series November 1st, 2022.
Was it the World Series or ALCS against the White Sox, right?
It says World Series, 4.1 innings, gave up 5 earned runs.
Okay.
7 earned runs.
Okay.
Damn. Hasn't pitched since.
Yeah, it's been a while. Say it at the end, though. Good what?
What?
Good what?
What do you mean?
With Lance McCullers,
Coffee.
good what?
Oh, yeah, good coffee. Good coffee, though.
The best is I've seen people, like, making the rounds. Our guy Will Kunkel, shout out to Will, Stats and Info, Fox, the hardest working TV dudes in town.
He's good.
I see him like sipping the coffee. Oh, wow, that's good.
Well, you're getting him on air. Love it.
I almost want to do like a test where you like urinate in the cup and like have him take a taste on the thing.
If McCullers was sitting right there, brought in his coffee?
I'd go,
no, you would not.
I would. I'd spit out the.
If you didn't like it, what if you? I mean, you might love it, but if you didn't like it, you would do that.
Okay. How much was this? How much a cup? Damn, who brewed this? You leave it out for a while?
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Has one of the biggest threats to the Texans made one of their weaknesses a strength? We'll discuss next.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, the Indianapolis Colts got some new wide receivers. They added Adonai Mitchell. They locked up Michael Pittman. Alec Pierce, kind of disappointing last year. And Anthony Richardson is returning. This was their second-year head coach, Shane Steichen, talking about the outlook of the wide receiver position, what to expect, and all that as we go around the NFL.
You know, every week we'll have guys things up for every single guy, you know, and you guys heard me say this before, but, you know, one week Pitt might catch 10, AD, Alec, and Downs might catch 3 or 4, and then the next week it might flip to another guy. So you just got to be selfless, those guys. But as far as the scheme goes, I mean, it's exciting to have a whole bunch of guys that you can do a whole bunch of different things with.
This is going to be one of the more interesting things to watch, what that looks like, because it was a weakness. Their secondary and their wide receiver core. Secondary has much to do with injuries, but let's keep an eye on the Colts' weapons, not even to mention Jonathan Taylor and what he may or may not do. I'm being accused of perhaps having a little bit too much respect for the Colts. That's fine. When you tell me that a team that was a drop pass away from ending your season last year, and they're going to have one of the best playmakers in football, Jonathan Taylor, over the course of an entire season. They add guys on both sides of the rock. They have one of the best offensive minds, I think, in the game, overseeing things. When you tell me that I can get them at damn near 4-1 to win the division, I'm jumping on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
same reason that I jumped on the field last year when the Jags were a heavy favorite.
Yeah, I think it has to do, and sometimes you can hate this word, but it is real. I think their potential is much higher than the Titans or the Jaguars, and that's why they're a little scary.
Kirk Herbstreit. Texans going to take on the Chicago Bears week 2. It's going to be on Sunday Night Football. Herbstreit obviously on Thursday Night Football, but he thinks the Texans might have their hands full against the Bears. Matter of fact, Kirk Herbstreit very, very high on Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears.
I feel like the Bears are headed to becoming the next Lions as far as the improvement from where they were to where they're headed. Montez Sweat coming over. They got healthy in their secondary. Their defense is incredible. Every time I kept thinking, are they going to fire Eberflus? Are they going to fire him like every other franchise does? Get on a Zoom with him to get ready to call a game. He just had like authentic energy that I think his players really rallied around and believed in. And then the way they finished the year, and then the moves, of course, that they made with what DJ Moore did last year, picking up Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze comes over in the draft. And then you put a lot on, you know, what the rookie quarterback's going to do with Caleb Williams. But there is a lot there to think that the Bears could be kind of a team that you get to week 3, week 4, week 5, and you think, what the hell happened to the Bears?
And you know, the good thing about that is the Texans play them in week 2. Because we remember C.J. Stroud last year, they started out 0-2. And then they ended up finding their groove.
Mm-hmm.
That's the good news is you do get these guys early. Assuming, and hell, Figgy yesterday had the hot take that he thinks Caleb Williams could have a better rookie year than CJ did.
Yeah, and you know we all agree on Caleb possibly being that guy. I don't know how good a rookie year he's going to have, but don't sleep on a Dunze either. I mean, they already
he's top 10. He's a top 10 pick.
Yeah, and it's like he's not mentioned quite enough because Caleb is a headline grabber up there. But dude, they won 7 games. You just heard Herbie lay out some of the talent they already have, especially defensively. Then they got that receiver.
Yeah, I forgot they had Montez Sweat.
And Montez Sweat.
And Keenan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're spending money. I mean, they spent a hell of a lot of money.
Kind of loaded, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be an interesting game. I'm actually that's probably a game I'm most excited for.
Early on, for sure.
Nah, just a Sunday Night Football vibe at NRG. It's going to be the first home game of the year. You're going to get a lot of time to get ready, baby. Hey. You can get there at about 3. You can watch the noon games and then get your ass out there and go out there. Hell, you can get there after 6. You can watch all the games. Oh, by the way, there's a Pluckers right by there. Okay,
yeah,
I'm there.
Sit on a tailgate, watch the 3 o'clock games.
Get there at about 5.
Mm-hmm.
Figure that's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be really, really fun. I'm excited about that. Really excited about the Bears game. Very intrigued, and that is a team to watch for. The North is good in the NFC, or at least intriguing. Aaron Rodgers used to be in that division. I thought this was an awesome quote from Aaron Rodgers. He's been known to drop a few of those every once in a while. Here was Aaron Rodgers talking about pressure, the pressure of the 2024 season coming off the torn Achilles.
Why do you say there's pressure on you?
Well, I think if I don't do what I know I'm capable of doing, we're all probably going to be out of here. So I like that kind of pressure, though. It's a tough market to play in. It's not for everybody. Relish that opportunity. That's the way the NFL is. I'm not saying anything monumental as you guys are typing away and putting your tweets out. This is how it is every single year. You might not say it, but as you get older in the league, if you don't perform, they're going to get rid of you or bring in the next guy to take over. I mean, it happened in Green Bay, a few years older than I was back then. So I expect to play at a high level. I expect us to be productive and competitive and all that stuff to take care of itself.
Okay. And, I mean, obviously you're 40, so if it doesn't go wrong, it's going to be the end of perhaps the GM, coach, and Aaron Rodgers.
Pretty authentic stuff, though. Pretty honest.
He's embracing it.
Authentic, yeah.
He's embracing it. C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons, they got an interesting relationship. They got the same agent. They got different personalities. It's very entertaining when they're in the same room. Here is Jane Slater of NFL Network talking about the contract status. Micah Parsons eligible for an extension right now. I got to think he's going to be perhaps the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. Here is Jane Slater talking about the latest with Micah Parsons' contract situation.
As you know, these are still voluntary OTAs, so it's not like anyone should panic yet. But I did at least reach out to Micah Parsons, and I texted him. I said, yo, are you going to be showing up here anytime soon? He tells me that he will be back next week. Tuesday is what they do, those national media and in-house media responsibilities. You see the flashing graphics before NBC games and ESPN, so he has to be there for that. He also says that he will be reporting to minicamp. Now, he didn't give me any reason as to why he wasn't there. Keep in mind, he has been on a tour overseas to South Asia with C.J. Stroud this offseason, battling sumo wrestlers. That was fun to watch. But he's also not pressed to get this deal done. Keep in mind, the Cowboys picked up his fifth-year option that'll pay him somewhere around the $21 million mark in 2025. That's more than his first 4 years on his rookie deal. So they've got him at least through 2025.
He's going to get broke off so much.
Enormous.
I think that's why the Cowboys are right now, they're just taking it. They're taking the final year of Dak's contract, and they're not being aggressive. I know they're getting criticized for it. I don't think it's a bad strategy by them.
Well, they're going to either get it right or just redo everything.
Or get Dak at a reasonable price.
Maybe.
Like after this year, maybe you get Dak at a reasonable price. I mean, he's making $60 million right now.
He's
They're
not
getting
playing
their
for the
cap
money.
straight. Yeah. Well, okay, that's what he said. Dak Prescott said he doesn't play for money. All right. Well, you kind of do, even if you don't.
That's right.
You're still getting that bread.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk, speaking of money, he's not participating in OTAs with the San Francisco 49ers as he awaits his new deal. That's going to be interesting to see how San Fran figures that out. They also got Deebo Samuel. I know that both those guys were kind of thrown in trade rumors around draft time. It'll be interesting to see how that whole thing shapes up. T. Higgins also hasn't signed his franchise tag yet. Deadline is approaching. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches stuff in Cincinnati. The injured person in the alleged May 6th assault at a Dallas nightclub in which Kansas City Chiefs receiver Rashee Rice punched him. He is reportedly asking that the police not file charges. So he's saying, let's not
I wonder why.
file charges. No idea.
No idea?
No idea.
Biggie, you have any idea?
Like, we ain't got to go that far, guys. Hey, I'll take care of this. We'll settle this in a civil suit.
Yeah, I was kidding.
We ain't got to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
ESPN and TNT, they've reached a 5-year agreement for TNT Sports to sublicense select college football playoff games beginning the upcoming college season. TNT will present 2 first-round CFP games during the 2024 and 2025 season. So we're going to get some football on TNT. That'll be kind of weird. I mean, they're not used to such productions. I'm assuming that they just get the entire ESPN crew since it's a sublease. Is that how that works?
I would guess so.
So we get, I don't know, Greg McElroy and whoever the hell.
No, I would think so. It's just for air, for their purposes.
What's the point of this? Does ESPN just need to? Are the finances tough or what? What are we doing here?
I don't know. That's an interesting question I hadn't thought of. Like, what is the point of going to TNT? Just spreading?
Or they just need more channels?
Yeah, just spreading the wealth a little bit in terms of like the footprint.
I mean,
you're on.
but so much ESPN and ESPN2 can do.
Yeah.
And ABC.
Marcus Spears has some interesting things to say about Deshaun Watson. By the way, there were highlights of Deshaun Watson. I guess he's throwing air. The other quarterbacks are throwing footballs. He's throwing air.
Yeah. He's going through the motions.
Okay.
Literally.
So,
yeah.
All right. We're a couple months from camp.
Going off the mound.
Yeah.
Flat ground.
Does he have coffee?
I don't even know if this is the mound.
Oh, it's flat ground.
Yeah.
Here's Marcus Spears talking about on ESPN the year ahead for the former Texans quarterback.
I don't know if he's ever going to return to the player in Houston. That player in Houston was a guy we had on the same pedestal with Patrick Mahomes. I'm not sure if he ever gets back to that point with his production and the things he was doing. This is a show-me year for Deshaun Watson. And look, unfortunately, his availability has been rocked by some injuries. 5-year, $230 million, that's a financial anchor. We're going to be the hell with that anchor if he don't perform well or if he's unavailable. He has to play at a high level this year. This is the year of demarcation for Deshaun Watson.
Hasn't Deshaun Watson already had a show me year? Hasn't he?
Allegedly.
I don't even want to look in that studio with y'all, man.
He said this is a show me year for Deshaun Watson. And I'm like, another one? Isn't that how he got to Cleveland? Oh, my God. I mean, he has. It was. That could be the name. That could be the title of the documentary.
Show me?
Show me.
I don't think Deshaun Watson's going to be putting out documentaries.
I don't think so either. He was working on one, wasn't he?
They were during the trade until the alleged show me year came front and center.
Yeah.
Came front and center. Jeez, that might be weird choice of words, too. Alleged. Well,
I don't know.
The chains are dying, or they appear to be. The NFL is implementing a trial period of not using chains anymore, and they're going to go electronic. Here is Pat McAfee breaking down the death of something we've known when it comes to football for a long time.
Ever since you're a little kid, playing a little youth football, parents are putting on pennies and dragging these things around. And whenever you put them on top of each other, the chains would get all intertwined. And you had to have a Terrence Howard-like brain to get it undone. As you get into high school, obviously, those are refs, and they're bouncing around. You get to know these people. They're part of the... You get to college, holy hell. Bring it out for a measurement. These guys are out in the middle of 100,000 people in college. And then in the NFL, 97-year-old men coming out with these chains and measuring them. We all remember the greatest moment that has ever happened with a chain. Gene Sterator's usage of an index card. Those chains were 10 yards exactly, pole to pole, every single time. Lasers in the ball, sensors in the ball is going to be tested during the preseason and inevitably get implicated into the regular season like we all thought. But it was a hell of a run those chains had.
I'm going to miss them.
I know you are. I prefer.
I'm really going to miss the chains, man.
I prefer the accuracy of it all.
I prefer the drama, the theater. It's accurate enough. The chain is the verdict. I'm going to miss the chain big time. I do not feel like it's going to be the same. Did he get it? Beep. First down.
Well,
come on.
The drama is unquestioned.
Technology can be wrong,
I mean,
too.
he just laid it out. We laid it out. Yeah, it's just cool. But do we even know for sure that they're going to follow up with it after the preseason? What if they don't like it? What if teams don't like it?
Come on, they're going to get rid of it.
I think they're going to get rid of it because it's also speeding up the game. Boom, no, that's first down. That's what the beep said, or however they're going to be notified.
Does the NFL need to speed up the game? I think there's a lot of leagues that perhaps need to speed up the game. The NBA's replay system is a disaster. Takes forever. Get it right, though. They did a good job yesterday on the Karl Anthony Towns putback. But do baseball, they've sped it up with pitch clock. Does the NFL, do you feel like you're watching? I mean, I feel like the NFL.
Well, they've already sped it up some.
But it's 3-hour commitment.
It's a 3-hour commitment.
It's not like college where sometimes you have these 4-hour commitments. And although they've tried to speed it up, too, by not stopping the clock. But does the NFL really need to speed up the game?
I think they just like it moving. Keep it moving. Let's go. Well, you know, they don't want that dead time. So this will help with that.
Keep the drama going, man. Except the guy sprinting out to the to look in the
That's got to be fixed.
That was a little much.
And it's still going on, and you're like, oh, okay, this is going to be a while. That needs to be fixed.
Dan Campbell was asked about Super Bowl or bust, and he said the following, quote, unsure what bust is.
How?
It means Super Bowl or disappointment.
Or you don't get there.
That's not hard to really tell, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar Jackson, we talked about Lamar Jackson dropping weight. The reasoning for this is interesting. So Lamar Jackson is dropping weight in order to be more agile.
That's what he said.
What?
It's a little scary.
Is he the most agile quarterback of my lifetime?
Yeah, but he wants to be more agile.
How? What does that mean?
By carrying around less weight. Actually, I saw that and I'm like,
did you ever look at Lamar Jackson and say, man, he could really drop, he needs 5-10 pounds.
He needs to speed it up a little bit. No. But he's probably going to be a little quicker, if not faster, by dropping that weight.
He just gained some weight last year, though. Last all season.
Because he's not carrying around as much. Even 10 pounds might make a big difference.
Dude, he runs like a 3.5.
I know. Imagine a 3.3.
That is not even remotely something that I expected to see. Yeah, I mean, he's looking sharp.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you bounce back from an NFL MVP, I guess. And Mahomes, on the other hand, I like the way he moves, man.
Dude,
Mahomes puts on the 8 pounds and loses it. I like that style. I support that lifestyle.
He was getting shamed as
gain 8, 10,
walking into the facility.
Yeah, and then you just lose it. That's what him and Kelsey do. I support that lifestyle as long as you can do it.
Yeah, as long as when you're young, you can do it.
Mahomes does it.
Yeah,
doing his thing. Shout out to the dad bod.
Mm-hmm.
It's around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. And we've got to stop doing this. We need to stop doing this. Let's respect the game, please. Next.
Coach D'Amico's got high praise.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stuff that broke the internet. Do it every day, 1:20-ish right here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Inside the NBA, if you haven't heard, it could be on its final days. One more season after this year. That's right. We got one more?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're having the funeral, so it's going to be like a 2-year funeral.
Pretty much.
Here was another classic moment, and it happened on the reg on this show. This was Kenny Smith trying to break down the Western Conference Finals and the legacy, and Charles Barkley doing what Charles Barkley do.
No disrespect to Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and or Halliburton, but whoever wins this series, the face of the league is coming out. They have the two most polarizing guys, with Luka Doncic and Anthony Edwards. If they get to the finals, it won't be they won or lost. So it wouldn't be Boston won, it would be Luka lost. It wouldn't be Boston won, it would or Indiana won, it would be Ant-Man lost. This is something different to me to watch from a fan standpoint, not an analyst, but as a fan who comes out and be the face of the NBA moving forward. Wow, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
So good. That's like them in a nutshell.
What was he trying to say? He was trying to say that Boston...
He was going
it would
deep.
be looked at as a choke. Is it like the LeBron thing where LeBron lost and the other team did? Is that what he's trying to say?
Pretty much. Like yeah, great player, but
my problem is this. Like, and I'm not sitting here saying it seems like there's like a big straw man going on in NBA talking circles that is asked, why doesn't Jason Tatum get a lot of respect or anything like that? I always hear that, and it's like I feel like he does, and I also feel like what makes. I think Luka's probably a little bit better, but who's to say that Jason Tatum doesn't get the love if the Celtics win that championship?
He plays in Boston, for God's sake.
Like it's not like it's not. I mean, it's not like he's not.
It's not like Utah.
I mean,
or something.
We can put these three players in the middle of the table and argue. We can talk about Luka and Jason Tatum and Anthony Edwards, but I mean, it's not like Jason Tatum's just like way out of his league when it comes to those three guys, no matter what order you put it in.
No, it is a lot of straw man there that's going on, but that's what you're going to miss if it does go away. I'm with you. I think somehow, some way, it's going to find a home. If not,
inside the NBA is not going anywhere.
It's going to find
these guys aren't going anywhere. Yeah. They're all going to get money. They're going to something's going to be figured out. So let's just don't feel too sorry for these guys.
But it could easily, in fact, more than likely, leave TNT and the NBA regularly. But it's going to be
fine.
Somebody going to money whip them and try to put this back together.
Yeah, it's gonna. It
might not be Ernie, but they're going to try to put those other three back together somehow.
Why is it so expensive with the NBA, given where the ratings are and where the state of the league is, though? That's what I'm confused about.
You mean the new TV contracts?
Yeah, that they're talking about.
$7 billion?
Why?
That is crazy.
Like, why?
Man.
Who's buying
it's
this?
On a bunch of different networks, too.
Well, why?
I don't know. I mean, I think I'm good for them.
Yeah, get your money, but I mean, I'm good for. I'm as much of a. Like the playoffs, it's become almost like playoffs is when you ease in because they don't even care about the regular season anymore. But how are they?
I think advertising, obviously, advertising dollars is the lifeblood, and I think big advertisers want to sound like they're in big, like they're that they're big. So associating yourself, well, the NFL would be the golden one, but associating yourself with the NBA makes you look bigger. Like whatever company that is. That's all I can imagine.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet's going nonstop right now with this Scottie Scheffler video that has been it popped open today. The actual video from another angle. I mean, I'm not one to say. I'm just saying.
Paul Blart Mall Cop.
I'm just saying.
It's Paul Blart Mall Cop.
I'll put it this way. Did you ever see the police officer dragged?
No, I didn't, and I saw him driving 5 miles an hour and stopping right there at the golf course.
And so I'll say that, and I'll say this. Scottie Scheffler's got nothing to worry about. Like the other thing that came out as this video did is the Louisville police is saying that the officer violated procedure, didn't turn on his body camera. So
good for him.
Scheffler's going to be off
It's probably a good move for him.
The old yeah, in this case, it probably is.
Yeah, I think this actually
He's got nothing to worry about. Scotty.
Yeah, what would he have had to worry about anyways?
I mean, maybe either way, but I'm saying, like, this is so obvious.
Yeah.
Like, this is just beyond obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stephen A. was calling for the video, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He called for it yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he got it.
He got it.
So there you go.
I got the internet going nuts.
Keyshawn Johnson, what's going on, man? Like,
it's just, I don't know why this made me laugh so much.
So the Mavs played the T-Wolves 4 times this year. Kyrie Irving didn't play in 3. Keyshawn Johnson didn't know that. He kind of got caught not knowing that, and then he just kind of doubled down.
They beat them 3 out of 4 tries, but since the trade deadline, they hadn't played them. This is a different Dallas team. Okay, that may be true, but the fact of the matter is I still know I beat you, and you, Kyrie, were here. And we beat y'all 3 out of 4.
Kyrie wasn't there, though.
But he was on the team.
Oh, he was on the team, but he didn't play in the 3 that Minnesota won.
No, I understand that. No, I get that, but he was on the team. He was there.
Okay.
This is why, like, as much as Skip Bayless is a polarizing figure, and I'm not going to push back on anything you say. I think any negative comments is probably a little bit warranted or whatever, but do some research, man. Like do some damn homework. Do some sort of research on there, especially if you're going to say stuff like that.
You can say anything.
Do a little more homework next time before you call us here.
Anything you want about Skip Bayless. You cannot say
preparing.
You cannot say he's not prepared.
He's preparing.
Ever.
Yes.
Ever. Like, I've heard stories. I forget who's been on him a few times that I was talking with. They said he's in there for hours. Like, just hours with that book that they give you. Writing his stuff down, making sure he's all right on everything. Yeah, and it just makes me laugh. But he was on the team. Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay.
He's in a suit? Sitting on the sidelines?
He was on the team, though.
The hell are we talking
His
about?
aura was there.
The hell are we talking about?
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts, and I have a legit question. I really wish I could get an answer to this question. Antonio Brown has filed for bankruptcy.
He has.
He owes 8 creditors nearly $3 million. He earned $88 million in his career, and right now he says his assets are less than $50,000. So I get it. Athletes, regular people, celebrities.
Like Shane's worth more than $50,000, my man.
He's clearly lying about that.
Well, okay, but
he's beating the system, man.
The point is, he filed for bankruptcy, and he needs money. He's out of money. So my question is this, and I get it.
Or is he?
Maybe not. I get it. Like, people of all walks, not just athletes, can burn through a lot of money. But how? It wasn't that long ago.
Well, look at Mike Tyson.
How do you burn through 80?
Mike Tyson was like half a billy.
80?
But he got taken advantage of.
Yes.
Mike Tyson got taken advantage of.
$88 million in, like, no time at all.
I don't know that this is not just a strategic filing for bankruptcy. I'm not sure.
A lot of times it is.
It seemed like he's just trying to get out of paying that $3 million.
I mean, it could be, but you still file for bankruptcy, and then that's interesting.
I get it.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Here's more from Charles Barkley talking about Luka and Kyrie. Anthony Edwards called out Kyrie Irving, said he was ready to go toe-to-toe. Well, they went toe-to-toe. Kyrie got the best of him. Here was Charles Barkley's analysis of that.
Luka and Kyrie, they can't be guarded one-on-one. They're 2 of the best offensive players in this league. And when they are being aggressive, going downhill, I love Anthony, but he poked the damn bear and the bear biting back.
Man, that is the truth. And he's also right about, if you saw the game, like, trying to guard any of those guys one-on-one, it's a losing proposition, man. It is absolutely a losing proposition.
I got the internet going nuts.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. That's Internet Going Nuts here on In the Loop. A lot of movie sequels, by the way, coming up. I did not – you said there was a Bad Boys coming out? I just saw – just looked up and saw the preview. When did this happen?
It's been in the works.
So it's coming out.
No, it's coming out.
Yeah,
in theaters.
Okay, so we have that. Yeah. We have
Bad Boys for Life or Bad Boys.
Yeah,
Forever
it's called Bad Boys, whatever.
Yeah.
Then we have the Beverly Hills Cop 4. That trailer just dropped. That's going to come out in July, and Happy Gilmore 2 is in the works. So it is movie sequel season.
I feel like the 2000s.
Why not?
All over again, man.
Yeah. Well, but why not? I mean, those movies made.
I can't look at Will Smith anymore, man.
Oh, because of the
The
slap?
Chris Rock slap. I can't really look. I'm not supporting you.
Yeah. You might not be alone on that, actually.
Yeah, I can't support you, man.
Yeah, you might not be alone.
We're good on that. It's internet going nuts. Coming up next, the Texans. Who's going to have to make the biggest sacrifices this season for the Texans? I thought the Drive guys had an interesting back and forth about this. Plus, there's an adjustment that's going to happen, and it could be significant when it comes to the Texans, and it's something that the other teams in the division will not have to deal with. That's next.
Payne and Pendergast.
800-462-3333. Once again, 800-462-3333. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, this is a good breakdown. We're going to talk to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in a sec. I thought this was a good breakdown about who's going to have to sacrifice the most production-wise when it comes to the Texans' big three at wide receiver: Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Stephon Diggs. This is what the drive said yesterday.
It's Nico simply. And I think Nico last year, just me thinking back on the season and all the film that I watched, a lot of the times that Nico got the rock, he was the first read. I mean, I don't know why teams didn't respect him more and take it away and find a way to take it away, but they didn't. I think teams this year with Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, they're going to make him get deeper in progressions, and I think they are going to make him hold the football. It's not going to be as easy as it was last year in terms of how often he was right.
Adjustment for CJ.
Yeah, I just think that's going to be the case, and I think that is going to take away from what we saw Nico do last year. And on the flip side of that, I think that plays into what we saw Tank Dell do really well. Tank Dell, when it is a scramble drill or the quarterback gets off platform, electric in those moments, man. Because the guy that caught the ball consistently in rhythm, early in progressions with space last year, all the damn time was Nico. I mean, you would think at some point somebody'd go, okay, we are not going to let Nico. I think that's going to be the adjustment made this year.
All right, so Nico makes the sacrifice. Nico's the one. I don't know if they're going to be able to focus. Do you play press man? Is that what you do with Nico? I do wonder. I do need to see more from Nico, though.
I agree that was a big part of his success, and obviously Clint had watched a lot of it with a much better eye than I have. But I do have this question: like, are they really going to do that now that Stephon Diggs is in the mix? If you're a defensive coordinator and you know what Tank Dell is, and obviously you know his movement and his ability to get open in tight spaces is next level. He's an electrifying player. So do you put extra attention on Nico? I don't know if you do. I think at least early in the season you got to focus on Stephon Diggs.
See, my thing is this: I don't know if guarding Nico really requires a lot of attention, or it's just as simple as manning up. I don't know that, and I would have to ask Clint this, but I know last year, I think Seth was talking about when Nico went through a little bit of a dry spell, which wasn't really much because he had a hell of a year.
Yeah,
there was a little bit more press man. Maybe it's not about, hey, the safety's going to shift over here, but a little bit more press man to where it's not as easy to find him on the first read. I don't know. We'll ask Clint when he comes in here, because I thought that was a interesting breakdown. And look, we'll see how Bobby Slowick adjusts and how CJ figures it out. He's got a lot of weapons, so if you take one away, regardless of how you do it, you're going to have more options.
Yeah.
Gerard Johnson, he was on NFL Network. He was asked about what's next for C.J. Stroud. This is what the quarterback coach, friend of the show, had to say.
There's always things to improve on. I think he'd be the first to tell you that as well. You know, we were very fortunate in Houston. Coach Ryan did a heck of a job. Our coordinator, Bobby Slowick. Our quarterback room, I think, was really special last year. You know, me, Bill Lazor, the other guys in the room, Davis Mills, Case Keenum. I think we really established a good core culture, you know. But C.J. played well. He worked really hard. But at the end of the day, you know, this league's about sustaining success, you know. And so we have a couple things that we think he needs to work on, but I think he will say that too. But our biggest thing is making sure we can sustain success, and every year is a new challenge, and it's going to be just as hard this coming up here as it was last year, so we're hoping we're ready.
I think the best thing about this is, first of all, it's a stretch for anybody to really think, okay, he has to work on this. So it's little stuff, obviously, and the Texans and Gerard and Bobby Slowick, I'm sure, have been doing that and will do that. The second thing is just having Gerard again, just having Bobby Slowick again. I thought B. Scott brought up a really good point. The fact that he's going to be going into his third year, C.J. Stroud is, at the earliest, before he has a different quarterbacks coach or offensive coordinator, is huge. I think that's very, very big, because you gotta figure he's going to have another great year, and you got to figure like he'll have a total grasp of this offense, total grasp of or at least the start to a total grasp of the NFL. And how to be a quarterback at this level in the NFL. So the next offensive coordinator their job is going to be a lot easier because they're going to have to conform more to C.J. Stroud and what he's already put on tape.
Do they, though?
I think so.
So how do you do that, though? Like, do you mold someone? Because you're not even really molding someone at this point, because it's anyone with eyes can see that Gerard Johnson is kind of on the fast track. And I'm not just saying this because he's your guy and he's friend of the show and we all love Gerard, but anyone with eyes can see that he's kind of on the fast track towards being a head coach.
Yeah.
Like, so it's not like you're even molding anyone and you're passing the torch unless, maybe Gerard gets a job and Slowick doesn't. So then you have the natural transition.
Yeah, it becomes the OC.
But, I mean, how do you do that? Mm-hmm. Is it the quarterback coach? Maybe Case Keenum becomes the OC one day.
Maybe
Case Keenum's the guy that you just kind of.
That's not off the table, I don't think.
I mean, I could see that happening. I don't see him wanting to step away from football. So maybe that's where we get is Case Keenum is kind of the next guy.
Yeah, it could be, but I think what's important is like going C.J. Stroud with the kind of year that he had last year. If he has that again, going into his third year, you're not going to want to disrupt anything. So whether you're bringing in a guy that, or I should say, elevating a guy that already is in the system, or you bring in a guy that knows this system. Like, you're not going to change systems too drastically or even terminology after 2 years of this kind of success. So I think it's a pretty important thing to have Gerard and Slowick back this year just to kind of keep that going, and all of a sudden it fits. I mean,
maybe something happens where, like Ben Johnson with the Lions, we just assumed it was inevitable that he was going to be gone. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
And he's back for third year now, right? Yeah, third year.
Yeah.
So maybe that happens, but it's inevitable that eventually that's going to happen. And let's just pretend for a second. This is going to take a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well have Barney over here dancing, telling us to use our imagination or whatever. Let's pretend that Will Levis is really good.
Okay.
And let's pretend that Anthony Richardson's really good. And C.J. Stroud's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Those other two guys aren't going to have to do that. Because the overseer of their offense isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Callahan's the coach with the Titans. We don't even know what the hell he is, but we're using our imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Shane Steichen's not going anywhere with Indianapolis. So all this momentum that you have with C.J. Stroud,
mm-hmm.
it's almost like the better that he looks, the more likely he's going to have to make a huge adjustment. And we've seen it happen. Like Tom Brady had a number of offensive coordinators. Patrick Mahomes has had Patrick Mahomes has had Andy Reid the whole time, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. Like, he's had that. But this goes back to when the coaching process was going on, the hiring process, and it was, well, man, I really want an offensive-minded head coach because DeMeco Ryans, as great as he is, if you're going to pair the quarterback, you want an offensive-minded coach.
No.
You don't have that. So Bobby Slowick is eventually going to be a head coach. Gerard Johnson's eventually going to be a head coach. DeMeco Ryans isn't going any damn where.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be overcome, but that's something that he's going to have to do.
But it's my point is it's easier to overcome in your third year, not after your first year.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because, 2 years of Slowick, I got this. CJ already probably knows the offense like the back of his hand. And then 2 years of Gerard Johnson in the room. And Stroud already knows what to expect from the technical stuff that Gerard works with him. You just heard Gerard talking about, some of the little things that they have to work. So the difference, it doesn't sound like much, but the difference between losing your OC and quarterbacks coach, because Gerard interviewed for OC jobs this past year too. So he could have lost them both. So the difference between losing those guys after your first year and your second year is enormous, because then he's a veteran. He's got it under his belt. He knows it like the back of his hand. And so you can kind of conform the next guy from either within this building or someone who has a good knowledge of this offense.
Is it really easier, though, or is it harder because you're used to it for 2 years and you've been doing it for so long and you've had the familiarity with Slowick and Gerard Johnson? Does it become easier or more difficult?
No, I think it's going to be an adjustment with personalities, but the offense, they'd be dumb, to change things or bring somebody in with another offense.
I mean, it's a big-ass pipeline.
Yeah.
But, I mean, some of the guys who come from that pipeline aren't as good.
Their own stuff, too.
Yeah.
But he would have the knowledge of how it operates, by and large.
I just don't want to get in a situation where we're asking too much from CJ. I know that sounds crazy, but, hey, you figure this out.
Hey, these are rich people's problems. So
all the good teams have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like more times than not, you have to deal with this.
Yeah, so it's a good problem to have, but it is a problem to some degree. I think they mitigated a little bit by doing it after the second year. And the reality is also Gerard is on the track to become a head coach. It doesn't mean he is this year.
Yeah,
he could just step right up, and then you have another year. With basically the same thing.
But I think with the respect to the other side of the debate, and I was on the D'Amico or bust side of things when they hired him, but the other side of the debate was, you need a offensive-minded coach, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't necessarily go away just because of a good year, good first 2 years, because as soon as the offensive coordinator leaves, you have to start over. Mm-hmm. So that's the people who were concerned about that, and maybe they wanted Shane Steichen or an offensive-minded guy, that can reappear in the fluid process. Right now, so far, so good because you picked the right guy in Bobby Slowick. But the chances are in the near future that C.J. Stroud is going to be getting play calls from
someone else. Yeah, the perfect world. Not for Gerard, but the perfect world is Slowick. The perfect real world is Slowick gets a head coaching job. He probably will after this year if the Texans do anything like they did last year. But maybe. Gerard becomes the OC, and so then you get that. Here's that next year.
Here's the perfect world for me.
Mm-hmm.
That Bobby Slowick or Gerard Johnson, one or the other. I'm adding to what you said. One or the other gets a head coaching job. The other one stays here and calls plays. And then the one that gets the head coaching job is so bad that they're fired in 2 years and they come back to the staff. and you're basically
that happens a lot.
And you're basically stuck as the OC after that.
And CJ's just sitting back going, "Oh, this is cool."
So if Gerard or Slowick get a job, I'm rooting for both of them to go 0-17, break Rod Marinelli's record.
I can't say I sign up for that.
And then come on back down.
I can't agree.
Welcome back, baby.
On that one. And I think it's a real possibility that Gerard is going to get head coaching interviews this year. I don't know. That doesn't mean he's going to get a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's a real possibility.
But I do wonder, like, does Case Keenum want to coach?
Boy, that would be cool, man.
I mean, he does, right? I mean, does he strike you as a guy that doesn't want to be around football?
Hey, he's a coach's kid.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't imagine him not wanting to coach. And in Houston, come on. Like, even if he just wants to do it for 2 or 3 years.
No, we're not a 2-year thing, buddy. If you're committed to it, you're committed to it, bud.
Like, he's made a bunch of money. I'm going to be OC for a couple of years, see if we can win a Super Bowl. And you're still good. You're golden. You're absolutely golden.
Has he said whether he wants to coach or not?
He hasn't said when he's going to stop playing.
No, because he gets
kind of weird, wasn't it?
Well, I kind of tried to set him up for life after football, and he seemed kind of offended that I was kind of trying to make him retire.
It was kind of weird watching the videos and stuff from OTAs. Like, all 3 quarterbacks just are back. I'm not used to that.
They interviewed Case Keenum for Texans All Access, I saw.
They did?
Yeah.
And?
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Texans. Mark Vandermeer with you with John Harris.
I feel like all the other teams have, like, way more interviews going out and, like, access and stuff.
You said that earlier, and I tried to start thinking about it.
Go look at Miami Dolphins, man. Like, you're seeing everybody.
Did you see McDaniel asked about the Butker thing?
Yeah. They didn't show his answer. They just showed that, but he gave a good answer.
Yeah, it was the reaction. And Mahomes' answer was perfect.
On that, yeah.
You knew that was coming, but he handled it perfectly.
Yeah.
But no, man, I think it's easy transition. Like, that's the perfect world. Keenum just steps in after these guys leave.
He's your QB coach.
And he's your QB coach.
Is that the perfect world?
No, the perfect world is Slowick gets shut down, like Ben Johnson.
And he's here again.
Yeah, Bobby Slowick gets shut down.
Yeah. Because then it doesn't really matter. I mean, all due respect, I love you, but if Gerard leaves.
Yeah.
Because you still got Slowick here.
Yeah. So he just gets shut out.
Yeah.
And then he goes, whoever gets the head coaching job, 0-17. 2 straight 0-17 seasons, and then you're on the staff, and you're the offensive coordinator for life.
He's back, baby.
Yeah.
He's back.
Hey, Rod Marinelli was a hell of a defensive coordinator after he went 0-16.
Mm-hmm.
He did his thing.
Who was that guy, Nagy?
Yeah.
Under Reed.
Yeah, they made the Bears too. Yeah, just come on back. So I know this might hurt your feelings, John. If Gerard gets a head coaching job, I'm rooting for 0-17.
Yeah, I'm not.
I got 2 teams I root for on Sunday: the Texans and whoever Gerard's facing. See you back in 2 years, brother. Don't sell the house.
Mark that, Biggie. Next time we talk to Gerard,
better be ranting.
Next time
I'll tell him. You know me. Yeah, 0-17. Same with Slowick.
But the other thing about that accelerator program is to have him back a second year. Like the NFL knows he's going places. You know, it might be OC this year, or it might be head coach interviews this year. Either way, that, like I said, that's a rich person's problem.
Yeah, very, very. More money, more problems, more success, more coaches leaving. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley here. We reacted to the clip, y'all's conversation yesterday. I think it was at 2:46 about the wide receiver, the sacrifice, the production. I want to ask you this, Clint, because you get in the sticks, Pauls, a little bit more than me when it comes to film and stuff. To take Nico Collins out of a ball game, is it as simple as running more press man, or is it's when you're talking about that, is it giving him more attention like a safety over the top or something like that?
Well, I think it's both. I think, I don't know that he's done enough and has a reputation to garner what we know as the Amari Cooper treatment last year that Stingley gave him. I think there's a handful of corners in this league that could probably make it awfully tough on him to have the numbers that he put up last year in some of those ball games if somebody wanted to shadow him. I don't think I want to give him his respect. I think he's better than most of the corners out there. I don't think there's many that could do it, but that's one way to go at him. But really, to me, is when you start either putting a safety over the top or sliding a corner or a nickel defender out from underneath him, out underneath him, and you just make it difficult for C.J. Stroud to go, okay, I know where I'm going before I ever snap the ball.
Yeah.
It just seemed like a lot of time last year, C.J. Stroud knew, even on the deep ball against Indy. It's just one of those where it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got him before I ever snapped the football.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part that's going to change. Is I think teams are going to disguise more. I think teams are going to, by alignment, take away Nico and make him do some different things. So I think the answer to your question, like to me, is both of them. If you got a corner that's good enough, I don't think Nico is the guy that's going to go out there and just dominate every corner out there.
My only point on that I brought up with Landry is I get it. Great breakdown. Totally understand. Hey, but look over here. There's Stephon Diggs.
Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say,
they can do that's a Nico all they want. Doesn't bother me.
Yep.
I mean, I hope you get your money, but it doesn't bother me if they take away 30 catches off his season.
They can't take them all away, man.
Because okay, look what they're doing over here. Oh, look over there.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking is, if you're a coordinator and you're looking at the passing game for the Texans, who is it that you're looking to try to take away from the Bill Belichick handbook of, I want to make you play left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to take away the top
your best
thing that you want. Is it Nico? Or is it Diggs? Like that. That's what in my mind, I would think at least early in the season, it's Diggs.
I totally agree.
That teams are going to try to say, we don't want him to get going.
Yeah.
And then
over Nico.
I thought the other thing that y'all added and pass it off to you here was that Tank Dell's the better off script guy, so it kind of just that's a nice mix to have.
They're going to be hard to stop, boys, because you got a trigger man back there that's smart enough and patient enough and cool, calm, and collected and can get through whatever you throw at him. That's the scary part. They are loaded now.
As long as that trigger man is allowed freely, without in his head to make decisions on who to throw it to whenever. Whoever's open, whoever he should throw it to, as long as he's able to react freely and not have other things in his head of, I got to get it here or I need to get it here. They got a chance to be nasty.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live and as nasty as ever.
That's right. Well, I don't know. Tyler's not here, so our nastiness is subdued. The nasty is at an all-time high when nasty has Tyler's in here. I have to be honest with you, I don't know where Tyler is. We got a message this morning from Tyler. He's going to try it again, that they didn't make it to Hawaii. That they had to try to take off today to get there. So hopefully he's in Hawaii by now.
I guarantee you he got some miles out of the deal. I guarantee he got some drinks paid for. They probably got bumped up to first class all the way to Hawaii, which would be, I guess you got to stop in Cali, don't you, most of the time?
He said it was supposed to be a straight flight.
Well, I bet you he got that first class. I bet he maroon moneyed him. I bet he walked in there and threw it around a little bit.
Clint, boy, what I would have done to them by the time whoever it was, what I would have gotten out of them had I had to stay in that airport all day or stay another night. I'd have had me a nice ass room.
Well, I think you got to cooperate.
No, I'm getting something. I'm getting mine. Nice ass room. I'd have been first class.
I think Tyler went up there and rolled the dice with him. I think they made the announcement. Hey, we need 20 of y'all to agree to leave tomorrow. And if you're willing to leave tomorrow, willing to give up your seat and leave tomorrow, can you meet us at the what is it? Not kiosk. What is that? The desk there, right? What is it? The flight attendant desk or whatever. And then you go up there and
we need 4 passengers.
Yeah,
we need 4 passengers off this flight.
To agree to give up your seat, fly out tomorrow morning, first flight available. We're offering X amount of dollars, and you go up and say, "Well, I'd be willing." The thing is, if there's 10 or 15 that are, if they're only looking for, let's say, 20 and 25 people go up there, you can't haggle too hard.
That's tough, though. I don't know if I would have gone up there in that occasion because they come. He's coming back. He's back to work Tuesday, so that's a full day. Like you missing out. That's a different
waste of a day.
That's a
well. I wonder,
trip.
and I'm assuming they can't get their money back from their hotel in Hawaii.
Probably, yeah. That's because you got to pay that for me. I'm coming out of there feeling good. If I waited a full day, y'all better put me up, and I don't mean it just that Hilton that's around the corner. I need something.
You wouldn't just go back to your house?
No. My house? No, I need to be right here. Got me. Nope, somewhere close. Y'all put me up.
Oh, you got to put you up in Houston, too.
Oh, you put me up, baby. Post Oak, Houstonian, I need a room.
I think you're going to get passed over.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll be on that flight to Hawaii then.
You're going to be on that flight with your knees in your chest.
Better make it. Hey, I thought I was going to be in that flight anyway. That's how I planned.
Your mind was ready for that,
I prepared for that. I had my house seat ready. I bet you know that the Hawaii trip, I've done that one first class. That would have been nice.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That would have been nice. Yeah, that would have been nice now. But no, he's out. Hopefully we'll hear from him, and he's made his way to Hawaii and having a good time out here. All right, Clint, I'm going to tell you real quick, boy, Clint, you made a suggestion the other day, and I probably need to follow up with it. I thought we was going to have another bout with that acid reflex hit. I thought I walked to the bathroom earlier today and was in here, and I thought it was about to hit me again.
Really?
It was a false alarm. Went away. You said the other day, you was like, well, you need to just go ahead and look into having that surgery. Surgically. I've come to the conclusion that I understand. I'm afraid of having surgery.
I'm not a big fan of being put under.
I've never been put under.
Never?
Never been put under. And
You got all your wisdom teeth?
Yes. I've never. I think that is the reason why. Like I might go the pill option. Although I hear what you're saying, it would make more sense. It would probably be better for me. But I think honestly, when we were talking about that, I was like, I think I'm admitting I'm afraid to have surgery. I'm afraid to go under.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely not real comfortable with it. But I think I'm gonna look into it. Actually, all joking aside, I did not know. Like I got the details from Dr. Matoran. I went over there and met with him one day, and he's the one that made me hip to the which I'm sure it's not rocket science, but there's a little flapper in there that if it ain't working right, boy, that old acid reflux will stay on your ass.
You said that feels like what I'm dealing.
I'm with you. I can't figure out what. Obviously I know what causes it, or I don't know everything that causes it because I learn as I go. I had no idea that sweets late at night could cause it, but it does.
Chocolate.
But nonetheless, it's I didn't know that a little snippy snip and you can get and it can be cured.
Yeah, someone texted in, it's not that bad. I've had 10 surgeries. I've had 0.
10 times you woke up.
Yeah, good for you. That Kanye West mother situation.
What happened to her?
She went for plastic surgery and didn't come back with us.
Wow. Really?
Mm-hmm. I know that it is like the percentage of that happening is very, very low. But I don't know. Remember when Nicholas had surgery? That's what I was tripping. I've never gone under. I'm sitting here at 39 years old and 18 days. I don't.
The good thing about when they do put you
I
under,
wanna avoid it.
the one good thing about it, it hits you before you know it.
Oh, I bet.
Like it's coming because you put the little mask or whatever on, and then they just go to like having a conversation like this right here. Next thing you know, you're asleep.
How many times you had surgery?
The only time I've ever even had stitches, because I lie and tell people I've never had stitches. I had 2 stitches in my wisdom teeth.
Ooh.
I had 2. I only had 3 wisdom teeth. I don't know what happened to the other one, but I had 2 of them pulled, and that's the only time I've had stitches, or the only time I've been put under.
I'm good, man. I'd like to avoid it, but I tell you, boy, I could maybe be talked into it if this is 100% curable. Hey, real quick, I know you all were looking for an update on Jose Abreu. I know you were. Is potentially we could be looking. What they say Sunday. There's a possibility. That's what Espada said. Yes.
Well, he said this weekend in Oakland, which they're only going to be in Oakland through Sunday, right? It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
He said that because he said he can get a couple of more at bats in games in the Gulf or not the Gulf Coast League. Florida. They were playing in the Gulf
Complex
Coast
League, man.
But that Complex League, but he snuck one in the Gulf Coast League the other day. But they said he might be in West Palm for a couple of days, then go to Sugar Land for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and could be a possibility of him being there on Sunday. Well, just been reported.
Ron, I don't mean to interrupt your report there.
I'll get you the Adam Spolane report real quick. I know you're looking for
it. Doesn't it? I mean, we're in a load management era of professional sports, right? We're gonna rush this. How old is Abreu?
37.
Abreu's 37. Last I saw him, he was broken. We're going to rush his ass from the Complex League in Florida to Sugar Land with them old Space Cowboys for a couple games, and we're going to rush him all the way to Oakland.
Rush him.
And we're just going to play the hell out of some baseball here. Get them extras because everything Espada has seen so far has been it's been much improved, man. Well, yeah, so we're going to leave him out there at West Palm, play one more game, then we're going to get 2 more with them Space Cowboys, and then we're going to get him back out in Oakland. He'll be ready by then.
Jose today went 1 for 4 today, but he did have a homer. This is according to Adam Spolane. Jose Abreu went 1 for 4 with a homer in his final Complex League game this afternoon. Come on, baby.
Let's get it, baby.
4, baby. He went deep. Said 336 feet. I made that part up. Just made that part up. I don't know how.
That would have barely snuck out of the Baytown Leaf baseball field over there.
But his final one 1 for 4. He hit a homer, and that's when they knew they may run him up to Oakland. He hit a homer in that.
Whenever Singleton's
what's
ready
the
to
Complex League?
I've never even heard the Complex League mentioned in sports.
He went 7 for 22 during his time in his 5 games in the Complex League. 5 singles, 2 extra base hits, and a homer is one of them. Double. He didn't get a triple. Double is the other one.
5 singles, a double, and a homer, huh?
Yeah, right. And we're ready to go. Did you have some of the ages of the gentleman, Chris Santiago?
This Complex League. What are we talking about here?
Did you have some of the ages of some of the guys in this Complex League? I think we had.
Yeah. I forgot his name, but there was a 17-year-old, a 19-year-old.
And usually, if you're 17 or 19,
Jeremy Rodriguez, I believe, is 17 years old out there. He was able to reach base on an error by Jeremy Rodriguez, throwing error by Jeremy Rodriguez. So he's playing against some damn 17 and 19-year-olds, and then they ran it. They're gonna run his ass back up here.
17 and 19-year-olds that are at the lowest level. Nothing against, no disrespect.
That's not even
the level of competition. We're talking about a 37-year-old. I mean,
they're gonna run up here to play first base. They're going to run up here to play first base. What in the hell is going on?
Have we found any of his aliases that he's using?
I haven't. I have not found. He needs a month in Corpus, and he needs a month in Sugar Land before we even talk about it. That man went 7 for 22 against 17, 18, 19-year-olds. This league. This little league that he's playing in, this is lower than that league that the White Sox sent Michael Jordan to. I mean, the Birmingham Barons, they were higher than the Complex League. Did you know that league existed?
I did not. Never heard of it.
What are we doing?
I've never even heard somebody mention it.
This is unbelievable. I mean, this is absolutely unbelievable. The Complex League.
The Birmingham Barons are a double-A team.
Double-A team, Birmingham Barons. Double-A team. But they're gonna take him from a Complex League and shoot him right up to Sugar Land.
I guess Big John's not going to be in the lineup Sunday, huh?
No, I bet Cabbage is over here looking at his ass like, the hell? The hell? I'm over here sharing. I'm over here playing with this guy. Someone said, please don't even pretend to pump up Abreu. Hate you for that. You don't need to hate me. Don't you hate these people over here rushing him up here? What do you I would love, because this is clearly, Clint, it's clearly more than just, oh boy. Like we legitimate, there's emotion to it. Like I can't imagine what they did when they saw him hit a homer today. Oh, they probably lost it. Whoever it is in the organization who is pushing this, shoving this down the throat to make this happen, they had to have been like, whoa, he went deep. He's back. He's back. Well, that's your update.
Yeah, they just, Ron, I just hope. Clearly, I don't think, look, I think this is being pushed on Espada. Obviously, that's nothing groundbreaking.
I can't put that on Joe.
But to your point is, man, they are really going to look bad if they try to oversell this. Like, it's going to look bad enough if you bring him back up, like literally flying from West Palm to Sugar Land to Oakland and plug him in the lineup that quick. Like, if you go to all that to plug him back in the lineup and it's the same old broken-ass swing, after they've told us they've watched film, they've watched these at-bats closely. Like, Espada, and it's not just Espada. I mean, obviously, Espada, Bagwell, Dana Brown, all those guys, they're just going to look awful. They're just setting themselves up to fail. Unless he comes back and whatever they've seen, he just starts lighting this thing up. And that's really, boy, if he continues to struggle and looks broken,
yeah,
you got to question what the hell these guys are looking at, man.
If he doesn't come out just banging, it's got to be.
I'll be honest with you. I don't need the guy to get a hit. I need the guy.
That's where you are.
I need the guy to load up and just let one rip. That if he made contact.
So to John Singleton.
I need the Mike Tyson Mike Tyson punch of a baseball swing is what I need.
That's all you.
And I will.
You're not convinced he can do that.
No,
he can just unload.
Well, no. A big part of why I thought he needed an extended break, hell, well before the Astros did, was because he had the inability to do that. Like, what Major League Baseball player do you know in 2024 that goes up there and doesn't literally at least once in at bat just let it eat? What Major League Baseball player? You can almost bank on it every at bat. I mean, white boy Chaz does it. We know Altuve, Tucker, Jordan. We know all the big guns. We know Pena and Diaz does.
You're scared. What we've been seeing is him unloading.
Yeah, that's my concern. Like, there's. I just don't know how you could. It can't hide. I'll tell you that. When he gets here and when he gets to Oakland, he plays on Sunday.
Honest to God, you think he's here Sunday? You think he is on TV on Sunday?
Yes.
You do too?
Yeah, man.
No way. They're not.
The way they're pushing it, yeah.
No, he can't be.
You shouldn't.
It's about time Big John needs a break. He's played several games in a row, ain't he? When was that Dubon played first? About a week ago, week and a half ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's about time Big John needs a break.
If he goes to Sugar Land because this is his final game, so now he's going to Sugar Land, his final Complex League game. If he goes to Sugar Land and gets a couple of hits, I may be down with you. This can't be. Because you don't bring him up here to sit. Like, you don't bring him up here to sit on the bench. Like, he's going to get in. Like, he's going to play. He's not a utility guy.
I think he's going to play Sunday. Oh. And then what do they do? From there they go head north to Seattle.
What is it? Just matchups? Now he's playing against lefties.
They're going to try to sell us that. They're going to try to sell us that. He hits the off-speed stuff, or he hits the he hits the right-hander that can hit mid and high 90s. He hits it better than such and such. We're gonna get some of that real deep baseball talk.
Wow. Well, again, guys, he hit a homer today. I would love to get an understanding of how far that was. I would love to get an understanding of how far that homer was. He's playing against there's a 17-year-old kid out there that he's played against. My God. I like, this is one that this organization has been so good, the best ran organization in the last half decade. I have got to see this to believe it. I have to see them actually bring his ass back up here to believe it.
I mean, the head coach is over there talking about it.
That's a good fit right there, man.
Think it fit over yours?
Yeah, probably does. Good fit right there.
I mean, the manager's up there talking about he'll be in Oakland, man.
He said,
I mean, what do you need to
possibility,
see?
man. Maybe they're just trying to throw him off the scent. I don't know. All right, there are three spots on the Houston Texans team in which you look at it and you say, man, I really love this team, except, I wonder how that is going to go during this season. We'll discuss one of them that could be very, very critical to their success coming up next.
Generator.
find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
People out here on the text line trying to guess, well, what are one of those three? What are one of those three? Those three spots? I think there are three areas for the Houston Texans in which you look at and you're like, all right, those are the three areas that, are our weakest. Those are the three areas that we probably have the most concern with. The three areas that you're like, all right, there is an answer there. I'm not 100% right now confident about that answer, but I am hopeful that that answer works out. We talked about one of them yesterday in left guard with Kendrick Green, Patterson, Scruggs. That's one of those three areas. The other one, defensive tackle, in which they have some journeymans and some young guys that you may hopefully step up. And then the other one, Clint, is what? That second cornerback.
Yep.
That second cornerback spot. Those are the three. Everywhere else, like there is a level of comfort where you feel good. And not just a level of comfort, man. You feel like you got, ball players there in those spots that could be above average, if not Pro Bowl level. But that second cornerback spot is another one that we're going to be looking at. And I do want to get your thoughts and then hear what D'Amico had to say about his two young guys. Real quick, I want to ask you this and the people. When we first look at the cornerback position, the second cornerback position, they've thrown resources and bodies at it. Now, I'm not going to say they've thrown but kind of. They've thrown a second-round pick at it in Kamari Lassiter. Their first pick of the draft they threw at corner. And then they brought in free agency 2 former top 10 picks, still on their rookie deals, 2 former top 10 picks. Are you good with at least the elements of what they've tried to do to fix that second cornerback position? Like, are you good with the resources they've thrown at it?
Yeah. I think, look, everybody knows, we've talked about it multiple times. I'm a fan, Ron, of the former first-round top 10 pick that, for whatever reason, has been a bit of a journeyman for his first contract. Because the one thing you can never take away from those guys is there's an elite skill set there. And you've got that in Jeff Okudah, you got that in C.J. Henderson. There's clearly some holes in their game, or they wouldn't be on their third team at this point in time. But I'm one that's okay with the risk that comes with guys that are on their third team that are former top 10 picks. I'm good with it. I think the cornerback position, especially when you're talking about the number 2 corner, it's a gamble I'm worth taking. Like, I think is worth taking, and one I don't mind D'Amico and Nick taking.
Yeah, if you say it out loud, we got 2 talented young corners that had high ceilings, and then we're gonna draft someone in the second round with a premium pick to play that corner. You say it out loud, it feels it's just all right. That makes sense.
When you've got a clear cut number 1 corner, Stingley, and that clear cut number 1 corner in Derek Stingley is a corner that's the caliber of, if we're going into a game and we've got a receiver that's giving us hell, like Amari Cooper did the first time they played Cleveland. Okay, well, we're going to shadow that player with Derek Stingley. So you don't only have a number 1 corner. You've got what D'Amico Ryans clearly believes is a lockdown man corner that he can put in a shadow situation. So you've got a lot of your boxes checked with that one guy. It's just we are clearly looking for a number 2. It makes that context, I think, makes it to where I can somewhat get excited about Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. I mean, I can get excited about I can literally spend time watching those guys and not be worried about it being my only corner or what is D'Amico going to do, because I know Stingley's on the other side. I can see the positive and see these guys fit in the scheme and D'Amico Ryans play into their strengths. and them being a really good corner here. Hopefully that's how it works out. We'll see.
Here was D'Amico actually talking about the two corners they signed in free agency, Jeff Okudah and as well as C.J. Henderson.
What stood out most to me about Jeff and C.J. is you see elite movers, right? You see why these guys were top 5 picks, right? They have the movement skills. They're big, fast, long corners that can run with anybody, right? And they've, had some ups and downs in their careers. This is their third team, right? And short careers. But as I told those guys, man, I don't care what happened in the past. You can wipe the slate clean. It really doesn't matter. Like, how can you come out and help us? And they've both they've been here every day of the all-season program, and they've done a great job of being dialed in the meetings and on the field as well. So I'm super excited to work with both guys.
Clearly the feel is we are confident that we feel like we can pull whatever that ceiling is that made the Jags draft C.J. Henderson in the top 10 and made the Lions draft Jeff Okudah out of Ohio State in the top 3. That clearly that is they feel like we can find whatever that ceiling is.
Yeah, look, I think the hope is you find the ceiling. To me, what makes me really comfortable about him is the floor is really high when you're talking about a former top 10 pick. Now, we're assuming that these guys haven't lived in the streets and alcohol and the chase on the streets and the money and all that hadn't gone to their head, and they still are in tip-top shape, which I believe is D'Amico and Nick aren't bringing guys in here that have ruined their careers, off the field, so to speak, which there's a lot. There's some, not a lot, but there's some of those guys out there, right? So I'm going to assume that these two guys aren't that. The floor being high is why I could buy into these guys. If the floor of a corner is an elite mover, if that's where I'm starting, I feel like D'Amico Ryans can either pull the best out of them and get an elite corner out of them, or he can play to their strengths and give help where need be on their weaknesses, and you can get a high-level corner. You can get high-level corner play out of one, if not both of these two guys. I mean, let's be honest. The elite mover. I mean, I don't know because I'm not a scout, but I bet you there's 3, maybe 4 of those that come out a year at the cornerback position. There's sometimes even fewer. Like this year, I think was a heavy cornerback draft. I think there was a lot. I think relatively speaking, was there a lot of corners in this draft?
Yeah, it went through. Yeah.
So
it was the Texans were in a run of 4 in a row right there in the second round.
Yeah. So and which, by the way, I wouldn't consider the guy they drafted an elite mover. Like these guys, I mean, elite movers don't touch 4.6. I don't give a damn what clock you got or who's. I mean, they ain't even rumored to hit them. They ain't hitting 4.5. So at the end of the day, starting there, Ron, that really makes me feel good about it. Now the ceiling for whatever reason for these guys is the suspect part, right? Getting these guys to be a lockdown corner, getting these guys to be true man-to-man corners consistently, whether it's discipline, eye discipline, foot discipline, technique work, whatever it may be. That hopefully D'Amico can find that with them. But the fact that the floor starts so high, man, is these guys aren't going to get ran by. These guys shouldn't have problem. If press man is their forte, pressing in the league, they shouldn't have a problem with. Like, they shouldn't get out over their skis when they're trying to press some of the better receivers in this league. That's what gets me excited about these two guys.
Yeah. And especially, I think the point you made off the top. If Derek Stingley can continue to be the guy in the second half of the season he was, like you watched it, and I see texters talking about his time in San Francisco. They didn't always have great corners, especially on the other side of Travarius Ward was their best corner, even D'Amico's last year there. They didn't have great corners on the other side. They just had dudes who were at least able to be just solid. That could play a solid role. If they could at least get that, because they do have somebody who they feel if we need to, we can kind of leave him on an island.
Well, here's the deal, man. If you've got a good defensive schemer and play caller, and you've got a good defensive front, you can cover up some holes in your cornerback play. Now you add to that, and I don't know what the Texans do or don't have, to be honest with you up front. I know that I think they got some guys on the edge that can get after the passer, but I don't know what they got everywhere else. But you add to that, you got the elite schemer, you got the elite play caller, you got the first corner that takes away a team's number one threat on any given snap. Again, should be fairly easy for guys that are elite movers to have success in D'Amico's system.
All right, the Astros are off today. Then they'll probably meet and have some conversations. This is one thing that I hope the front office is at least having conversations about. I don't know if it's going to happen or if they would even allow it to happen, but they should at least be having conversations about this. We'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. I tell you every day.
Access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling. Chris Santiago, appreciate you, man. Really great work. Great work.
Thank you.
In for young Tyler, who we think is in Hawaii, or no, I don't think we know where he is, but his flight didn't take off as planned yesterday. He had to stay here another day. So hopefully he is out there having a good time and enjoying things with his bride. Your wife back? Mine ain't back yet.
Mine is back. Got back yesterday, man. When I got home last night, the bride was at the house with the babies, man, just chilling. It was a sight to see.
Good for you. Mine comes back today. So it should be fun. Good.
You got anything planned?
No. You know what? I should.
Well, I think I'll just hand the kids off to her and meet me at the bar. What do you think?
Could, or we got moms there.
Oh, that's right, moms there.
They can get a slide date in.
Yeah.
Got that built-in babysitter the next 2 days. We got a big weekend. Got a. I think we were supposed to be invited to this. I questioned this because at first Courtney said I think they accidentally invited us to this, but we got a cornhole competition tonight or this weekend. Couples cornhole.
Is that code word for something?
No, it's not. It's literally couples.
I feel like they could get a little.
You know what? You know what? I don't know. Maybe these groups. Maybe they might be swingers.
Couples, kinky, cornhole.
Maybe the Gaines are
drop your pineapples at the front door.
Maybe the Gaines family. There's some swingers. I don't think so. But we got cornhole.
That'll be fun.
It will be couples cornhole.
That's tonight.
It's this weekend.
Oh, this week. Oh, is it all? It's a weekend deal. Is it a bracket?
I think there's like 25 teams.
25 there's a bracket. Huh? You're gonna work your way
the bracket. I'm gonna try to go over here.
Courtney's pretty competitive. I'd imagine you got.
I'm gonna try to come. I'm not gonna try to go. I'm trying to go over there and have a good time.
No, you're
not let my competitive.
You got the same. No, see, you've got the same unhealthy. Your competitive gene doesn't always match your ability. It's the worst thing in the world, man. I got it bad. I've had it for my whole life. I can't even enjoy things like a cornhole tournament. I can't enjoy it. Without getting mad at my wife.
Do I have a plan to have it set up for us to get some
work
tosses in coming up?
What kind of board y'all using? How heavy are those bags?
Well, we got those ones at the house. We got those.
You got to find out how heavy the bags are. You can't be throwing little bags and get there and they got big bags.
But I got professional game bags. I got the
where you can change the weight or something.
Well, no, I just got the ones they use.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, the board. We ordered the boards. They came in with them small ones, small slick ones. I went out, got the real one. So listen, man, we're just having a good time.
Kinky cornhole for couples.
I'll be disappointed if we don't get a top 5 finish. Yeah, but it's just fun.
What are you going to do if you do get there and something's a little kinky? Something's a little. Do you just kind of play along until it gets too bad, or are you like, nah, we're out of this deal?
Kind of see where she
see where Courtney's head's at.
Yeah, it's kind of see where she is. Maybe dance off. Like if she's in the thought of, I don't want to be rude, then
How about this?
What would be the signal?
Every time you lose, you take off an article of clothing or you go home.
That would be a sign.
So all the losers standing around in nothing but the draws by the end of the day, and the winners are out there playing for a championship.
Like I feel like if somewhere somebody start playing pony, like that may be.
If you walk in and the music's tad bit sexual,
and then somebody just start that genuine pony, and they say, "Here, guys, leave your keys right here." If they maybe put keys in a bowl and then playing pony, that might be a little risque. Might be a little risque.
Oh, that's great.
All right. No, it'll be fun. Hey, Astros had the day off. Much needed day off as they head to Oakland. But in this day off, Clint, I hope they're talking about this dude, Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is leading the league in home runs. He is nasty. They were talking about him on MLB Network, Brian Kenny and company. This is what they're saying. This is what's being talked about. Like we talked about Kyle Tucker before and how good of a player he is. And sometimes I think he is maybe undervalued here because of the personalities and the guys like, Altuve and Bregman and Correa before that and now Alvarez. But this is what people are saying about Kyle Tucker.
Best player in baseball right now, objectively, is Kyle Tucker of the Astros. 425 on base, slugging 649. His OPS plus is 206. That's just higher than Shohei Ohtani. He's also got 40 walks, 36 strikeouts. I mean, he's basically a monster right now for the Astros. Top hitter, he leads the league in home runs. And we've seen this coming, but this seems to be the full blossoming.
He's been a really good player, right? A really good hitter. Now he's a great slugger. And I don't think it's so unusual. I look at guys like Tino Martinez, Sean Green, Adrian Gonzalez, good hitters who develop power at 27, 28, 29. He's in that group, and he's changed some things that he's done at the plate. He's much more of a fly ball hitter now. If you watch those videos and his finish here, he doesn't roll his top hand over like the way he used to. He's swinging the bat now with a higher posture, not over-rotating the wrist to get the ball in the air. And this is how you hit home runs. The old saying, slug is in the air. Yep. He has learned how to elevate the air. And I go back to Sean Green, who would take batting practice every day with Carlos Delgado and learn how to backspin the baseball in the air. And all of a sudden, he's hitting 30, 40 home runs.
They talking about this man, best player in baseball. And they mentioned Shohei Ohtani, best player in baseball. I don't know what that is, but to even be talked about, someone even saying that, and then obviously the numbers to back it up, is something else. And Clint, we've talked about what the potential is that they'll do with Kyle Tucker, who is 27 years old. And I just wonder. I know what the past history is, Clint. We've talked about it a lot, and we've seen them stick to their guns with many, many Astro players. But I just wonder, man, is that 7 to 10 year deal for a 27-year-old Kyle Tucker, is that even on the table? Is that even a possibility?
It's got to be. It's got to be. You can't let homegrown, your own prospect, a guy that you've developed.
But they've had such a hard line with this, Clint.
No, I agree. I agree. There's been a hard line with a couple of guys that I think were fan favorites that. With Springer and Correa to be more specific, that I think a lot of us, I know I was one of them, was hoping that they'd keep those guys around and do whatever it takes to keep those guys around. But none of those guys were as productive as what Kyle Tucker's doing right now. I mean, you got to believe now led the league in RBIs last year, right? American League in RBIs last year.
29 homers last year.
Now you're looking at a guy that. Could potentially lead the league in home runs, and I'm talking about in the season, not just for the first half. He's in the top 3 or top 4 of every major statistical category, and he plays a Gold Glove right field. I just don't know, and he's young.
You think he is that different from the other guys? I mean, if we add pitchers into this, Garrett Cole, they never. We're going to really take a hard look at, and some of the other guys.
I have a hard time couching pitchers in the same.
Okay.
Because I think look, we've had Verlander twice, we had Greinke, we had Cole. They had a slew of guys before them. It seems like they're willing to buy and sell at the trade deadline with big time pitchers more so than position players. Obviously, just my personal feel is I try to view them as two different conversations. Right? The position players, the hitters, they've just for whatever reason will not give those longer contracts and let them walk, and they fill the hole with, they filled voids with guys that are lesser players, maybe big time prospects. Obviously, Jeremy Pena is starting to pan out, and it seems to be the right decision there with letting Correa go.
Because the largest offer,
Springer, they're still hunting for the center fielder, right?
Yeah, the largest offer I think we've heard was 6, years. Was 6 to Correa. It was, and that just wasn't even going to get it done because we had just seen Francisco Lindor get 10 years. That was the most that we've really seen them in this run.
It's just hard. It's just hard for me, Ron. When I look at this, man, you've already got Alvarez.
Somebody just texted in. They're not going to do it, so just trade him so you can get everything.
You didn't have to do it with Alvarez. There's really nobody on your roster that they've done that for. I mean, you keep Kyle Tucker in this lineup, and and you can go Altuve, Tucker, Yordan Alvarez, and you got Pena, obviously. You got Diaz coming, who I don't know what's going to happen with Bregman, but just those 5 guys. And who knows what's going to happen with Myers. You know, you always got your Dubons of the team. And you keep those guys alive, man, you're going to be able to swing the sticks with anybody in the league.
No, I've said it from the jump. I would sign him. I would have tried to do it before. Now you're gonna really get taxed because one, I'm telling you, we talked about it. It was 2 years ago now, but I'm certain he will not forget about that arbitration, that situation of which his value was kind of diminished in the Astros light when that thing happened. And I don't think this is going to be some sort of a discount work with like, Altuve gave you.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
And now he is letting this rip. I mean, there's going to be 8 to 10 years on the table from somebody.
Kyle Tucker strikes me as a guy that's going to be gone. Kyle Tucker does not strike like Correa. I thought Correa was in love with Houston.
You thought he might, yeah.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think there's Altuve. Obviously, I think Bregman strikes me as a guy that would love to finish his career as an Astro. He seems to be a guy that all that stuff. Like Kyle Tucker seems to me like he just soon be playing somewhere else on the West Coast. And I'm not specifically. I'm just saying it just doesn't. He's got that kind of a floater's mentality. He doesn't have a floater's mentality. I view him as somebody that would kind of is just cool with floating, making the most money wherever they're at. Right? I mean, that's just the vibe that I get from him. I could be wrong, but this can't be because Crane doesn't offer. I mean, you can't let this guy
He doesn't give the feel like he has such an emotional connection that he'll do whatever.
Yeah.
Like it does feel like if Correa's just like, just get to 7 years.
Yeah.
Just get me to 7 years, and I can. And I'll work with you.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any working with you, but I hope they're at least having this conversation. They should be, but they've had such a kind of a line in the sand, Clint. On, yeah, man, we don't want to give out these big contracts. We don't want to give out these big contracts, and maybe they think, Joey Lowe is a guy that can go out there and replace him, can be the Jeremy Pena to him. I'm not sure, but I at least hope that 7 to 10 is on the table. They would at least open to give that up. All right, coming up, we'll give you an update on what you need to just prepare yourself for, it seems like, with the Astros on Jose Abreu. He went deep today. He hit a homer today, folks. We'll give you an update on that and the NBA playoffs. The team that Clint was rooting for got a W last night as the Dallas Mavericks get a W. And an announcement with the Astros that could be pretty big, that has at least one member of this show right now extremely excited. We'll tell you about that coming up next.
The Texans are back on the field for the
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, the big stories happening here in Houston and around the country in the sports world. Clint, number 1, the Astros have a day off, but guess who didn't? Jose Abreu, baby. Nah, he wasn't off today. He played today. He played in the Florida
Complex
League, the old FCL. The old FCL, the Florida Complex League.
Which, for the record, Chris Santiago, I think you did a little research. It's the level just above college baseball.
Yeah, it's right.
It's the lowest level of major league of professional baseball.
Correct. Yeah, it's right under single A and high A or whatever, whichever one comes first.
I'll be honest, I didn't know there was one under single A. I thought then it went to American Legion. I think
that's high school ball. American Legion.
No,
American Legion
is that what it's called? American Legion.
American Legion is high school ball. It's like high school.
God, what is there's a league that is like independent baseball. What is that?
You talking about the league that the Savannah Bananas play in?
It's that one.
Hey, what would you do if video surfaced of Jose Abreu under a different name batting against the Bananas.
Yeah, I had to, because I had to throw out the first pitch one time. I got to throw out the first pitch for the
American Legion
Kansas City Monarchs. I forgot what that league is called. It may not be American Legion.
American Legion, I thought was like a summer league baseball league back in the day.
Might have been. I don't know. Whatever it is, I thought that was. I thought that was the one that was underneath.
Well, it's the Florida Complex League, FCL, man.
Yeah, there you go. Now I know.
He's been down there ripping.
He has. Crushing it. Today he went 1 for 4 with a homer, though. He went deep. Took one of those, I presume, 18, 19-year-olds out of the park, took them deep. Because, it's got to be only really, really, really young guys or other old dudes hanging on or something.
I think I'd be willing to bet you they're fully loaded of people hanging on. How many like studs that come straight out of high school have you seen go? No, we're gonna park this kid in the FCL for a couple of years.
We're parking right here.
I mean, typically, I don't know. I'm not a baseball head. All my baseball heads out there. I mean, most like if you draft a kid straight out of high school, like where does that kid typically go? I mean, I would think it's not the FCL.
Like single A, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would think it would be above the FCL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
So, I mean, I would imagine these are guys that either
absolutely crushing. Yeah. He's crushing, baby. He hit a homer today. He was, by the way, while he played in that complex league. Sorry. While he played in that complex league, he was 7 for 22 in his time there with 2 extra base hits. So that was 5 games. He's ready to rock and roll.
Can I with Jose Abreu,
he's played 5 games. Let's go. Time to go.
But when I was talking about like this guy needs an extended break, like in no way, shape, or form did I ever think like he was going to go somewhere in the lowest level league you could, get at bats. The Astros organization was going to watch and be like, "Yep, he's back. He's ready." Like, you know what I mean? Like I thought for sure this was going to be okay. Heavy reset, just get away from the game. Heavy reset, or it was, hey, man, my man's got a bad back, or he's got a bad neck, or he's got a bad shoulder, and he's got to get this rehabbed, and he's got to get it back right, got to strengthen it before he can change some things about his swing. We are literally sitting here talking about a 37-year-old player that has been great in Major League Baseball, going to the FCL, hitting 5 singles, a double, and a home run in 22 at-bats. Joe Espada talking about, we've watched the film, man. There's been some progress made. Like, they're literally scouting, buddy.
The homer was today, though.
So when Joe Espada made that, this was before the homer. All he had was 5 singles and a double at this point in time. Like, I can't believe this is where we're at with Jose Abreu. Like, I can't believe.
And you think he's going to be here Sunday playing?
Look, I don't just randomly think that.
I know.
The head coach said it.
The manager said it's a possibility.
The manager said it. I mean, I just can't believe we're really at a spot where it's like they're scouting nobody. It's not. Hey, he finally got healthy, or his mind is clear. It's the swing looks great down there at the lowest level of baseball you could play. Not Corpus Christi. Not over here with the Space Cowboys.
There's one below it, right? There's one below Corpus before you get to that one. Good Lord, man.
I can't.
And 5 games, all he needed to get back. 5 games, possibly 2 in Sugar Land. Let's go.
Can't believe that's where we're at.
No, real quick.
I thought for sure this is going to be a, hey, man.
You thought it was going to be.
All right, you got your mind clear. You fresh. Take a deep breath. You've been gone for a couple weeks. Got baseball completely out of your system. Let's ride.
See, you wanted him to just sit down for a couple of weeks without even thinking about baseball. It didn't start back.
I just don't. I can't believe the organization is sitting here talking about how a swing in the Florida Complex League for a 37-year-old that you're paying $19 million a piece for. I mean, a year for.
In all seriousness,
I can't like that. To me, I can't process that making sense.
In all seriousness, when you look at like some of the guys on this team, clearly I don't think they are. Isn't this one where you're like, whoever's in charge of making these decisions? Isn't this one where you take, you maybe pull in Altuve and Bregman and some of the guys, like, and check the temperature on this move. Like in this one where you like it's something where you're like, yo, man, I don't think we're kind of turning things around. What do you guys like? This is what we're thinking about doing. Like in this one, because I feel like this is one you got to run by, because when they say Bob Nightingale says there are a couple of guys out there that wondered about the communication with the coach and the communication with things. I think there is a real thought process of, do these jokers know what they're doing? Like I feel like this one got to be run by the Altuves, some of these guys, but they just gonna go ahead and just bring him right on in.
Yeah, I don't think Dana Brown's checking anybody's temperature on anything. I mean, he ain't afraid to step on Dusty Baker's toes, much less the rest of these cats. Hell, he don't give a rip. It's wild, man. It is an interesting situation, and it gets more interesting like every step they take. West Palm to Sugar Land to Oakland or Seattle, all with games being played in the meantime. And he's going to take the big league field on Sunday potentially.
Yeah. Or
that's
the
wild,
next week
man.
against Seattle in your biggest series of the season.
Well, it's either Sunday or Monday, isn't it? They don't break between Oakland and Seattle.
No, I'm just saying either he's going to play there or they're going to bring him up against Seattle in a series, your biggest series.
I mean, the only reason you rush his ass out there is to put him on the field.
Well, hey, can you look it up for me, Chris? Chris Santiago in for Tyler. Who does Sugar Land and where does Sugar Land play this weekend? I swear before God, I you know that's close to me. If they are playing home games,
you're going.
I may have to go. I may have to go and see Abreu or his alias, whatever he's going by.
By the time you get there, Abreu's gonna have that jersey buttoned all the way up like you wear your polos.
They play the Round Rock Express.
Where at?
Let me double check.
That's where I'm not going to Austin to go see him. I won't drive to Austin.
Hey, Brady's gonna be so uptight he's gonna have it like you wear your polos. He's gonna have that jersey
to the top,
cinched all the way to the top. You're gonna be out on Abreu.
I'd feel better if he was three buttons.
I know.
I'd feel better if he was just wore it open.
I can see Ryan walking in that old stadium, that old ballpark.
I would determine right off by visual.
He's buttoned all the way to the top. I'm out of here. Let's go, kids.
They're playing here at home. There you go, man.
I might have to. And listen, I bet you they might get some tickets for people wanting to go put their eyes on him themselves.
You know what's crazy? They got some giveaways. So on Friday, they got the Astros Alex Bregman jump bobblehead giveaway.
They're giving away Alex Bregman giveaways out
on Saturday, they have the Space Cowboys Year of the Dragon jersey. And then on Sunday, the replica Space Cowboys military jersey.
Is there anything that he can do in 2 games in Sugar Land to make you feel like, all right, go ahead, send him up?
No, there's not. I mean, the only thing that's going to make any of this make sense is, like I said, if he gets back to the big leagues and his swing looks totally different than what it's looked before he left.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is a real thing. All right, Jose Abreu, he's going to go to Sugar Land. We'll see what he does against Round Rock. They got a tough staff, I hear.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
I don't know anything about Round Rock staff, I'll be honest with you. NBA playoffs last night. Clint, the Dallas Mavericks, in a one-possession game, they win on the road and take game 1 from Minnesota, 108-105. And I put this one on Anthony Edwards on many ways. One, his performance, and then he went and just got Kyrie Irving riled up for no reason. Going into the game after they finished off the champion Nuggets, when asked about this game, he came out and said, I got Kyrie. Double down on it. Said, I got Kyrie. Kyrie commits to coming out with like 24 in the first half in game 1 yesterday to just rip through them. And then Luka, who was great in the second half, played it on. But here's Charles Barkley confronting Kyrie Irving. And you talk about it. You talk about professional athletes. They can find anything to get themselves juiced and motivated for. Well, this was easy for Kyrie Irving.
Sorry, my bad. Hey, Kyrie, you at home minding your business the other night.
Yeah, what about it?
You with your beautiful family just chilling, probably having a nice meal. And then the young fella says,
I got Kyrie. So, and you said, excuse me?
Yeah.
And he said it again. He said, I got Kyrie.
Yeah.
That's the most aggressive you've been in a long time.
Yes, sir.
I know that had to irk you a little bit.
Well, use it as a motivation. When I was sitting at home and I saw it, I was like, it's just a nod of respect. And then also, I knew what type of game it was going to be for Game 1 and also for the rest of the series. So you're right. I was at home with my family watching Game 7.
You just minded your own business.
And then Ant comes out and says, I got Kyrie. But also, that's a no-fear mentality. And that's why we love Ant. So coming out tonight, I knew that he was going to pressure me a little bit. But I knew that they were coming off of Game 7, grueling game. So their legs were biting them a little bit tonight. So hopefully Game 2 they come back and they settle a little bit more, but we'll be prepared.
Well, you can't get outscored by Kyrie for the full game in the first half. Kyrie outscored him. Like, you can't come to it. You can't come call him out, get done in, and look winded in the second quarter at the line as you have just spent it all, and then come out here and score 19 points. I love Anthony Edwards. I think he has been kind of the face of these playoffs thus far, but I think that one got away from him just a tad.
Yeah, when being the mouthpiece and always talking out, off the cuff, which
I love
and most people do in today's world, and most of the time I do too. But when it turns 30 though, when it turns into this right here, when it bites you in the tail, it ain't all that funny. So the crazy thing about that game last night, I didn't watch the first half, so I missed Kyrie going off, but I watched the entire second half. And it just – I'm watching the game, and it just – the plays that are being made, I would have thought Minnesota was up 10+.
They just could take advantage of mistakes.
Yes, I look up, and Dallas goes down. I'm talking about just gives away 2 or 3 different possessions right in a row. And I'm like, man – This game's got to be getting away from it. And I look over, and they're winning by 2. I don't know. I mean, Dallas appeared to have played their B game in the second half. I didn't watch the first half. In the second half, with the exception of Luka, when it mattered most, just being a problem. But overall, it was just like I'm watching that game, and I thought at any point in time it could get away from Dallas in Minnesota's favor. And, hell, they would be leading by 2. It appeared to me that Dallas played their B game maybe, and ended up winning that thing and stealing one in Minnesota. That was wild, man. I couldn't.
Well, that's the problem for Minnesota in this series. If it gets close down the stretch, they got Anthony who can go and get his own shot all the time, but they got 2 dudes over there that at any point they could come down every other time and go, and not be tired out and both be A-type options to get rolling. So we'll see. Dallas leads 1-0, winning on the road. Minnesota, they desperately probably want to get this one. You don't want to go down 0-2 going to Dallas. So that looks like a fun series starting off in the Western Conference Finals.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
I want to get this across before Chris Santiago blows a wad back there in the production room. This is his thing. I have never known anybody. I don't think I've met anybody who has been into the World Baseball Classic as much as Chris Santiago is. Minute Maid Park will host the World Baseball Classic games in 2026. The MLB has announced the finals will be played in Miami at the Lone Depot Park, but it'll have some games right here at Minute Maid. And I know you trying to hunt down to get tickets already. I mean, I have never met, Clint, anybody more into the World Baseball Classic than Chris Santiago. Have you been to a game yet?
No.
You haven't gone. You didn't just take the trip to Miami? I thought you might have.
No, but I'm excited, man.
In 2026, you're going.
Oh, for sure. My pops and I are going.
I give 0 rip.
I don't either. I just I don't want any I said I would hope that none of the Astros roll in it. If I'm him, if I'm you right here, no, don't play in any of them. Jose Altuve's played in his last World Baseball Classic in my mind. Like, none of them. Chill. I think Kyle Tucker rolled an ankle in that thing. I think he got hurt and didn't play the championship game. I'm out on that thing. I'm out. All right. Confident or concerned? And I think this may be, at least for me, I'll speak for myself, this may be the most difficult team in the league for me to judge. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you at?
home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. A little, Brandon Scott is with you, man. B. Scott jumped on and said, I'm with Chris. World Baseball Classic is awesome. It's like baseball meets college football. It's so good, B. Scott. I'm not going to lie. I got into it the first year. And after that, it doesn't pull me in. It doesn't reel me in. Not like that. I mean, I've slid in a couple of times and watched it because, it was much on. But I'm never excited. Never excited. Never really don't really know the year that it's happening until it comes upon me. Like if you'd have told me they were playing this year, I wouldn't have been surprised. 2026. That's when it is.
I could probably get down with it if it's a championship game. And is it the U.S.?
You mean the country that represents? Yeah.
If the U.S. was in the championship,
they were last year
against
Japan.
They've been in a few times. Yeah, it was like Trout versus
Ohtani.
Versus Ohtani, I think, to end it. Yeah,
and Ohtani.
Then I was clearly fixing a lot of the people. I think I could get into it if that was the case, but it was, and I didn't.
Hey, Chris, we talked about that for about 10 minutes on the show the day after.
No, I did. Don't recall it.
You had a take too. I'm certain.
Don't recall it. I don't think I watched it.
But we talked about it. I think you slid on there and got some clips.
Maybe I did.
Because I remember we talked about that bad boy. And listen, I'm not looking down on people who are into it. I'm just saying for me it didn't grind, get me a little.
We should go, man. The environment is crazy. Atmospheres.
You know what? That one I kind of intrigued about. The atmosphere, I know you've talked about it because especially in Miami, they would have people from the Dominican, from all over
Venezuela.
This kind of get in that one spot. That could be something to watch, the atmosphere. It may be one that is like hockey, better to see in person than to watch, but yeah, man, they don't get me in the building and say, hey, coming up tonight on Fox, here we go, Canada versus Belgium.
Man,
I don't know if Canada plays Belgium, but that one.
If it ain't full-blown Astros,
that one ain't rolling.
I'll be honest with you. Playoff baseball doesn't interest me.
Oh, well, I can't get
unless it's Astros.
Whoa.
Oh, really? Oh, no. Playoff baseball, and obviously when it's your team, but there is nothing.
Well, you've gotten used
intense
to watching playoff baseball without your team being in it. You've gotten used to it.
Hold on now.
I mean, it's been a while since I've had
roaring forever and ever and ever. I mean, God, dog, man. Yeah, man. Just because my team I rooted for didn't go to the playoffs for 29 consecutive years, by the age of me being 30, does not mean. What you just think about that? Anytime you think somebody, oh, you get to root. Man, I was like 31 years old. 29 straight years they didn't make the playoffs.
Ooh. It'd be a tough pill to swallow there. No playoffs?
You know how excited I got for an 83-game season, 83-win season? I mean, so excited. That was it. That was all we had. All right, confident or concerned? We do this every single week. We pick an AFC team, and we look at an AFC team, and we, from the Texans' perspective, are you confident or are you concerned? And Clint, I'm going with the Buffalo Bills, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. Are you confident or are you concerned? I'm going to be honest with you, Clint. And I'll go through their offseason because they've had a lot of transition and change. And I think a lot of people view Buffalo as a team that is stepping back. This is, for me, the single number one team in the National Football League that I cannot get a handle on how to judge them. I have a hard time putting my finger on what the Bills are going to be. Because there's a part of me that can see this being a transition step back year. Like, I can see Buffalo not making the playoffs. And then there's a part of me that can see them winning that division again, like they have the last 3, 4, 5 years. Real quick, off-season pickups, major ones. I don't know why they brought back Mitch Trubisky, but whatever. Mac Hollins they bring in, Curtis Samuels as receivers they bring in. They re-sign Espinoza. They bring back Taylor Rapp. They bring back backup running back. They cut some money from Von Miller to save up some things. But they lost Gabe Davis. They lost Leonard Floyd. They lost Dane Jackson. Those are 3 really key members of their team. Jordan Phillips, a good defensive tackle for them. They lost Tim Settle, obviously, who came here to the Texans. They lose him. Poyer, they lost as well. Mitch Morse, their starting center, longtime center. Their Tre'Davious White, who had been one of their corners, had some injuries, but they lost him. Their return guy, Hardy. They lost a lot of guys, Clint. They had a pretty good draft. Many people look at as they brought in Keon Coleman, the kid from Florida State, a center they drafted as well. But this is a different team. They've lost Stephon Diggs, obviously, who came to Houston, a brand-new receiving core. This is a different team, but they still have the great quarterback. They really had a running back who came into his own last year in Cook, who was a Pro Bowler. And Oliver is still over there. They get their all-everything linebacker who was a killer for them when they lost Kincaid. Kincaid, the young tight end. I know Clint loves him. But the linebacker who they lost out for the year, he was an All-Pro the year before. Matt Milano. They get him back, one of the more unique linebackers in the league. They've got some guys over there. They're a hard team to put a finger on what they're going to be. I think at the moment when I look at the Texans, when I look at this group, I would say confident over concerned. But still, for me, it's hard to figure out what Buffalo is and what they're going to be.
Yeah, for me, this is a concern. I mean, you can't take away. I've said it multiple times. Most of the time, talking about Josh Allen, but really, this is a team that would have been to at least one, if not multiple, Super Bowls if Pat Mahomes didn't exist. It's not like they haven't gone because they're not worthy. They haven't gone because they've got arguably the best guy to ever play the position with one of the best coaches to ever coach in the game of football on a run that is only second to a couple of different ones that the Patriots made, and it may end up being better individually because the Patriots had 2 different runs several years apart. So I think the team, the organization, the staff, the foundation, the culture, I think it all is pretty well established and has been pretty successful. So I think it starts there. I think from that perspective, that's where D'Amico's trying to get, and the Texans are trying to get. But I tell you, the adjustment they made last year midway through with removing Ken Dorsey from the offensive coordinator position and hiring, what's my man's name? Damn, I might just went blank. Joe Brady, the architect or the it wasn't the architect, I don't guess, but the guy, yeah, he was. Hell, the guy behind Joe Burrow's crazy, arguably best college football season ever at LSU. They won the title. When they adjusted, and instead of having Josh Allen drop back and drive the football down the field and throw the football over the park and feed Diggs as much as he possibly can, what they did was they adjusted. They started using Josh Allen in the run game more. They started focusing more of their identity on James Cook, whether it was in the run game or the throw game, and they rattled off some W's, and they were a tough-ass team at that point in time. As you mentioned, I don't love their wide receiver personnel, but I think you can win with it given the fact that you're going to include Josh Allen in the run game. I think you can win with this level of wide receiver. I think they're both of their tight ends. They still have Dawson Knox as well as Dalton Kincaid. I think his money, they reinforced their offensive line. They had a couple of question marks, I think, at center and either right guard or right tackle.
Draft, yep.
They took care of business there. Then when you look at the defense, you got Russo and Miller coming off the ends. You still got Ed Oliver inside. You mentioned Epineza. He is, every time you turn a Buffalo game on, him and Russo, both those guys flash big time. This is still a very, very, very talented football team that ultimately is a franchise that's had a lot of success. They've won a lot of football games, and you still got that horse at quarterback, man. This is one that concerns me.
Yeah, that's my thing is I don't think that at this point, I think earlier when it first happened that Josh was really really helped by, I mean, not just helped, but it really changed his game when he had guys like Diggs and he had those guys around him. I don't think he just falls off. Like, I don't think that he is somebody that's a quarterback that is completely defined by the players that are around. Like he needs to have a number one receiver. He needs to have, like, this is like, Andy Dalton or I think Jared Goff. Like, he has to have that around him. So I don't necessarily believe he just falls apart, which I think a lot of people do. When you tell me you got a great quarterback, some great parts on defense, some running game, that usually, an experience, that usually kind of hits. So I'm confident still right now when I look at the Rodgers. I just can't get past everything they lost, but I can completely see why people are in that space. All right, coming up next. Well, maybe Joe Espada was a little quick on the move. Maybe he was a little quick on the move because we felt like this was going to be something that maybe one of the good things he pulled the trigger on, and now it's not looking so much like that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. It's about that weekend. On Thursdays when a lot of folks' weekends start, it's time, man. Get your case of them silver.
won'twait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Alex Bregman sitting in that 4 spot still, folks. Damn, man, he got real hot too, didn't he?
Shout out to my guy Alex Bregman.
What was that? A series against the A's? A couple of them games right there. My man was. I mean, whew.
We talked about it, and you said it. You stayed on it. I was with you. I feel like they pulled the trigger a little quick to move him back in that order. Run him back up to that 4 spot. How many games do you think it was that he got demoted?
It was 4?
5.
5.
5. What? 5. He hit 6th for 5 games, and then he went right. No, he hit 6 for 4.
6 and then 5.
And then 5, and then he moved to 4 and he stayed, and he's currently 2 for his last 28. If you want to be nice, he's 4 for his last 31. Like, man, I just it's when you pull that trigger and you're Joe and you run him back up there that fast, like to now pull it back, because again, we're in the same spot that you were before, where he is in a major RBI spot. It's happening. He's come up. Now at least he hasn't popped up. He has flied out.
He's not wearing out the first baseman, second baseman.
He's flied
pitcher,
out.
huh?
Like he ended the game the other night, that 9-7 ball game with 2 runners on, where when he first hit it, it looked like, might have a chance, but no, it didn't. It didn't get out. But I mean, he's back to hitting 209 again, so he's getting closer to the 200, that Mendoza line, that 200 spot. But like this is just. And I just like, I wonder what happens now. Do you switch, or now is he just are they pigeonholed to like, all right, man, we got to just ride it out here, just got to ride it out here with him in that 4 spot. But he is, I mean, they certainly are getting killed again by him being in there and having RBI opportunities and him back to struggling again. This is, they're gonna have to do something. They're gonna have to do something if not. But they clearly, I felt 6 days was way too damn fast for them to try to mess with him and move him back up. And they could have just, hey, let's just sit him.
This is what you're afraid of when you do bump him back up so quickly, right?
Yep.
Is for him to come back to earth after a couple of big games and then all of a sudden settles right back into that struggle bus that he was on before. I'll be honest, I would not have guessed he was 2 for 28. I mean, I knew he wasn't. I knew he wasn't as hot as he was, because obviously he was hitting bombs and doubles, and the OPS would jump 80 points one night because of the 2 bombs and the double. I knew he had cooled down a little bit, but I didn't realize that he had cooled that much.
Yeah, he went 0 for the series.
Yeah, did he really?
Yeah.
Boy, I did not see that. That is that's a rough stretch right there now. Woo.
Yeah, like you said, man, you get to you put him. Like, it was like they were just itching, kind of like Abreu here. They were like itching to make the move to get him back into his spot, and he was just cool in that 5-6 spot. He was just cool. The pressure was off. Pena clearly was handling it fine. He was just fine. It was like, bam, all right, man, he hit them 2 homers. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go. Let's get him back in here. Like, I think it should. If you're going to move him, you got to, like, it should be a cool month before you get aggressive to push him back, because now, like you said, now you do it so fast, now you're almost stuck.
Well, the flip side of that too is that you're yo-yoing, Pena, who's been hot from jump, right? I mean,
it just hit wherever.
Truth be told, I mean, if Pena's going to be your 4-hole hitter, then put him in the 4-hole and leave him there, and it doesn't matter what Bregman does. He can hit 5th, right? Or if you want to not necessarily directly impact, or you're going to impact him, but not directly, Bregman, then you put Pena in the 2-hole and you bump the other guys back, and Bregman hits in the 5-hole kind of deal. It's just it's hard to watch Bregman continue to struggle when you've got Diaz, who's been clutch and swinging it well. You got Pena, obviously, who we mentioned. Big John's bringing some power to the plate. It's just hard to sit there and watch the four-hole hitter struggle the way that Bregman has.
Yeah. Traditionally, the four.
Damn, I didn't realize it was that bad.
Traditionally, yeah, man, he got hot, baby. Into that Tiger series, got some hits. That A's series, he really let it go, and then it's been of a struggle here of late. 2 for his last 28, 4 for his last 31. They make
I mean, neither one of them good.
He's gonna be batting fourth tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe if he can get out of it against the A's again. The A's he tattooed, so maybe he can get himself feeling good against them again. Maybe that's the case. All right, Chris is in the building. Tyler is out. Tyler would be pissed to talk about this.
Yeah, I know.
But Charles Barkley, he got in on backing up Caitlin Clark. He's the second one. LeBron did it too. Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA on Turner last night went to back up and defend Caitlin Clark, who is now, after losing last night, her team, the Indiana Fever, are 0-5. Stop laughing, Chris. It's
tank
a bad
season,
team.
baby.
No, it's not tanks. They're not tanking 2 years. They had the number one pick 2 years in a row.
One more year, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Las Vegas Aces, man.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you right now, that damn coach is hoarse, and Caitlin's getting the hell beat out of her.
Caitlin don't look like she's tanking.
Somebody needs to let Caitlin and that coach know that they're tanking.
Because Caitlin sure ain't. But here's Charles Barkley backing up Caitlin Clark.
You women out there, y'all petty, man. Hey, LeBron, you're 100% right on these girls hating on Caitlin Clark. Y'all petty, girls. I expect men to be petty because we're the most insecure group in the world.
Oh, you are.
Y'all should be thanking that girl for getting y'all ass private charters, all the money and visibility she bringing to the WNBA. Don't be petty like dudes. Listen, what she's accomplished, give her flowers. Stop being petty, all you women out there. She got y'all ass charters. She bringing all y'all this money to the table, but y'all being petty like dudes. LeBron, you are 100% right. Y'all girls, stop being petty. Caitlin Clark, thank you for bringing all that money and shine to the WNBA.
Well, they're gonna hate you even more now.
Hey, listen, they can't do anything to me.
They're gonna hate you though.
Hey, they can hate on me, but they better. But that mailman better be in my damn house the 1st and the 15th for another year. For another year.
All right, yeah, it's been some move to criticisms a little bit, but I don't even know if it's good. I think it's fair for the most part. Been fair, especially for her performance the first 5 games into her career. But she's 0-5, and you're starting to feel kind of a different turn with Caitlin Clark now that she's gotten to this next level, at least team wise, and for her. To be honest with you, I've watched probably all 5 of the games, not all the way through, but a lot of parts of it. It's been a bit of a struggle for her. She ain't lost like this in a long ass time.
Yeah, she ain't lost. She's 0-5, and they appear somewhat lost. There's not much of an identity. They don't look near as efficient and as clean as a couple of the other top teams. I've watched 2 of the 5 games. I've not watched the most recent, so I caught 2 of the first 3.
That was the closest to getting a W.
Yeah, and it's clear that she's trying to fit into a system that they're not building around her, and they're not showcasing her, right? But this thing is bigger than just the season for me, Ron. I look at it and I'm like, at what point is Caitlin Clark going to say, hey, man, how long is she just going to roll with the shut up and play mentality and just become a pro and hang in there? At some point, she's going to realize she's the most powerful person in the building, and she's going to say, F it, man. Y'all just get me the ball and get the hell out of the way. I mean, you got arguably – or let's argue, one of the best WNBA players ever, Diana Taurasi, wasn't it who made the comments before she got in there about how it's going to be? Baby. There's levels to it. She gets to the league. It appears, and I've seen some of it.
She's getting frustrated.
I've seen some of it, and I've listened to the commentary, obviously. It appears that she's getting the hell beat out of her in games. It's obviously a more physical game. Some folks believe that the refs are letting it go. Again, she's trying to fit into some system that isn't working. and the team's 0-5. I mean, at some point, everything Barkley just said, the gal that's responsible for it, at some point, I just wonder if she's going to be the one to say, because, I mean, you got to be honest with you. You put anything, like you mentioned LeBron or Michael Jordan or any of the greats in this situation, at some point they're going to get tired of that mess.
Yeah. And 0-5 right now for the league is not great.
No,
for her.
No. 0-5, Ron, and she's clearly, when you watch it, she's a tad bit overwhelmed, and it's obviously a struggle for her basketball wise as well. But she's still putting up good numbers.
She had 21 last night. She routinely leads her team in points and assists and like top 2 or 3 in rebounds too every single night on this team. But like, no, to the point you're making, if you go watch her in these Indiana Fever games and then pop in the Iowa games, like she wants to play a lot faster. A lot. I mean, they were up and down and running. They're scoring 90 a night over there at Iowa.
Yeah.
She wants to play a lot faster, and they do. They want to play a little slower game, kind of things in the post. As you said, we'll see how long that.
It is an interesting dynamic, man.
Her coach at Iowa did quit.
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
I wonder if Lisa, she retired. I wondered. Yeah.
You mentioned her stats in the first 5 WNBA games: 89 total points, 17.8 per, 29 assists, 23 rebounds. There's only been 3 players in the WNBA history to do that in their first 5 games: Caitlin Clark, Sabrina, how do you say that? Ionescu.
Oh yeah.
And Candace Parker. Those are the only 3 to do it. So as rough as it is to watch and as tough as it's been on her, she's still doing things that very few have done.
But she's great, and she carries. She's gonna go nuts. She's those tantrums on the sidelines.
Oh, I bet.
Like when I say tantrums, like I'm talking like we've seen Kobe lose it. We've seen like Mike and Tiger lose it. Like we've seen them have tantrums. You've seen Tiger beat up a bag.
I'm telling you, man, it's going to be interesting because I mean there's already stories out there where the media outside of basketball is covering it and creating these narratives, and it's going to be interesting because if she can't handle the weight of it, I mean, as great as she is, this could crush. She's going to stand up to it at some point in time. We'll see. We'll see how it all unfolds. All right, there's a few concern spots on this Houston Texans roster, the depth chart right now. 3 to be exact. We talked about that left guard position yesterday. I've talked till I'm blue in the face about the interior defensive line. We hadn't talked a whole lot about that corner opposite Derek Stingley, the number 2 corner for the Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, talked about it a couple of days ago. We're going to let you hear that audio, and then I'll explain to y'all why I don't have much of a concern about that number 2 corner at all. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, these Texans, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, have done a hell of a job building this roster, top to bottom. I think it's been an unbelievable turnaround in record time with what they've been able to do over the last season.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
No problem, Nick. But there is 3 spots of concern for me on this roster right now, and we've talked at length about 2 of them. The left guard position, really, you can say the center guard position, because the names that we're going to mention are going to be the guys that fill those two positions, right? You got Juice Scruggs, you got Patterson, who's a former 6th-round pick that plays center or left guard, and then you got Kendrick Green, who got ran up out of Washington and then somehow played some pretty good football for a couple of games before being injured here, and then you got the number 15 overall pick 2 years ago in Kenyon Green. None of those options at guard center. Should you have should you really know a whole hell of a lot about it, if we're being completely honest? The hope is that Juice Scruggs is a really, really good center. You moved up in the 2nd round to get him. We've seen him play guard. I think he struggled, to put it mildly, in pass protection. I think he showed some promise as an interior offensive lineman, and his physicality, his pad level, his ability to move, his athleticism, showed some good things. But at the end of the day, if he plays center, you still got a void at guard. What does and how does the center guard situation work out, and how do you find 2 guys to fill the center guard void out of the 4 that I just mentioned, and can those 2 guys play, right? It's a toss-up. It's a roll of the dice. We don't know what the hell Kenyon Green is going to be. It's on a good path. His body looks right now. I mean, noticeably different. Body looks right. Okay, there's your left guard. Your interior defensive line. Your every time we talk about it, the first name that's mentioned is Danico Autry, who really is a guy that plays that on most teams would play outside, but we got Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, so he's gonna share some time outside on the edge, and he's gonna slide inside in probably obvious passing situations. Other than that, you signed a couple of journeymen in Tim Settle and Foley Matu, or however the heck how do you say his last name, Chris? You got that one?
Can you repeat it one
more
time?
You got Foley's name. You got Foley's last name, the interior defensive lineman we signed from Jacksonville.
Oh, man.
I like Foley. I'm glad they throw Foley around because it's easy for me to say. But they signed those 2 guys where when asked about them, it is, well, one guy's got 30-something starts in the last handful of years, and one guy played 300-something snaps last year. Instead of a stat line or putting a high ceiling or something that we can all grab onto, we get starts and snap counts. NFL journeyman, right? We'll see how that pans out. The third is the one I want to talk about now. It's a number 2 corner situation on this football team.
That's definitely up there.
They signed Jeff Okudah, former top 5 pick in the draft, on his 3rd team. A top 5 pick that's a corner. Probably shouldn't be on his 3rd team before his first contract's up. C.J. Henderson, same thing. Top 10 draft pick. What number was he? Do you remember? C.J. Henderson? 8? Oh, he was 10?
I thought he was 10.
Out of Florida. Jeff Okudah out of Ohio State. Both of these 2 guys, former top 10 picks, let's just put it at that, and clearly haven't been able to connect all the dots because they've been through two other franchises, not stuck, and here they are with the Houston Texans right now. Before we get cranking on the conversation, here's your head coach, D'Amico Ryans, with his thoughts about Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, the number 2 corner spot opposite Derek Stingley.
What stood out most to me about Jeff and CJ is you see elite movers, right? You see why these guys were top 5 picks, right? They have the movement skills. They're big, fast, long corners that can run with anybody, right? And they've had some ups and downs in their career. This is their 3rd team, right? And short careers. But as I told those guys, man, I don't care what happened in the past. You can wipe the slate clean. It really doesn't matter. Like, how can you come out and help us? And they've both they've been here every day of the off-season program, and they've done a great job of being dialed in the meetings and on the field as well. So I'm super excited to work with both guys.
Ron, I'm going to be honest with you. For me, this is a distant third in my concerns, the ones I mentioned. Left guard offensively, interior defensive line defensively, and the cornerback being a distant third, the number 2 cornerback being a distant third. And it really has more to do with the fact that if you got a duck at left guard, you can't hide him. Right? If you've got ducks at your interior defensive line position, if you don't have enough lead in your ass, if you can't stop the run, if you can't demand double teams, if you can't hold offensive linemen up from getting to the second level, you can't hide those guys. Teams, especially in this division, are going to run right downhill at you, and that's a problem. Can't hide them, right? A corner, even if he's a duck, you can hide the guy. Hell, you saw D'Amico Ryans last year play with so many different secondary combinations throughout the season, and it got ugly against Cleveland the one time. It got ugly against Tampa when Baker went nuts. But I mean, for the most part, there were very few games where you look up and you go, "Well, we lost because our secondary wasn't good enough." There was very few of those. Definitely, relative to the number of DBs that D'Amico was trying to play. A good defensive coordinator, a good schemer, a good play caller, which D'Amico is as good as there is in the league, can cover up a corner that has some deficiencies, right? But as it pertains to Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson, those guys specifically, and what D'Amico just said, the one thing, other than the fact that schematically I trust D'Amico can deal with what the hell ever's thrown at him, but the one thing that D'Amico said right there, Ron, that sticks out, and this is it for me, is when you take chances on former top 10 picks. I trust that D'Amico and Nick have obviously did their homework, and they're not bringing in some slug that's been in the streets and hadn't taken care of his body and lacks professionalism and has tore his body up and doesn't have the ability, right? The fact that D'Amico Ryans said both of these guys are elite movers. Okay, it's one that anybody in the league can be an elite mover. Like Laramie Tunsil.
What does that mean? Just speed, turning hips?
Flat out speed, the ability to turn the hips, the ability to change direction, moving laterally. When you get in chase mode, if maybe your press doesn't stick, when you try to get physical, it doesn't stick, somebody gets by you, your ability to accelerate and catch up. They are elite movers. And look, it doesn't get any more elite than an elite mover at cornerback, right? Like I said, Laramie Tunsil is an elite mover at left tackle, right? That don't mean he's an elite mover at corner. When you talk about elite movers at individual positions, there's nothing more impressive than the elite mover title being thrown on somebody at the cornerback position. Somebody earlier when we had this conversation threw out, what's my man's name in Baltimore? The safety, Baltimore. Kyle Hamilton is an elite mover. Yes, he is an elite mover for his size and for the safety position. His ass wouldn't be an elite mover if he was out there on an island at cornerback. So it differs. An elite mover is defined differently per position, and there's none more difficult to earn the title of elite mover than cornerback. So D'Amico Ryans saying that, Ron, like that there's a ton of value I put in that. To hear the head coach say these guys are elite movers, that tells me that it's not necessarily about the ceiling, which at times with these guys obviously can be really high. At times it can be low, or else they would stick somewhere. But it's more about the floor for me, right? If you're an elite mover, if your tangible skill set is that of a top 10 drafted corner, you have the luxury from a speed, change of direction, twitch, maybe it's a length, maybe it's a size, but you have a luxury, and your floor is just significantly higher than your second, third, fourth round corners in this league. Especially when you're young and you're on your first contract. Being an elite mover starts you at a level where a lot of corners that make it in the league just don't quite have the ability to start there.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like you said it earlier, like the guy they drafted, Kamari Lassiter, wouldn't consider an elite mover right now. He's probably got he's probably really physical, good around the line of scrimmage, good in tighter spots, but not someone that's an elite mover. I don't mind the route they went to fill that cornerback void. I think that's –
I agree.
I like – if you tell me right now what we're going to do, we're going to get two really young guys that you just spoke of who had really, really high ceilings, and then we're going to draft someone, too, to throw in to try to fix that thing. I think the two things that really come up when I think about that position, one, you have it as distant. It is distant to me for now. It becomes less distant depending on the health of Derek Stingley Jr. That's the other part. To me, this feels like a really good potential risk because you have Derek Stingley Jr. If Derek Stingley Jr. has any kind of a situation like he had the previous 2 years where he has missed significant amount of time, well, now I feel it. Now that distant third comes a lot closer if both of those guys have to be your starting corners and they've got to be on the roll. And then the other part to me is all of this with Henderson and Okudah is it should be based around what your expectations are. And I think that's what D'Amico and company are basing it. I don't think they're basing – they have the expectation those guys perform as if they're top 10 picks. They got that expectation for Derek Stingley. But here, the expectation for those two dudes, you don't have the pressure of being picked third. Jeff, you don't have the pressure of being picked 10. CJ, can you be solid? Can you be good? Can you be able to play with help? I think that changes it. Your expectation of them.
And let's be honest, I don't know honestly, I don't know the league well enough with other organizations to recall when C.J. Henderson was drafted, who the hell the defensive coordinator was in Jacksonville, and when Detroit drafted Jeff Okudah, who the defensive coordinator was in Detroit. I'm willing to bet you. I don't think either one of those defensive coordinators are still there.
I'm guessing I would guess Gus Bradley in Jacksonville potentially, and I'd guess Matt Patricia.
And neither one of those guys are still at that respective organization. Yeah. They have been fired and moved on from. Where else did Jeff Okudah? Where did he go? Atlanta.
And then he went to Atlanta.
So which that regime has been fired and moved on from. Yeah. C.J. Henderson went from Jacksonville to Carolina. That regime has been fired and moved on from. And so I think it's probably safe to say that these guys have never ever in their life, in their NFL life, been in a situation where what you just said, Ron. Just show up and play to your ability. Be the elite mover that you are. Be a professional. D'Amico's going to put you in the right spot, right? I mean, D'Amico's not going to put you on an island out there knowing that his defensive front can't get home and ask you to play some technique or some coverage that you're not comfortable playing in. D'Amico Ryans is going to put you in a position to where if you don't have success, it's nobody's fault but yours. Right? There's neither of these guys have been in a position, whether we're talking about just the health of the team, the climate inside the building of the team, or the play caller schemer and what they're able to do. I mean, neither one of those guys have been in a position. In fact, it's probably why they're both here. They probably both agreed to come knowing the other one was coming. I know at least one of them did. And said, to hell with it. I'm going to go in there because I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of what D'Amico's bringing to the table. I want to play in that environment and see if I can maybe live up to being a top 10 draft pick in this league. So I am A-okay with what they've done at that second corner position. I'm a big fan of taking advantage of these guys that have been, again, in the situations that I just outlined and saying, hey, we can do more for you. Come on over here. We can get this thing right. I like that, and I love the fact that D'Amico said what he said because it gives me confidence that these guys have taken care of their body and they're true professionals. If we're starting with two guys that are elite movers, because think about it, Ron, we're starting with two guys that are elite movers, and you damn sure got an elite mover on the other side of it. So there should a lot of that for them hinges on him and Stingley. And really all we're asking you to do, C.J. Henderson, Jeff Okudah, is be good enough to play opposite Derek Stingley, who D'Amico Ryans believes and showed last year is good enough to travel with the other team's best receiver and play man-to-man if need be. So great point. There's no pressure on these guys, and they've never had the level of support they're going to have here in their NFL career. So we'll see. I just know you got three dudes on this team that would be classified as elite movers in the cornerback room. Not generally elite movers. I'm talking about in the most difficult position to physically play in all of sports, cornerback, you got 3 dudes that are elite movers. Now let's see what D'Amico can do with them.
All right. Hey, the update that you all been waiting for. You've been waiting for, and we got it for you. That's coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, if you've been living around these parts for too
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the update you're wanting here. Many of you are really concerned. I would argue, and it's crazy, Clint, and it's ridiculous to me in the space of where the Astros are right now. But if we did a poll of the number one thing that is on a Houston Astros fan, right now, at this moment,
do a poll.
If we did a poll,
I'll do a poll. What do you want? What do you want to do?
To me, I think the number one thing on Astros fans' minds, right now today, especially since it's an off day, is seriously, what is going on with this Jose Abreu situation? I think that is the number one thing on people's minds, and it shouldn't be. The thought should be about trying to get back to 500. Should be about, damn, what the hell is Framber? Is this just the certain things that. But I mean, at the top, and I would argue number one is this dude going to show up in a number 79 jersey on Sunday? Hell, or on Monday? Is he coming soon? Which is wild. An update today. He had his final game at the Complex League. Playing at least it has a state attached to it, the Florida Complex League. Do you think that
It's not a city. It's not the Baytown Complex.
Do you think there's a Texas Complex League? Is there one? I mean, seriously, is there a North Carolina Complex League? Is there a Complex League in every?
I bet there's an Arizona and Florida.
Just think it's an Arizona and Florida.
Just where they all have those complexes.
Just where they have those. You don't think they may have a Texas one?
It's a league to occupy the spring training complexes and help them generate a couple of dollars to pay the bills.
Is there an Alabama Complex League? They may have that one in Mobile. Send his ass to Mobile. The South Dakota Complex. Anyway, but he's there. He played his last game to there, folks. He went 1 for 4 today, but he hit a big fly. He hit a homer. If you're wondering, what the level of this complex league is, I believe Chris Santiago, who's filling in for Tyler Milner today, said we're looking in between single A and college. Right there, whatever that level is, between single A and college. They needed 5 games from Jose Abreu to feel like he's ready to take the next step and bypass single A, double A, and get a weekend series against Round Rock in Sugarland. He's 1 for 4 today in that complex league. Overall, he went 7 for 22 with 5 singles, 2 extra base hits, a double, and a homer. Where we are, baby. And he's potentially moving up to play for the Astros this weekend. Could be late in the weekend, could be next week. He is ready and roaring to go.
That's where Jose Abreu is, Ron. Where we're at as Astros fans and as the Astros organization, I like to consider myself part of, I can't believe we're here.
I am shocked that this is happening.
Am I crazy to think that it's –
I don't know what you're about to say, but no.
Well, the Astros are above this. Major League Baseball teams are above this. You got a player that's damn near 38 years old that has been a 300 hitter and has been a power hitter in his time, has been one of the better baseball players over an extended period of time over the last 10, 15 years. And you pay him a bunch of money. You clearly Father Time is hitting him to some degree. Now, I'm not a big believer in Father Time the way Ron is in terms of guys just completely falling off, but damn it, this is one I even got to throw the towel in. Like, he appears to be broken. And what the plan that the organization wants to sell to us, we're going to send him to West Palm Beach to the Complex League. And we're going to have him chill.
He's using an alias.
Yes, where he's is that real, man? Be honest with me.
Yes.
Don't let me repeat that on radio.
Okay. It is. I'm repeating it.
He's going to but I can't ever tell if you're being serious or not.
I'm dead serious. Did you read that too?
I can't tell if this is Little Ron sitting in his room making up stories to report on, or if this is real.
I've not been Little Ron in a long time.
Well, I'm talking about. I meant like young, like 10-year-old Ron, like practicing.
I know it. I've met him in a minute. Yes,
I mean,
an alias.
I mean, let's add that in there. Gosh dang, it just gets worse. You send this dude who is struggling mightily, looks lost at the plate, looks broken at the plate. We're going to send him to a complex league in Florida where he's going to chill for a while, and then he's going to get 22 at-bats under an alias. You're going to watch the film of those at-bats, and you're going to try to sell to us that guy has shown you something in that film, in that complex league, under a name that's not even his, that's put you in a spot where it's like, yeah, man, we're going to buzz through Sugarland for a couple games, get a couple more at-bats, and then on to Oakland and Seattle we come, Jose Abreu. I mean, think about that. How amateur, I mean, how silly does that sound? Have anybody ever heard of a Major League Baseball team doing this? I'm seriously asking. I'm not saying it's never happened. I want to know if a team has taken a 10-plus year vet and said, let's shoot on down and play with these 17, 18, 19-year-olds down in Florida, and we're going to check the film and see if you're worthy of coming back.
So it's not a 10-year vet, but the Toronto Blue Jays did it with Alek Manoah. He's a young pitcher. He had a really bad season last year. They sent him down to Florida. He did pitch a little bit, then they sent him to AAA, blah, blah, blah. Now he's back in the minors, in the majors.
In the bigs.
Yeah, in the bigs. So they did it with him.
That makes me feel a little bit better, but at least it's happened.
But he's not a
It's
veteran.
not on Abreu's level.
Yeah, exactly.
And he wouldn't make it $58 million.
Well, I mean, if I want to nitpick it, I'd also say a pitcher, I don't give a damn who you're throwing against. Like, go down there and get – I mean, you can gauge like it's just different.
Him going 7 for 22 against 17 and 18-year-olds.
He could have went 7 for 22 in the bigs, and I still would have thought he was broken. I mean, it's not like I don't know. I'm just like I'm baffled that this is what we're doing with Jose Abreu and what we're seriously talking about. The Astros are doing, and he potentially, according to the manager, could be in Oakland with the team on Sunday or this weekend. I'm assuming by Sunday.
Yeah, I just. As I said yesterday, there is just nothing about this. If he comes out on that field Sunday or Monday, if he plays in the A's or the Mariners series, and that Mariners series, by the way, is pretty important. All of them are. There's no way that this is with the thought process of winning as the number one priority, that they could ever think this is the best case of winning.
I mean, unless, Ron, the next time we see Jose Abreu, he's got a swing like Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey Jr. He's just letting that thing eat.
Do you think
one of them big-bodied sunbucks up there in the Bronx in them pinstripes?
Do you think he has a swing like them currently, as those two are in their 50s?
No. Great. Oh, I'm thinking, where's he going? No, you're right. I think 50-year-old Ken Griffey Jr. has a better swing than the last I saw Jose Abreu. Absolutely. Fresh off the couch.
Right. Yes. I'm not just like.
But that's what I'm saying. In order for these guys to not look silly at this point, for the Astros decision makers to not, he's got to come out and he's got to. I don't believe, for me personally, he doesn't have to statistically light it up. But he's got to come out and have a noticeably different swing. Like, he's got to be able to your point, like, you can't be blowing 86 by him.
I actually gave them credit. All right, they finally said, all right, man, we're going to do something. We're going to move him down, and as embarrassing as this is going to be, man, we're going to move you down to West Palm Beach. I didn't know they was going to bring him up in 15 days or however long it is after 22 at-bats. Lord.
Well, there's a reason why they said West Palm Beach and not the Florida Complex League.
Yeah, I wish they would have said that. I got Gulf Coast League yesterday, but this is better. The Complex League. God, dog. I want to see what the fields look like he's playing on. He probably hit his home run over like a fence. Like,
was it a construction fence?
Yeah.
Or was it an actual ballpark?
Wire fence.
Wow, man! I'm sorry. I like Jose Abreu. I really like his vibe. I like the way he carries himself. I like everything about him. But damn it, man, this is silly.
Yeah. All right, I got to give credit to one of it in particular, one of our coworkers. I'm telling you, man, I love it when somebody. No, not you. Hell no. I love it when somebody.
Me?
Is it not a chance? I did you just like I did my son yesterday. We were leaving football practice. Trey wanted one of them snow cones. They had a snow cone truck out there.
You got some at home?
That truck. He looked at me. I said, hell no. He didn't even ask. No chance. No chance. All right, coming up. I want to give credit to one of our coworkers, man. He didn't have fear to give a take that would really run a lot of people here in Houston hot. We got to go over that and see if that take is valid. That's next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks, y'all. We got 5 lodges.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I got to give some praise to a teammate here coming up here in just a second. But we appreciate however you are taking us in. And those of you on YouTube and Twitch, love the conversation going on over there as always. And those of you hitting us up on the text line 713-572-4610, including the gentleman who said, this will show if the manager is running the team or the front office is. Oh, you're still not sure of that one yet? All right. This will show if the manager is running the team or the front office is. If your analysis of Jose Abreu is anything like it was of Jake Myers, then I love Jose's chances of making a major comeback. You all threw Jake under the bus. Oh, I shoved him down.
And rightfully so, but his performance. Let me guess, that texture right there, let me guess, you've been standing on the mountaintop beating your chest about Jake Myers?
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
Is that what you were doing? Like when everybody thought that the organization was crazy for saying that he was the guy in center field. Let me guess, you were all about that. You got your Jake Myers jersey, huh?
Hey man, that's cool, man. You want to live on hope on miracles.
No, you want to live in hindsight. What your ass want to do?
You want to live in hope on miracles. What Jake is doing is a miracle.
No, I don't believe that.
What Jake is doing is a miracle.
You don't think he's I'm not saying he's going to be as hot. It's like Bregman. He's not going to be as hot. He's not going to stay as hot as he is. But
I'm just saying we're up 50 games in. He's got a 3.
You don't think something's clicking for him?
He's got a 3. I'm talking about this. He's got a 3 in the first number in his batting average. No, I don't think he's that good.
Hey man, like Joe Espada said, he's hitting the ball hard.
He is hitting the ball hard. He's, as I said the other day,
it's impressive, man. It's impressive, Jake.
He's a Major League Baseball player. He's a Major League Baseball player. I question that. Yeah, him hitting 300. Yeah, it's a miracle. And Jose Abreu coming back and providing anything for this team, or coming back and looking like the person that played in the postseason, looking like the person that played in about 2 months there in the middle of last year. I think that would be a miracle. And that's fine. Hell, can it happen? Sure. I mean, you may have been holding that Jake Myers thing in your pocket or whatever. Let's see how it works out against Jose Abreu.
Look,
let's see if you can send us that message.
Let me be clear. I hope it works out with Abreu. I hope like hell that Abreu. I hope he earns every bit of that $19 million per year over the next 2. I hope like hell he lights it up. I hope like hell Jake Myers does hit 300 for the rest of his damn career. I hope Bregman gets back to batting as if he should be in the top 4 in this lineup. But damn, I mean, I'm gonna only watch for so long somebody struggle before you at least got to say, all right, it's time to make some kind of move. Damn. What were you gonna say? I mean, what are we? Gosh dang. By the way, we're only 4.5 behind Seattle and 3 behind Texas.
Texas just got swept by the Phillies.
Hey, Boogeyman's coming.
Oh, the Yankees got the Yankees get the Mariners again today?
They did. Both the Rangers and the Mariners lost.
Good for them. There you go. Now you got the A's. Make some hay. Can you make some hay? Got the A's coming. Can you make some hay?
I'm trying to be a positive man. All I can think about is if you just got that one more from the Angels, boy, how pretty would you be sitting? I should just be thankful for where we're at, given how we started.
Oh, well, okay. Don't think about that 5th inning.
Yeah, I know.
Don't think about Framber.
Don't think about Framber. Just
5th inning. And
Framber throwing 3 pick sixes in the third quarter.
What it did, pretty much. Don't think about that 2-1 ball game yesterday too, where Hunter Brown comes and gives you 6 innings and 2 earned runs on 2 hits. Couldn't muster
what
that.
part of I'm trying to stay positive?
I'm just saying, don't think about it. Okay? Oh, there you go. 4.5 back. Going to Oakland with Jose Abreu potentially starting Sunday. There it is. All right, man. Can I gotta give a little shout out to my man Figgy. You know, Figgy is not someone who normally, jumps out and he's going to put his foot on the ground in for for a take that could be taken as polarizing. But I got to give it to him here. I think we could sit down and discuss if his take is valid, but it takes a lot of balls to have this take right here from Figgy, and I'm proud of him. This is what Figgy had to say, comparing somebody to C.J. Stroud.
What you think a quarterback situation isn't always the case. See C.J. Stroud last year and see Bryce Young, but on paper, which doesn't mean everything in the NFL, that is one of the best situations that I've seen a rookie quarterback go into in Chicago.
I take it a step further. I think it's a possibility he could have a better year than CJ did last year. I think he just got.
You just lost a listener.
Hey, look.
I'm switching to music.
Hey, let's be real. CJ didn't have a lot around him last year. We know the Texans was going to make the playoffs like that. But
he had Nico and Tank.
Yeah, we didn't know it was going to be like that, though. But this team is set up to plug in the quarterback and win, man.
Go ahead, Figgy. I wish I could have seen the text line after he said that. I wish I could have seen the text line talking about him said that Caleb Williams going to potentially have a better season than CJ had last year, which I know you've been on record to say is the best, just from what you watched, the best season you've ever seen a rookie quarterback ever have. Figgy stepped out. I don't think the take is crazy or insane like some of it. I was going to say, do you think that's a strong possibility?
No. Do I think it's a strong possibility?
That what Figgy said, that Caleb Williams?
No, I don't think it's a strong possibility. I mean, he led the league in yards per game and threw five interceptions,
23 and 5.
I mean, he was in the MVP. No, I don't think it's a strong possibility. But I will look. I'll give Figgy all the credit in the world. If anybody is going to have a year, because we're talking about, again, it's the best I've ever seen, and there's not even a close second in terms of a rookie year. And then you add on the fact that to Figgy's point, nobody thought Nico was capable of doing what he's doing. Hell, I like Tank, but I didn't think Tank was going to light the damn league on fire after not starting for 2 games and then get injured in 9 ball games, have damn near 800 yards. Like, I didn't know that was going to happen. I didn't know they were going to be able to overcome all the injuries. So the way in which it all went down, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to top C.J. Stroud's story of his first year. But if anybody has ever been set up to statistically be better and potentially take your team deeper in the playoffs than the second round, I think that it wouldn't just shock the hell out of me. Now, I'm watching through a quarterback.
He is set up. I mean, they got, like you just say, from a quarterback's perspective, if you could walk into something, that would be with the weapons and the line. And
I mean, here's the deal. And still,
now we don't know about the coach.
I don't think it's going to be difficult if you stay healthy for Caleb Williams to throw for more yards. Maybe playing in Chicago, the weather, all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's a little different. Maybe that's not. But it's not going to be difficult for him to throw more touchdowns. It wouldn't surprise me at all with the supporting cast and the style in which Caleb Williams plays the game on platform and off platform. It wouldn't surprise me, the weak-ass schedule that he's got. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't go out there and statistically have a better year than C.J. Stroud. When I look at it and you hear me say C.J. Stroud had the best year I've ever seen from a quarterback, it in no way, shape, or form is based on, heavily based on stats. The interception is big, but it's not, or the lack of interceptions, but it is the way in which he went about it, for me, is what makes it so impressive. Not that he was in the MVP hunt, not that he only threw 5 interceptions and 23 touchdowns, and not that he took his team. It is the way in which week in, week out, that dude went out there and played like I've only seen Tom Brady and maybe Drew Brees consistently play and pick teams apart and be surgical. Like, that's what was crazy. I don't believe Caleb Williams is going to have a chance to do that. But 17 games, he stays healthy. Do I believe that he statistically could put up more numbers? And could his team with that schedule come out of nowhere and make it as impressive a run, if not better of a run than the Texans did? I don't think, if that happened, I wouldn't be like, oh, my God, I can't believe it. No, I wouldn't. I mean, he's got a supporting cast, man. Good God. I mean, that's supporting.
There are a lot of good quarterbacks that would. I mean, Josh Allen would trade his supporting cast in a heartbeat for his.
Bro, how much going into the season, how much better is his supporting cast than C.J. Stroud's was?
Oh, especially from what we know right now. Especially
like proven veterans?
Yeah, nothing close. I mean,
on both sides of the ball?
And even their young receiver who they got at 9 is probably thought to be more promising than any of the young receivers that the Texans had last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so no, I don't think it's crazy at all. I think it's a hell of a topic, to be completely honest with you.
That division is a lot more difficult, and because of that, I bet their schedule is now they got a last place schedule like the Texans did, but just slightly. When you got the Lions twice, the Packers twice, that's slightly different. But
well, it's going. I'm gonna tell you, it will shock the hell out of me if we watch Caleb Williams play quarterback, and he is as polished, as cerebral, as right as C.J. Stroud was this year. But it will not shock me one bit if his style of play with the supporting cast around him, if he is not out there making highlight reel after highlight reel type throws, and the end result is some stats that are through the roof. That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yep, here you go. Good for you.
Would you say if you?
I said good for you.
Oh.
Well, someone actually did say that on the text line to you, and told you to lay off the Coors Light. First off,
no and no.
And no. No. Yeah, no. All right, coming up, the playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals get going tonight, and some news, more news coming out. Hear the latest on the Scottie Scheffler situation at the PGA. We'll get you caught up on that. And TNT's making big moves in the sports world. Does that mean something for one of their most popular shows? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, I got to talk about advanced hair. Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty the Dilf. The Big Dilf. And Big D Santiago. Chris Big Santiago. D. Yeah, that's right, baby. Chris Santiago's in the building as Tyler is in Hawaii, we think.
Has he landed?
I haven't heard any words from him. I hope he ain't still here. Damn, Tyler. That would ruin the trip right there.
If he is, check that bar over in the Heights. If he's in town, he'll be there tonight.
I know which one too.
I feel like he's just kicking it at the airport if he's still here. You think he'd go 2 days?
If he got that $2,000 worth of United points, man, he ought to be in that United Lounge, just
kicking it.
Yeah, just chilling.
Yeah, just kicking it. Well, hopefully he is out having a good time.
You think they took their dogs to Hawaii?
No.
He strikes me as to take my dogs on vacation.
He usually does. I don't think he took them to Hawaii, but they usually do. They find Airbnbs that are dog friendly because they go.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. You all right?
If I owned an Airbnb, pets would be off limits.
Well, I know that. I'm sure there would be a few. He runs it. They run into an issue sometimes with that. Do you remember that time where he took one where the guy?
Could you imagine owning a spot and you got cameras in your crib? Mo Tyler and Megan get out of the car and just come easing in with 3 pups on one of them look like a pit bull on a leash.
They had to leave one. They had to one time they were at one where I guess Megan booked it and it was booked pet friendly, and I guess there was a miscommunication on the booking of it because they said it wasn't. I think they saw the pets and they said you can't have pets. So they went and they had to get
found one somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
I could see old Tyler walking through the airport over there, walking through Intercontinental up there, man, with 3 dogs on a leash, just strolling, all the different colored leashes.
I don't think they did that.
You think they'd be tied to his waist, or you think he'd be holding the leashes?
Waist.
But I think he's got one that he'd be carrying.
Does he have a small one?
I think he's got a small one.
Well, I know he's got a small one from his dogs.
Yeah, I think he's got a small one and a small dog that I think that he carries.
I'm sorry.
You think he'd have one around his waist, like a leash? You ever see those parents have their kids on a leash?
Yes. I always look down on them people until my 2-year-old, until I'm trying to deal with my 5-month-old and my 2-year-old is just like.
That's one of the top 10 most disturbing things in America.
Think so?
Yep. I don't know where it is in there, right? Maybe 9 or so. But.
I thought it was fairly disturbing until I got kids. Particularly had the second one.
No, I'll be damned if I got to put you on. No, I'll strap your ass to a stroller. Is what you'll do. I ain't putting no.
Well, I just leave. I just leave her in the car until I get the little one all situated. And then I get the 2-year-old out.
You no damn leash. No, hell no. That's ridiculous.
It's safety first, man.
No,
safety first. I feel like I need to put Liv on one of those things at the house.
I know this is getting away. When's the last time you seen a kid? Well, you seen a kid where you wanted to kick their ass for their parents? That happened to me last night. It happened to me last night. I was at the grocery store.
It used to happen quite often, again, before I had kids, because it didn't take much.
Oh, he looked like he was in maybe 4th or 5th grade. His dad they was getting some flowers or something. His dad was trying to get something, and he grabbing it, and then
in 4th or 5th grade.
Yeah, he's grabbing the flowers when he's trying to run it through. He's in the self.
You can get your ass busted by that time.
And then dad, seriously, give it to me. And then the kid had the audacity to get himself pissed and push the cart. Oh, I was standing waiting. I just wanted to grab some assistance. I really did. I just had one quick move. When he pushed that cart, and Dad had to stop self-checking and talk to him and get himself, and he was pissed the rest of the way. I waited till the one next to them opened so I could walk past him and look at him.
You stared down and looked at him?
I did. He wasn't looking at me, so he could tell. I could have, but I showed him. I wanted to put my foot in his ass. Sorry. 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Hey, the first thing here locally, be looking for this in 2026. I know there are some excited, but the World Baseball Classic is coming to Minute Maid Park. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not in the World Baseball Classic. After the first year that it was done, it was not something that was important. That was appointment television for me. Not anything I get to the way that it is for guys like Chris Santiago. But the one thing that I do know and have seen is the atmosphere and the amount of people that come down to those certain areas are big. So this seems like this could be one of the many type of big events that Houston does and could really benefit there and help the city with the amount of people that are going to come in. You watch this thing, Chris. Like, there's probably, if we get the right teams here.
Oh yeah.
Now if this is a Italy versus Canada, that type of a shindig, that won't work.
I mean, we'll get like Puerto Rico.
What's wrong with the Canadians and the Italians?
Well, they're not. I just don't think they're coming.
Not
coming in droves. Like the perfect type of teams to come here that would get large crowds would be
Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Cuba, Mexico, USA. You'd be surprised. Japan, Canada will probably be there too.
Mexico. It's gonna be a hell of a crowd, probably packed. I'm intrigued to maybe see what that looks like, just to see what the atmosphere looks like, because especially like the Dominican, Venezuela, and Puerto Rico, their nature of how they do baseball and the crowds and how they play is different. Like John Singleton would be nothing with his little bat flip. Like they let you ride. So I'm kind of because
Juan Soto and the fan base.
It's a bunch of them. They did chants and stuff.
Yeah, and they bring instruments and stuff like that too. So it gets loud.
Well, as I said earlier, like I got zero interest in that tournament as a whole. But the live event and the experience, y'all are selling me on.
We should go, man. Have some El Tiempo.
I'm intrigued to that. I've gone and seen some of the ones in Miami where it almost has like the soccer feel. Look how excited he is.
I know he is amped.
He is thrilled.
What part is that's amped? It's all the different countries coming together, or is it actual baseball?
No, it's different countries and they all play baseball. Yeah.
And you're Puerto Rican, right?
Half Puerto Rican.
Or half Puerto Rican. So you.
Half Mexican, too.
Oh, wow. Boy, you had a struggle there. They might meet.
What are you going to do if those two meet?
Man.
Sit behind home plate?
Yeah. We'll see once. Let's see what happens first.
You probably have the Donna Kelsey jersey on.
Half and half.
Half and half. Hey.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the playoffs get going again tonight, the Eastern Conference Finals. The Pacers are at Boston. The Celtics, after that comeback miracle win in the game one, they'll look to get a 2-0 lead here. My thought with this the whole way, and I think we'll find out much more in this game, in game two, is this a situation where the Pacers actually can play with the Celtics and they can replicate a lot of the things that they did that allowed them to be in such control of that game? Or was this one where this has got to be the one you got to get the Celtics? This has got to be the one the Celtics just didn't come out completely engaged, and now you got their attention, and now they're going to roll through you like their record expects them to do. That's the one because I look at it. You talked about this with the Mavs in last night's game. I mean, the Pacers had 22 turnovers. They dribbled the ball off their leg. Yeah. They did it. I mean, just ridiculous turnovers. But it did seem like a lot of the things that they did wasn't just lucky. Like it is repeatable and stuff they did all year. So that's going to be the big thing to watch to see if there's a different Boston team. If the Celtics have another notch to really go up.
Yeah, how real was it that these teams appeared to be, I mean, literally a couple of mistakes in crunch time away from, like separating the two, if you will. Right? I mean, we could have very well seen the Pacers win that ball game.
I mean, it was a situation of like just one of seven things happened differently, the Pacers would have won.
How real was that, right? I mean, so we'll see tonight, man.
Yeah,
I think for some reason the Celtics are just a team I can't get behind.
I know you can't.
I can't believe in.
Real disdain for
I can't believe in. I'm going Pacers Mavs, man.
But they
I need a Pacers Mavs final.
The Pacers, I mean the Celtics have just beat the hell out of teams throughout the year. Like I've never seen a team.
They just score, man.
But just look up and it's all right. They're up 9. All right, well, okay, they're up 17. They're up 27.
24.
I mean, and then next thing you know, at the end of it, I mean, damn. I mean, they've been up 50 on teams like several times this year. Crazy. So we'll see. That'll be a good one tonight. I do expect Tyrese Halliburton to bounce back. You listened to him in the press conference. He did not seem to be like in the dumps. He seemed like he was ready to strap it up and play again, like that moment. So I expect to see him really do a lot tonight in this game. So Pacers looking to even it up tonight in Boston.
Celtics in 5.
5 o'clock fire.
That's probably what I would have said before. All right, ESPN reaches a 5-year deal to sub-license college football playoff games to Turner, TNT Sports. TNT will carry 2 first-round college football playoff games during the 2024 and 2025 season. So TNT is getting into the college football game. I mean, I need to keep up where all of these damn stations are, or all these.
Well, ESPN couldn't handle all of them.
Yeah, couldn't handle all of them. They're going to TNT. You don't think they could have? I guess not. As many channels as they got, I feel like they could have.
I mean, I guess you could if they were all played at different times.
Yeah.
I mean, how many different time slots you got?
I mean, we got you got ESPN, you got ESPN2, you got ABC.
I guess that sublease was worth more than ESPNU having a game.
ESPNU, you got
ESPN News.
ESPN News. They could have shoved that thing on. But yeah, TNT's jumping into it, and Charles Barkley made the great point, Clint, of this makes him really concerned and nervous that TNT will lose the NBA, which many people think that they will, to NBC, which potentially would end that Inside the NBA show, which is one of the most popular things in sports. I would argue, especially right now, when you look at so many stars out, I'd argue that Ernie, Kenny, Charles, and Shaq are more popular than the games. I think Inside the NBA is more popular than the games, and if they lose that show, boy, that's a tough one.
Well, during the regular season, so we're talking about the long haul here, not just the playoffs, there is no doubt about it. I mean, I've tuned into basketball games on a weekly basis just to watch those guys. Like literally turn the game on to try to catch them. Unbelievably entertaining. In 2024, Ron, it would just shock the hell out of me if the result of everything we're watching unfold here is there is no more show with that group together. And I'm not even talking about on the on mainstream cable. I'm talking about, you would think there's a big production house out there that's into this streaming game, that's doing stuff that would plug those guys in and some way create a show around the NBA with those guys. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be the pregame, halftime type stuff because it's not going to be on the same channel. But I just don't know how you don't keep these guys together and keep them producing content, because it is.
It is arguably, I think right now, arguably the best thing that the NBA has right now.
Right,
for sure.
I'll argue.
Especially when you say regular season games, which is the time where people aren't watching. Like sometimes they get a number because people are going to watch them in the regular season when they don't. Because when those games are on ESPN, they're not watching.
Look, I know this is hard to do because it's comparing apples to oranges maybe. But outside of College Game Day, like what pregame or halftime show in any sports is as entertaining as they are?
Yeah, I would think those are probably the two.
I mean, Game Day to me, because they are just on so long and they're covering such a wide spectrum. It's hard for me to, like, who are you going to turn on for 30 minutes to an hour? before a game or at halftime of a game. And I pick the sport. I don't care. And you're going to be as entertained as those guys.
And I think, obviously, inside is even more impressive than game day. Because, game day is right there. Because, nobody's watching NFL today or – not like that. No one's watching the one on Fox with Strahan and them.
Nobody sits there and watches an NFL game and goes, I got to get this party started early because these guys are going to be on. And nobody sits around and goes, hey, don't get up at halftime because this halftime show is the funniest stuff it's the most entertaining stuff you're going to see.
But their thing with Inside is the difference with them and game day. Game day is it's a product you're thirsting for, right? Like you're thirsty, because the every week type of a deal and the importance of it, you're locked in to go and see these games this week. They are drawing you in, and they're on a product with
yeah.
They're drawing you in, and it's Kings Pelicans. And you might roll it. I know there are people who literally set an alarm to around the end of the game. Of the last game, so they can get over to watch them because that's when the Magic starts.
Ron, I don't do it. I don't watch enough, obviously, but if I were, I would set up some way to at halftime of whatever game I'm watching to change to a streaming service and catch that crew talk about it for 20 minutes. And I don't know how many people would do that. I would.
Yeah,
I won't even lie. Whenever I get off work, working Area 45, there's an NBA game. I go straight home. And if it's still on, whatever I can catch, I catch it because it's good. It's funny. They go in depth and stuff. Well, sometimes they don't go that in depth, but it's good, man.
Yeah, you catch up on everything you missed. Absolutely,
it's quality TV, man.
Well, I live for Kenny's pictures. to see is he going to try to go this time?
Right.
Is he going to turn and try to go this time? I live for it. All right. Coming up. This is a conversation that needs to be had, and I'm wondering what you're thinking. People are saying, and I'll play it for you. People are saying that the Astros have the best player in baseball right now. And with that being the case, do you think 7+ years is on the table for that player to be signed here long term? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you ready to build your dream?
The app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. This is what people are saying about Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker, last time the Astros were able to get a W, he goes deep twice to take over the home run lead. He has the most home runs. Go ahead. He has the most home runs in the American League. I'm seeing all kinds of Tuck shirts. Tuck it. Tuck it. Let's see what happens. Who gives a tuck? Tuck this. Shut the tuck up.
Stay hot, Tuck.
You seen all these shirts?
These are all shirts I've seen.
Mother Tucker?
I hadn't seen that one yet. Have you seen that one?
No. Probably be a top seller if
What the tuck? I've seen that one with the question mark that did it like tuck. What the tuck? But this is what they're saying about Kyle Tucker, who plays for your Houston Astros, who's under contract for the next year and a half.
Best player in baseball right now, objectively, is Kyle Tucker of the Astros. 425 on base, slugging 649. His OPS plus is 206. That's just higher than Shohei Ohtani. He's also got 40 walks, 36 strikeouts. I mean, he's basically a monster right now for the Astros. Top hitter, he leads the league in home runs. And we've seen this coming, but this seems to be the full blossoming.
He's been a really good player, right? Yeah. A really good hitter. Now he's a great slugger. And I don't think it's so unusual. I look at guys like Tino Martinez, Sean Green, Adrian Gonzalez, good hitters who develop power at 27, 28, 29. He's in that group, and he's changed some things that he's done at the plate. He's much more of a fly ball hitter now. If you watch those videos and his finish here, he doesn't roll his top hand over like the way he used to. He's swinging the bat now with a higher posture, not over-rotating the wrist, to get the ball in the air. And this is how you hit home runs. You know, the old saying, slug is in the air. Yep. He has learned how to elevate the air. And I go back to Sean Green, who would take batting practice every day with Carlos Delgado, and learn how to backspin the baseball in the air. And all of a sudden, he's hitting 30, 40 home runs.
Best player in baseball. That's what Brian Kenny said. That's Brian Kenny, Tom Ferducci, MLB Network on MLB Now, letting you know how many people are looking at Kyle Tucker. Now, I don't know if he's over Altuve or Acuna Jr., but whatever. He's in the conversation. And it just leads me to this. Like, for me, Clint, I just kind of base on what we have seen and the history that they have been so beholden to. Like, we don't do long-term deals. Pitchers, position players, we don't do long-term deals. Which makes me, I just is 7 to 10 years? Because I think that's if you're telling me what is Kyle Tucker going to get at 27 years old, I think he is going to get a deal probably longer than 7, but I'll give you 7 to 10 years and big money. The shorter the years, the more the money. Do you think that's even still a possibility?
Yes.
Do you?
Yes. Look, I don't care. I mean, I don't care what I don't care what Jim Crane's been about. I don't care what what he believes in and doesn't believe in. Somebody comes along every now and then and forces you to rethink it, and this is one of them. You're talking about a guy that led the American League in RBIs last year as a Gold Glove outfielder. You're talking about a guy now that is number one in OPS, number one in home runs, number two in extra base hits. If he continues this, if he continues doing what he's doing right now, if his game has really gone to another level and the power is not just, hey, man, this guy's on an absolute tear the first 50 ball games of the year, but he's literally found something in his swing in his late 20s where this power all of a sudden is there. To me, boy, this would be the most egregious let walk of them all. Look, I can
Correa, Springer,
when you
Cole.
Correa. I don't know how well you thought Pena was. I don't know what the force behind letting Correa walk was. Was it the money? Was it the injuries? Was it the fact that you had Pena in your system?
I mean, they offered, yeah.
Right, for whatever reason. I don't know. It was probably a combination of all of the above. But okay, you let him walk. Like to me, again, the guy was a monster at shortstop. Again, Gold Glove. Defensively, one of, if not the best in the game. And then I think the leadership aspect of it was as important as any. Springer walks in center field. Okay, I get it. You overcame it. You were loaded at the time, and clearly still had the firepower.
You had Tucker coming up that you thought could kind of fill the void.
Tucker, this situation is none of those guys from a production standpoint can hold a candle to what Tucker's doing right now. And it's coming at a time where you don't have a system that's loaded in the next prospect that is just waiting to explode. No, I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Not enough for you to chance it.
I mean, look. I'll be honest with you. I base most of from a prospect perspective. I don't watch these guys. I base on what I've heard. I don't remember hearing Joey Loperfido in the same vein that I heard Kyle Tucker as he was a prospect coming through. So yeah, man, this would be not because he's one of my favorite players and not because this or that, but legitimately, man, you're talking about letting, if he continues this, you're talking about letting one of the best hitters in baseball and a Gold Glove and a guy that appears to be a long-term deal, not just a happenstance. Letting that guy walk's a little different than the rest of them.
And see, I look at the situation with him, and I hope it's still on the table. I don't know, but they seem to have been so hard up about what they will not go past. I mean, 6 years is the most I've seen them offer, which was Correa. 6 years, but they wanted to go less than that. And the deal is with him, Clint, is I don't think there's any, hey, he may work with you. I don't think there is any.
Oh, I agree with that.
I don't think there's any, like, you're going to have to pay the dollar that is fair, and like, you're not going to Yordan Alvarez thing this. Yeah. Yordan Alvarez thing. This thing. It's going to have to be fair and what he would get on the market, and that goes another one. Because I tell you right now, Kyle Tucker will have 5 to 10 teams that will start at 8 years and 300. Let's go. Well, and you got to be able to push it, because I don't think he's going to say, all right, well, I'll do 7.
Bottom line is, Ron, to your point, it happens. We just heard, and I know football is different than baseball. We just heard Dalton Schultz say, I made it loud and clear to my camp that I wanted to be in Houston.
Yep.
When I look at Kyle Tucker, Kyle strikes me as a guy that walks in and goes, man, I'm going to play. I just want to play. I love the game. I just want to play baseball. Get me the most money that you possibly can in a place where I'm wanted and we can win. Don't care where it's at. I'm going to show up and play baseball. That's who Kyle Tucker strikes me as. Kyle Tucker does not strike me as a guy that's going to walk in and say, I want to be in Houston, make it happen, get me the most money you can from Crane to be here.
Well,
just doesn't strike. I could be dead ass wrong, and in fact, I hope I'm wrong. But he strikes me as a guy that's going to be like, don't matter, uniform don't matter, city don't matter. I just want to play baseball. Get me the most. Get me what I've earned.
I can see Kyle in there chilling in Chicago in that Cubs uniform. I can see Kyle. I'm just saying. I mean, and the teams that will pay him, that can pay him, are teams that will be able to win.
Yeah,
right. Like that, and like so that you can mark that off. I hope I've said this. My whole stance has been, first and foremost, you should sign Kyle Tucker. You're the third or fourth largest city in this country. You're not a small market team. You should sign Kyle Tucker. If you know you ain't going to sign him, I don't think you can let him go with your pants down with your farm system and the issues and the problems that it is and the weakness that it has there. You got to get something for him. So to me, you either go ahead and sign him, which I would do first, or if you're not, you know what you need to do. But I hope they're at least having the conversation. I hope it's at least on the table. I hope there is at least a change of heart. Now, if they got burned by Jose Abreu, they might be like, get the hell out of this thing. I hope they don't do that. All right, coming up, maybe, I don't know. Let's think about this. You think about this on the other side. You can text in on the text line or on YouTube and Twitch. Where would you put the second cornerback position in terms of your concerns for the Texans going into this season? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that,
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to the beautiful drive. Tyler is out. I'm gonna text Tyler. I have not heard from Tyler. I'm a little concerned. Let's team Tyler. Text him right now because I'm a little concerned from Tyler. Hadn't heard from him since he said long not fun story. I'll tell you when I get back. But he wasn't gonna take off until today. So I need to hear from old Tyler. Make sure he's safe, having a good time. Son of a gun. Let us know something. Chris Santiago in for Tyler Milner, by the way, hanging out with us the last couple of days. We appreciate you. We appreciate you for jumping in. Somebody texting in. You got to be kidding me. Thank you, Chris, making this aware of this. If you're going to try to make the case that Kyle Tucker is one of the best players in baseball and deserves 7 years, he's not even top 2 on this team.
Right now?
I know my glasses do get a little. Is that what you read too, Chris?
That's correct.
That's what you read too.
That's exactly what I read.
I mean, you mean like all time? I got like right now. I hate to break it to you. Kyle Tucker has been the best player on this team at least the last year and a half. He was the best player on the team last year, hence that top 5 MVP finish. And part of the reason why he's been the best player is because his ass is out there every game. Like, I believe that Yordan Alvarez is a better hitter and has a major impact. Probably, if I'd say more impact, even though he doesn't play a lot of defense. Yeah, but that's not been the case this year. And he was injured last year. That took him out of a lot of games in which Kyle Tucker made much more of an impact. So, and then Altuve, like I love Altuve, but Kyle Tucker's the best player on this team right now and has been for all of last year and all of this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's when you're talking about an everyday player that plays every day, that plays in the field and swings the bat. Right now, he is swinging the bat better than anybody. Really, damn near in all of baseball, but not quite. He's top 3, I would say. But he's damn sure swinging it better than anybody on this team right now. If he continues this, which is lead the league in home runs, lead the league in OPS, second in extra base hits. If he continues that, again, playing Gold Glove right field, I don't know how he's not in the top 2 in the MVP. Shohei Ohtani obviously is the hitter that's hitting it better than him from an average perspective, and I guess it's about it at this point in time. He's had more at-bats, had more hits. But he's not pitching this year. So it's going to be hard to lean into this year. This year, at least,
it's in the National League.
And it's going to be good point. Doesn't even matter. So
he's rolling with like Soto and Judge and Salvador Perez,
Gunnar Henderson too.
Gunnar Henderson. I didn't know he'd be up there until I started looking at the list.
Man, he's nice. He's
clearly
young too.
Man, we got Gunners. Gunners are coming of age now.
Yeah.
I thought the name Gunner started right just before him. I thought maybe we'd be 2 or 3 years away from Gunners coming into prominence.
I had 2 quarterbacks that were Gunners that are probably right now in the
that you coached. I was about to say you played with some Gunners.
No, I was about
to say no chance.
In the 20, 21-year-old range right now, I'd guess is those 2 guys. Yeah, look, I mean, here's the deal. You can take the conversation and pull it off in the weeds if you want to. We can have that. We will create a segment about that later on. The segment, the conversation was about paying Kyle Tucker or not paying Kyle Tucker. Does Crane pony up 7+ years to keep Kyle Tucker here? Is Kyle Tucker worth that level of money? And the answer is yes, yes, and yes. And if Crane's ever going to make an exception, this has got to be the guy that you make. Assuming that he continues doing what he's doing. Kyle Tucker's got to be the guy that you make that exception for.
Yep, got our playoff stats guy just texted in. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to get on him. Sure, don't do it then. Don't do it.
Do it.
Don't sign him for that. You know what? Playoff stats. Hell with it. Give Pena $100 million.
Yeah, he had a nice little run, didn't he?
Right? Bring Hughley back. And give him $18 million. Why not? It's just playoffs. It's playoff stats. For me, I would say if I gave Kyle Tucker a crack at it over the next 7 to 8 years to be in the playoffs, I have a feeling that Kyle Tucker will come through more than he doesn't. If I get a crack at it, not just 3 years he's been in the playoffs, I give a crack at it. I mean, I remember, was there a game 1 in the World Series where he went off? Was there a game 1? I believe he hit 2 home runs in the World Series in game 1 of that series against the Phillies. So I don't know. I mean, he stunk it up last year. I mean, no doubt about it. He was awful. He was doo-doo. But I don't think he's going to be that over the next several years. But hell, you know what? To hell with it. Jim Creighton and them are saying I need five games in the complex league to see Jose Abreu to bring him back. Why not? Why not? Why not just say, you know what, that guy's not good enough for the playoffs? All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that. And Area 45. The Astros have a night off, but they are still going to hold it down. So stay tuned. Make sure you're listening to Bijani and Patrick Creighton. So stay tuned for that coming up. All right, Clint, I said this on the other side. Where would you rank the second cornerback position in terms of places and areas that you have concern for? Because there are some areas. Now, it's not all roses with the Texans. I know we're really excited in certain positions like quarterback, receiver, and defensive line, especially on the outside, the pass rushers. But where would you put that second corner opposite of Derek Stingley Jr. in terms of your concerns?
I'd put it third. I think interior offensive line, interior defensive line. There's no hiding those guys. If you got to duck at one of those positions, if there's an inability, as a team to get something done, whether it's pass protect or run the football because you're weak inside, or stop the run if you're weak inside on the defense side of the football, then there's no hiding that. I mean, you got to make huge sacrifices to overcome that. Corner, we saw D'Amico Ryans play and put a good defense on the field multiple times last year with corners we didn't even know were on the team. We schematic. If you got a good schemer, play designer, and a good play caller on the defensive side of the football, they will have the ability to play to that corner's strengths, and really, more importantly, cover up that corner's weakness, whatever that corner's weakness is. Especially when you got a Derek Stingley opposite who you can leave on an island and give additional attention somewhere else where it need be, whether that's a corner over the top or a linebacker stretched underneath in the corner play. I'm sorry, safety over the top, or a corner playing soft with a linebacker widened underneath to take away the quick stuff. You can schematically, not always, not every snap, but you can schematically make it difficult for an offense to just take advantage of a corner that's not top tier. So that's why for me that's third. That's down my list a bit.
Yeah, it is third, and I think you said it before, maybe distant third.
Yes.
Also,
yes.
And I could get with that, but so much of those guys depend on the number one guy, which is Stingley. Because do I feel confident that D'Amico Ryans and Matty Burke, I've never called him that, D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke can get these guys with this pass rush to a potential where Okudah or Henderson would be guys that could play a solid number 2 corner? Yeah, I believe that. I believe that they can get there. Maybe they don't reach their ceiling, but I believe they can be, quality NFL corners. I believe they can play in the ballpark of a Steven Nelson. In the ballpark of it. Maybe just a bit below it. I believe D'Amico and Matt Burke can get them to that place. The part where that distant third, Clint, moves up on the ass of interior D-line or D-tackles, if what Derek Stingley has really been the major part of his career, which is the injuries. If Derek Stingley somehow has an issue like he has had the first 2 years of his career where he has missed significant time, and now both of them are now your 1 and 2 corners with potentially another rookie on the inside or Des King, now that's when that becomes a bigger concern. Like, I think it's straight right now that Stingley is there and he's your 1, but I don't think you can also just pencil it like Derek's going to be there. Like, if Derek Stingley missed 4 to 5 games this year, that wouldn't be a surprise because he has missed significant time each year. That's the only thing. Am I positive and really confident that he can get them up to speed to be starting cornerbacks that you would need as your 1-2 punch? Ooh, I don't know about that. But if Stingley's there all year, I feel really good about them being able to get those guys to playing just a solid number 2 cornerback position.
Yeah, look, I don't think this team, Ron, is at a spot where at many places you can start preparing for injuries to your top guys, right? You're just not there yet. Some positions you're not going to be there. It's just a catastrophic loss if you lose a Derek Stingley or you lose a C.J. Stroud or a Joe Mixon or something like that. But there'll come a time when this team's got its quality depth, maybe not superstar depth, but quality depth. Right now, they're still searching for that. And the truth of the matter is they've got to find one guy. The one thing I do like, you talked about throwing resources at something. You threw a second-round pick and 2 free agent moves to corners. You got a second-round corner and you got 2 former first-round corners that DeMeco Ryans is on record saying –